Good morning, and welcome to the live internet stream of the 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, and will be your host throughout the day. Today, this is the 11th annual event, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, TD Bank, and Newcastle County Fire Service. We're at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, and we're going to go right to the roof, where we've got our first edger of the day, and our roving reporter this morning is Steve Mons, a longtime local radio personality. And Steve, take it away. High above, 17 stories up, the 300 Delaware Avenue building.
Thanks, John. Yeah, we are up here. It's a bit breezy, but you would expect that being 17 stories up. And we are ready to roll with our first edger today, Rick Johnson. Are you ready to roll?
I'm ready to roll.
Now, why are you here? What inspired you to go over the edge?
I've had a long-term relationship with Special Olympics, so I do it for the athletes, and I'm doing it on behalf of Delaware State Council and the Knights of Columbus in Delaware.
Now, you're also a teacher, right?
I'm also a teacher at Christ the Teacher Catholic School.
So there's a lot of folks who are curious to see how you perform today.
I assume so, yeah.
How's your fear of heights?
That's to be seen.
Will be determined. Well, you're going to do great. These folks up here are awesome. I've done it myself a couple of times. They will make you feel so safe. So have a wonderful time, and as everyone always says, enjoy the view.
Thank you.
So there you go. We're ready and we're up and running over the edge for 2022. Rick Johnson is going to be first up. He's completed his training and he's going to be heading over to the great staff here. And we'll be started in just a couple of minutes.
Steve, I'm going to ask you to hang on right a minute there for a second and talk to us from up there. You mentioned to Rick that you've done it before, and you're up on the roof, and we've got people who are down outside on the sidewalk, and for the first time we have a TV hooked up. For those of you that haven't seen it out there, you can look over to your right at the TD Bank building. You'll see there's a TV, and we did that so you could see the view up top. And what you see behind Steve is the skyline there. And Steve, share with the crowd, if you would, your emotions when you went over. And you've been over twice, I think, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, I think it's 3 times. The first time is a complete blur, and it is because I'm not a fan of heights, and I've been telling a couple of different people here, I don't know how they talked me into leaning back when it became that moment that you'll see when people start going over the edge. There's a moment where you have to commit to what you're going to do. And I don't really remember too much of that the first time around. Second time around, I did enjoy it more because I knew what was coming and I was more comfortable with it. But the staff here is amazing. That's the thing. The folks up here up top who harness you in, who get you ready to go over the edge, and they talk you through everything. I mean, it is the neatest event that you will ever do. And even if you think you'd never do it, you got to try it because it's so cool. And that experience of going over the side of a building that you drive by every day here in Wilmington and just saying, I did that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
And you mentioned being afraid of heights, and that's one of the things that has always amazed me is not just the people that do it once, because like you said, it's something that maybe they want to prove to themselves that they're able to do. But the fact that they come back and they do it again, including yourself, that they do that. We have 2 people, Marianne Evans and Danny Hall, who are going over today, and they've done it all 11 years. And Danny, I know, is afraid of heights, and I've asked permission to tell people that on the air, but that's an example of somebody who comes back year after year afraid of heights and goes over, because like you said, it is one of those unique experiences. As I tell people, there's only one place in the state of Delaware you can legally rappel down the side of the building, and that's here today.
It's true, and it is there's an adrenaline rush when you hit the bottom. When your feet finally hit the ground again and you realize that all is well, there's just this overwhelming rush that comes over you that you did that, you accomplished that. And then on top of that, when the adrenaline dies down, you realize you did such a great thing for Special Olympics and raising money for the athletes to compete. And it's a win-win. It really is.
And when you say hit, it's a soft hit. It's
right.
A gentle touch.
Right. It's a gentle tapping of the feet.
Land.
Okay, so hit. We're going to erase that from the vocabulary today.
All right.
Nice soft landing.
All right, Steve, we'll be back up to you when you have somebody else getting ready to go over. The other voice you heard is Jimmy Smith, and he is the owner and president of the digital team. He's been doing the broadcast. We were trying to figure this out, Jimmy, and I don't think we have a solid answer. It's been this is the 11th Over the Edge event, and I want to say it's at least the 8th time we've been on the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's had many different forms, and we've done it in many different ways, and this is our first year doing it with Steve, and we're going to have a whole just a gamut of roving reporters today that are really going to make this special and allow us to kind of get the insight right before and right after of this incredible event. And as you mentioned, the only way in the state of Delaware to rappel down a building is here right now.
All right, yes, and those other people include Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen. Those names probably sound familiar. They're the wake-up crew at the 93.7 WSDW.
Big gets, John Busby.
Big gets. We got Mons from downstate, Steve and Nancy, or Nancy and Joe from upstate, and so we're excited to have reporters with us all day. We're going to go back up to Steve's, got somebody along with him getting ready to go.
All right, contestant number 2, Patrick Tiernan is here from St. Mary Magdalene School. How are you feeling right now?
Great. A little windy. That's okay.
You competed your training?
Yes. Yeah.
And have you done this before?
Last year.
Okay, good. So you're pro.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah.
What was your experience last year? How did you feel at that moment, the critical moment where they were sending you over the edge?
There's just that one moment where you're like, this is happening, and then once you go down, it's pretty smooth. But it's fun. Like you said, you get that adrenaline rush going down, and feel very secure and comfortable doing it. So it's I wouldn't say easy, but it's good.
Right, it is, and it's definitely more fun the second time because you know what you're in for.
Right. I realized how much I was holding on the ropes last year, not sure what was happening, so I'm trying to ease up a little bit this year. So
that's true. I think they're getting ready to send you guys over, so enjoy the ride.
Thanks, appreciate it.
So we're continuing on the roof. First two, Rick and Patrick, I believe, are going to be getting ready to go, and then we have is Kevin completed his training? We'll have to talk to Kevin. Here's Kevin. Come on over. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Completed your training and ready to roll?
Ready to go.
So now you're state representative of the 9th District, right?
I am, yes, sir.
You are representing all of Delaware and all of Special Olympics.
Today it's all about the Special Olympics, absolutely, yeah.
Have you done this?
I have not, first time, first year.
Okay, this is very exciting. And you went through your training.
Yep.
And how are you with heights? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm not crazy about heights, but I've been told you look straight forward as best you can and not down, so that's going to be my goal, that's going to be my game plan.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for being here and helping out the cause for Special Olympics of Delaware. Enjoy it.
It's an honor. Thanks so much for the help. Appreciate it.
So everybody's fired up and ready to go. We've got our first 3 set to go over the edge for Special Olympics of Delaware 2022, and it's going to be a great day. We're looking forward to all of the edgers taking part today, the folks who are the veterans and the folks who are doing this for the first time. It'll be a memorable day for sure, John.
88 people. Thank you, Steve. We got 2 first-timers going and a second-timer. 88 people in total. We'll go over before the day is over. Each of these participants has raised at least $1,100 for the opportunity to rappel 17 stories down this building here in Wilmington that's owned by Brandywine Realty Trust. They've been the generous hosts of this event from the beginning, and they don't just open the doors for us. They open the doors. They provided us the entire 10th floor to be able to stage everything. We had to put some rigging up on the roof to be able to safely get these folks down. So can't thank Brandywine Realty Trust enough. Want to give Esther a shout out. She's the building manager here at Brandywine Realty Trust, and her phone has rang more in the last week than it probably has in a long time, and she's always got an answer and always able to figure out whatever it is we're trying to do. TD Bank, located right here at the bottom, the landing zone as we call it. Wonderful, generous supporters for years, allowing us to put the TV inside. So if you're outside, look to your right, you can look at the TV, and you'll sometimes see the view that you can see live, but you'll also see what's going up on the roof like you are right now, and the picture-in-picture gives you an opportunity to see both. As Steve mentioned, we've got roving reporters all day. He's going to be up on the roof. We're going to have people here in the landing area, including Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from WSDW, Matt Janis, who's a sportscaster with the University of Delaware, the Big East Conference, and the CAA, and Nick Halliday, the sportscaster for the Delaware Sports Live. I'm John Busby, anchoring your coverage today, along with Jimmy Smith, who's producing, and will also be on the air periodically. Also want to mention the supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Sheraton Suites Wilmington downtown, right next door to the building here, and the Delaware Rock Gym, where all of the edgers had an opportunity to go and try rappelling at a little bit of a smaller height, but still to get the feel of what it's like working the rigging and that type of thing for today as well. So once again, we are thrilled that you're tuned in, and know you're probably looking for specific people. And so Rick Johnson, Patrick Tiernan, and Kevin Hensley are getting ready to go over. We're going to go back on the roof to Steve Mons, who's got someone else getting ready to go over the edge.
Thanks, John. Yeah, we have State Representative Ed Osienski here. He he is ready to go. Now, you've done this before.
Yes, I have. The inaugural year, the first year they did it, I participated.
So now we've also got an opportunity to kind of cross the aisles here, right? We're covering all the bases.
Yes, I'm a Democrat in the House of Representatives, and I'm going down with Kevin Hensley, who is a Republican in the House of Representatives.
Working together for one cause.
Bipartisan effort to raise funds for Special Olympics.
Fabulous. Well, enjoy the ride down, and thank you so much for dedicating your day today to helping make Special Olympics for Delaware even better.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so we're continuing to roll on. Our next group is here getting ready for their training. As they do when they come around the corner, they all have this look on their face like, what am I about to do? But everyone is going to enjoy this day. It's pretty cool. It can be scary. It tests your limits, but that's what it's all about today. And also raising money for Special Olympics of Delaware.
All right, Steve, thank you. The first ones are getting harnessed in up on the roof, and they'll be soon taking what they say is that first lean over the edge on their way 17 stories down, 222 feet. If you're watching this and already are thinking this is something I want to do next year, you can register for next year's Over the Edge. It's always the second Thursday of May. Just go to our website, sode.org, Google Special Olympics Delaware, and click on the Over the Edge banner at the bottom of the page, and that will take you to the landing page where you can click on the link and go ahead and register for next year. All you need to register is $50 down, and then you've got the entire year, 364 days, to raise the other $1,050. If you're looking to volunteer for Special Olympics, Summer Games is June 24th and 25th at the University of Delaware, a little bit later than usual because of the USA Games, where 29 athletes from Delaware will be heading to the Disney World complex in Orlando to compete at the USA Games. So if you're interested in coming out to volunteer for the Summer Games, or if you want to be a coach coming in a season that's coming up later, the summer season where we do cycling and golf, or in the fall season where we have 4 or 5 other sports, you can go to that sode.org website and just click on the blue volunteer link to get all of that information. A couple over-the-edge facts. They have done this event for more than 1,000 nonprofits. They've come down 360 different buildings of all shapes and sizes. We've been told by a lot of people that this 17-story building is ideal for the amount of time that it takes you to get down and the distance, that you don't get too tired, but you still do feel like you have a workout. So we have the ideal building, this 300 Delaware Avenue building here that Brandywine Realty Trust generously donates to us every year for this event. More than 75,000 edgers have gone over the edge around the world to benefit different nonprofits. All right, we're going to head back up to Steve Mons, where he has Marie McIntosh with him, a long-time edger and an even longer supporter of Special Olympics Delaware. She is in the Special Olympics Delaware Hall of Fame. Steve, up to you.
She should be in the Hall of Fame. She is a tennis coach, swimming coach, bowling coach, cycling volunteer. You do it all for Special Olympics.
Absolutely.
And you're a daredevil because I know you've done the plunge, right?
Yes.
And this is your 7th time doing Over the Edge?
6th.
6th. Okay, so wow. You must be an adrenaline junkie.
I am.
So what, if you have any words of wisdom for folks who are watching this, who are thinking maybe I want to do it next year, what would you tell them?
I would tell them that the training is excellent. What they show us to do is excellent, and that you will be sure of yourself because of the training that you have up here.
And what's really neat, too, is when you get to the bottom, there is this overwhelming feeling of confidence that you tackled something that not a lot of people do.
That's right. That's right.
Well, enjoy the ride today, and thank you so much for your dedication to Special Olympics.
Thank you so much.
So thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm lucky. I'm not going. Well, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. I love going over, but there's some satisfaction in knowing that I don't have that nervous tension. That even though you've done it 6 times, I'm sure you still have those butterflies, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
The butterflies will be there no matter how many times you've done it. I don't know if you'll ever get really comfortable with it, but it does just spark something in you to come back and do it every year. And I'm not quite sure why, but it's a lot of fun, and we'll be getting to meet a lot of great folks who do a lot of great things here for Special Olympics of Delaware.
All right, Steve, we got a couple of people coming down on the roof, one on the left, one on the right if you're watching a live screen.
So, yeah, we got Richard Johnson on the left. That's the blue rope. His back to the building there. And then on the yellow rope, that is Patrick Tiernan.
And so our first two edgers, first two of 88, will be going. The final edger today is scheduled to go at 4:40, so that gives you some idea. We appreciate you tuning in. If you want to give a shout-out to the person you're looking at, use hashtag SODelaware on Twitter, and it would be a great way for you to give them a shout-out. They'll see that later, and if we see it, we'll mention it on the air as well. So, again, that's SODelaware. Tag us. Use the ampersand and tag us, or the @ symbol, I should say, and tag us so we can see it as we're getting ready to land here. Jimmy, number 1 is on the ground.
And so we're off. A whole day of rappelling is underway, and already got some people ready up top there, but the sense of relief there when you land on the ground, you'll see throughout the day, as families there with them, celebrating with them. We've had really cool visuals here. This is, for us internally, this is camera 3. But camera 3 gives you a lot of really great visuals as people celebrate probably something they've been fretting about for quite a while.
And it's safe to say just about everybody that goes down has somebody waiting for them at the bottom. Might be a spouse, might be a friend, might be a son or daughter, family member, whatever. But what we can't completely measure is how many people are watching this on the live stream, because as we were talking about before we went on the air, there's going to be schools watching, classrooms of kids. There's going to be families gathered in different living rooms who are going to be doing this, and so it's really hard to tell just how many people are watching this. But there's a nice crowd outside already. We started a little bit early because everybody was ready to go. I was up on the 10th floor, which is where people gather, and a lot of people walking around anticipated, saying, all right, I've gotten this far, let me keep going the rest of the way. A couple first-timers. Rick Johnson was one of them, again, from Christ the Teacher Catholic School, also involved with the Knights of Columbus, a long-time supporter of Special Olympics Delaware, that group. So we want to thank him for going for the first time. And so we are excited to be here on the air with you. The weather outside is windy up top, as you've heard Steve Mons talk about, but outside it really is perfect here in the landing area. It's going to be overcast today, which is nice for the people working on the roof, and of course the spectators here, that the sun is not going to be beating down on them. So if you are in the area and want to come by, it's the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. If you work in Wilmington, it's a quick walk on a nice day to come over and check it out. And, no matter how you see it and how you look at it, there's just something about looking high into the air and seeing a skyscraper. That's one image. But then when you see people coming down the side of it, that is a completely different look of that. And so just an amazing spectacle here. Again, the 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Services. We're happy to have you here on the broadcast. Happy to have you out here front looking on the cement out front, in the bleachers that are out there. And so we just are looking for a spectacular day. If you haven't seen the TV yet, look to your right if you're here live, and you'll be able to see the view that is up on the roof as well. And so lots of different views that you're going to be able to see today, which is brand new. We've been broadcasting this for 7 or 8 years, but it's the first time we've had a reporter on the roof. Starting at 10 o'clock, Joe Allen and Nancy Johnson from the WSDW Wake Up Crew will be here, and one will be on the roof and one will be on the ground to talk to people when they finish up with their landing. So we are thrilled to have you here, getting ready for the next couple of people. You can see that first pose down there. And so it's going to be number 3 and number 4 who are heading down.
Some state representatives, 9th and 24th districts. Kevin Hensley and Ed Osinski.
And Hensley, Kevin doing it for the first time, and Ed Osienski doing it for the second time. And they are the 9-10 rappellers. So if you're just tuning in, Rick Johnson and Patrick Tiernan have already gone. Kevin Hensley, Ed Osienski, ready to go. And Marie McIntosh is getting ready to get saddled in on her way down. Lindsay Underwood, Beth Conaway, and Jonathan Picard will also be making their way down very soon as well. All right, you're looking at Kevin Hensley on the yellow. Ed Osienski on the blue. Coming down 17 stories in the 300 Delaware Avenue building. If you're just tuning in, this is the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, the 11th event that they've held here at the Brandywine Realty Trust-owned 300 Delaware Avenue building. And we're going to go back up on the roof to Steve Mons, who's got Lindsay Underwood with him, a coach from Milton Elementary.
Yeah, we're going to grab Lindsay in just a second. She's just about finished with training, and I know they're going to whisk her right over because we do have an open line, so she's going to be ready to go. But you were talking about, John, about how this live stream is going to be seen all over, especially schools, and that's where Lindsay's from, Milton Elementary School. She's also a coach, and she's done this before, but I know she's going to have a lot of people who are watching on the live stream. Maybe you're watching right now waiting to see her go over the edge. She's just a few minutes away from that, so we're looking forward to that. They're doing the training, and the training is so important because what it does is, especially if it's your first time, they let you understand really kind of what you're in control of, and which is really neat. You wouldn't think that you would be responsible for everything that's involved, but you are. You control your speed and you control different things going over the edge, and that's what they're learning right now in a safer environment. Here she comes now. Lindsay, we were just talking about you and your students who are probably watching on the live stream.
Hi everybody at Milton Elementary School. I hope you're excited to see me go down.
So you've done this before?
I have, yes, one other time. So,
okay, so
it wasn't windy, so we'll see how the wind does.
Now, everyone has said that the first time is usually a blur.
Yeah.
Second time is where you're supposed to enjoy the view.
I hope so. I hope so. The hardest part is literally going over the edge. So I think once I get past that, I'll be all right.
Well, you are a tremendous inspiration for all of your students who are watching right now. You're doing such a wonderful thing for Special Olympics.
Thank you so much. I'm just excited. Hi, everybody. Have a great day.
All right, I won't hold you back here. They're waiting for you, so we'll head on over.
Steve, Lindsay is not only a coach for Special Olympics, she coaches at the Cape Henlopen School District at Cape Henlopen High School and has won state championships there as a head coach. So we are just very grateful that she is part of the Special Olympics team as well down there at Milton Elementary. So everybody down there watching from Milton Elementary, you're getting ready to see your teacher, Mrs. Underwood, go over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Those of you just tuning in, it is a 17-story rappel. This is the 11th annual event. 17 stories is 222 feet, in case you were wondering, and that's about 2/3 of a football field. So you football fans can imagine a football field and having to rappel about 2/3 of the way down that there. And so you're seeing the view in the corner of your screen up there, where you can see how they prepare the people up top. And we're getting somebody just getting ready to land here. Jimmy, who is that getting ready to land?
That is what, yellow rope. So that's Kevin. Yeah, so that's Kevin there. Hensley and Ed taking his time, taking it in.
Ed's taking it in. It's his second year coming down at Kevin Hensley, his first year. So he has officially landed. Two different state representatives, Kevin from the 9th district and Ed from the 24th district there. So probably some of their, a lot of people know those names and can see their support of Special Olympics. Special Olympics is basically bipartisan. Everybody loves Special Olympics, and so it doesn't matter what your party affiliation is. So we appreciate Kevin Hensley and Ed Osienski coming down to benefit Special Olympics. Marie McIntosh will be coming down soon, as will Lindsay Underwood, Beth Conaway, and Jonathan Picard. If you just tuned in, this is the 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. And we're going to go back up top to Steve Mons.
Hey, thanks, John. I'm with Beth Conaway. You are also former principal of Milton Elementary.
Yes, I am.
Is this your first time?
Third time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know what you're in for?
Yes, and I'm going to go down with Danny, so my brother, so it'll be good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's wonderful. So keep it as a family thing.
Yes.
Any words of inspiration for folks who have never done this before and maybe thinking about it?
No, honestly, it's so well organized. It's like a well-tuned machine, and it's an adventure, and you can say you did it, and it's for a good cause.
Very few people can say they rappelled down the side of a building in Wilmington.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, enjoy your third time. Have a great time, and thank you so much for helping out Special Olympics.
Thank you very much.
So she's ready to roll. She's excited. I think we're going to have to tether her down here. She's ready to just jump right in, but As the excitement builds, this is where on the top, John, and you know this, that when you're waiting, that might be the kind of most curious part about this whole thing, especially when you're watching other people get buckled in and knowing that you're next. And there's that nervous feeling like there's no turning back now. We're all in. So that feeling will be going on all day today. And if you are thinking about doing this in the future, do it, because everyone I talk to has this feeling of accomplishment, this feeling of you can do anything. When you get to the bottom and you feel like, wow, it's really true. Not many people have done this before. So it's one of those things. You're an elite group, and you're also helping out Special Olympics, and that means so much to so many athletes across the state.
I know she did this originally. She, along with Lindsay Underwood, did this originally to support the school efforts behind the Unified Champion School Program in Special Olympics, where we team people with and without disabilities up on the same team, and we just try to create friendships through that process, and it's been incredibly successful in more than 150 schools around the state of Delaware. But Beth comes right back after retiring and wants to be part of the event and realizes how much that this benefits Special Olympics, and she has seen firsthand exactly how much it changes the lives of not only the children with disabilities in the school systems, but those who are the regular education students. They learn so much from being part of the Unified Champion School Program. So if you're out there watching, listening outside, and your child's school is not involved in Special Olympics in any way, ask the question why and how they can be. It doesn't matter whether it's a public school, a private school, a charter school. There is something involved in Special Olympics for everybody in a way to get them involved with Special Olympics. So don't be afraid to ask the question at your school, and it's a quick phone call to the Special Olympics office. So we are thrilled you're tuned in. We are thrilled you're outside watching up. I'm John Busby, anchoring today's coverage. Along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team, we have Steve Mons on the roof interviewing people as they get ready to go, something we've never done before. And so we're getting a perspective that even the people that have gone over before have never shared with us. We've done interviews in the landing area, and we will do that again today starting at 10 o'clock. But it is nice getting that perspective of people before they go over the edge up on the roof. If you're watching this and you've decided you're in for next year, Google Special Olympics Delaware. That's the website. And then you can easily sign up for next year. I got Steve Mons telling me in my ear he's got somebody else up top ready to talk. Steve, up to you.
That's right, John, from the Delaware State Police. Daniel Hall is here. Ready to roll? Ready to go?
A little scared, but be glad to get it over with and then volunteer for the rest of the day.
Now, have you done this before?
I've done it 10 years. This is my 10 years.
Oh, so what are you worried about? You're a pro.
Don't like heights.
No, I totally get that. But it's for a great cause. And I know you do some stuff with Camp Barnes, right?
Yeah, I do everything. I mean, volunteer, I think, pretty much for everything that Special Olympics has. So, yeah.
So you are all in for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Absolutely, sir. Yes,
well,
sir.
Thank you so much. You're an inspiration to the folks at home. Maybe they're thinking about doing this next year. What do you say to them?
The athletes face adversities every day. This is an adversity for people like myself with fear. Come on out next year and give to the greatest organization in the world and support the Special Olympic athletes that are the best athletes in the world.
Well said. Thank you so much. Enjoy it today. As we get ready to have everyone go over today, there are different reasons and different motivations involved for folks. Maybe it's a personal connection, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's just if you've ever been to a Special Olympics event and you see the smiles on the faces of the athletes, and you realize that this just doesn't happen for free. It takes a lot of money, a lot of dollars, and a lot of volunteer time. So that's why folks do this, and they raise over $1,000 each year and come back. Folks like Daniel 10 times. That's a lot of money that's raised, and it's great, and it's a great way to fund something that is so heartwarming. When like I said, if you've ever been to any of the events, you see the look on the faces of the athletes, and you know it's all worth it. So conquer your fears and come on and give it a shot next year.
Steve, I'm going to keep with you here for a second. We got somebody going over the edge, and so that's a neat thing that's happening right now. I'm not sure exactly who that is. We're going to find out in just a second when we get that. And Steve, when you are you able to see the training
Yes.
that they go on up there?
Yes, I can see the training. They're right. It's to the left of us here. There's a building, or not really a building, but there's like a part of the building up here that's away from the wall, away from the edge, where it's about 1 story up, and this is where they're kind of practicing and getting used to the equipment.
Marie is on the blue rope, and the yellow is going to be Lindsay when she comes down. Steve, when you did this, what was the training like then? Because I think it's changed since then.
It was different. We were around the other side of the building, and we actually rappelled down 1 story on top of the building, which was kind of interesting. Now they really kind of just do some basic training against the wall, learning how to position your feet and how to control the different pieces of equipment. So but it's safety first is really what this is all about, and that's the biggest thing that they show you, and trusting the equipment. That's the thing. That's the key that will get you through the fear. Really, is knowing that your equipment is solid, and the folks up here have nothing but your safety in mind. I can't explain it. It's just something that is very comforting, and they make you very comfortable in what you're doing.
We've had a lot of people say that. That's a common theme that we always hear time and time again when we talk to people once they've landed, is how comfortable the over-the-edge crew made them feel. The amount of safety precautions that are put into this is just unbelievably incredible. And more than 75,000 people have done rappels similar to this all over North America. Not one accident, not one incident. And when you think about that, that is pretty incredible. And the fact that, there's very few stunts, if that's what you want to call this, that you can say nobody has had an injury or something worse, and yet they can. So if you're at home watching this, if you're out front here in the building watching somebody come down and you're thinking, boy, this is something I want to do, go to the Special Olympics Delaware website and sign up for next year. It is always the second Thursday in May, always the second Thursday in May here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. This is the 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. And so if you're close by to the 300 Delaware Avenue building, we're going to be here all day. Last repeller is scheduled to go over at 4:40. And so it's an all-day event here. We're going to have roving reporters in addition to Steve Mons, Nancy Johnson, and Joe Allen will be here at 10 o'clock. Matt Janis from the University of Delaware, the Big East Conference and CAA Conference, and Nick Halliday, who is a sportscaster for Delaware Sports Live, will be with us throughout the day, where we'll be able to give you actions and reactions both on the roof and in the landing area.
So this is Lindsay Underwood, ready to touch, maybe down. There we go. There's Lindsay. And Marie McIntosh on her way down as well. And Steve, man, he's just grabbing all the interviews.
He's gotten everybody. That's what we're paying him to do.
Steve, back up
to you.
I will tell you, they're keeping things moving up here. There's not a lot of wait time. Once you've gone through your training, they move you on over, and over the edge you go. Right now, we've got a couple of folks from Delaware State Police, Jonathan Packard and Andrew Lloyd. You guys ready to go? I've got Jonathan here first. This is your first time?
Yes, sir.
What inspired you to do this?
The athletes. It was great to be able to get involved in Special Olympics, and this is just one way that we can get involved. I like heights, so I figured it was a good opportunity to get out of the office for the day and support the greatest athletes in the world.
Yeah, you can get out of the office, but you've got to go down the side of a 17-story building.
So I get to go down with him, though. So
now, Andrew, this is your first time as well.
Yes, sir.
How you feeling?
Feel fine. It's just another day.
Now, when you guys are obviously with the state police, you go through a lot of training and you do a lot of things. Anything like this?
No, we don't do a lot of height work. Our aviation section, our special operations sections do rappelling, but I'm not affiliated with that.
One of the things I love, if anyone who's ever been to any of the games, that the police and the troopers always present the medals, and I think that is the coolest thing. The look on the athletes' faces, am I right?
Absolutely, yeah, great experience. Just to see, their dedication, their bravery, their commitment, and to see that rewarded, and even more so, being able to deliver that medal to them, it means a lot.
And doing this today, you're also helping out in a big way, too, monetarily raising funds to make sure that the games can go on. So thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Enjoy the ride.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So they're going to head on over and get ready. Like I said, it's a well-oiled machine up here, John. We are rolling right along, getting folks trained and then getting everybody set up. And I can't see what's going on as far as once they go over the side, but it seems like everyone is making good time coming down.
Yeah, it's been a steady flow coming down. It's never a race. In fact, the mechanisms are designed to lock up if you do go too fast. That's one of the many safety features here. And so people watching the live stream and here live, you are seeing people land one after the other and smiles on the faces and a lot of first-timers and always wondering if they're going to come back and hoping they had a great time coming down the over-the-edge event here. 17 stories down the side of the building here. People landing. We've got two first-timers who Steve Mons just talked to. Again, that was Jonathan Picard of the Delaware State Police and also Andrew Lloyd of the Delaware State Police. Andrew is also a coach for long-distance running for the MOT Tigers, one of 5 area programs here in the state of Delaware. If you are interested in coaching or getting more involved, go to the website, click the blue volunteer button at the top. There is something for everybody, especially looking for experienced coaches. You don't have to be the head coach of a state championship team, but it's always nice to have somebody who has coached and wants to coach our Special Olympics athletes. So if you've been thinking about how you can get involved or want to be part of a nonprofit, that's the way to do it. And of course, we have many other opportunities in addition to coaching at Special Olympics. You can work an event like this. We had 15 volunteers show up at 7 o'clock this morning to get things rolling and make sure everything was going smoothly. And right now we have Beth Conaway and Danny Hall coming down the side of the building. They are actually twins, something that we didn't mention when we were interviewing them up top, but Danny has got his sister to come along with him a couple years ago. Beth, if you remember, and talking with Steve Mons on the roof, as a former principal down at Milton Elementary who decided she was going to continue to support the organization despite no longer being at the school. So she and her twin brother are getting ready, are coming down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building, 17 stories, 222 feet. We'll let you enjoy watching them come down. Beth Conaway and Danny Hall. And we're going to send it back up to Steve. Steve, you wanted to mention something Beth told you before she went over.
No, well, we were watching. It's funny. Everybody has a different expression on their face when they're about to go over. There's this Dan's right now going over. He's very serious. He's very focused. Beth was like laughing, like hysterically, and no, in a good way. I mean, she was having so much fun. She put her hands behind her head, and she was enjoying the entire experience. And I think that's the neatest thing about this, is that it's different for everyone, depending on what you are comfortable with. And this takes you out of your comfort zone, and it makes you experience, or actually makes you push yourself to see what you can accomplish. And at the end of the day, everyone here is going to accomplish going over the edge and that satisfaction of kind of conquering some kind of inner fear.
And the repeat customer, as I like to call them, the number of people that come back and do this year after year is about 35%. And we've been told by the Over the Edge people from their corporate office that is an extremely high number. And so something that we are very proud of here at Special Olympics Delaware, and we can't thank those people enough. Danny Hall, again, who you're watching come down right now with his sister, he has done this every single year that we've held this event. And we know he doesn't like heights, but he continues to come back, and he always says it is the athletes of Special Olympics Delaware that inspire him, and really can't give him enough credit for what he does. He's also going to be part of the USA Games contingent that are going to Orlando. We have 29 athletes and a dozen coaches and support staff who will be heading to Orlando, Florida early in June to compete in the USA Games for Special Olympics, and Danny Hall is going to be one of them going along for that. And that is quite a commitment, quite a volunteer commitment, an entire week down there with our athletes. It's one of the best experiences you can have, though. I've been fortunate to go to a World Games and a few USA Games, and it really is a neat thing. So again, if you're looking to volunteer for Special Olympics, go to our website, sode.org, click on the blue button. If you want to do the Over the Edge event next year and you want to get signed up today so you're committed to doing it, you can certainly do that there as well. Just click on the Over the Edge banner for there. So again, here at the Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. And Danny Hall getting ready to land outside. Nice round of applause for him there. And Steve, I want to come back up to you. Yeah, can you tell us what you just told me in your earpiece?
We can actually hear the crowd up here from down below, which is really pretty cool. When you said that Danny was touching down, and I tell you, that is a really neat thing. There's bleachers set up down there, so you'll have a crowd and a lot of people cheering as folks get closer to the bottom. A little tip in on Danny. I was talking about how people have different expressions as they go over. He's done this several times, but you can tell he's still not 100% comfortable with it. But I'm telling you, he went right over. He followed the instructions and over he went. And that's what it's all about. It truly is an unique experience for everyone. And it's great to see the crowd down there. We love that.
Yeah, and it's Danny actually getting ready to land now. The cheers was for his sister that landed a few minutes earlier. This is Danny coming down, and nobody's going to be more relieved today to have both feet on the floor than Danny Hall. Let's give Danny Hall a big round of applause, folks, out there out in the balcony.
There you go.
Steve, how's the wind up there? I know it was windy originally. Has it gotten better, windier? What's it like up top?
It's died down a little bit up here. Every once in a while, you'll get a good gust, which makes you remember that you're on top of a 17-story building. But it's actually gotten a little bit better. We're hoping to see if the sun's going to break out, but I don't know if that's it's getting a little bit lighter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the sun's going to be out today or not. Overcast skies is what it's called for. There's a couple of things we don't care about. We don't care if it's not sunny. We care if it's windy or lightning, and we're not going to have either of those today. We mentioned wind. I was talking to one of the people, and they said basically there has to be sustained winds of 25 miles plus before this event would be delayed, and that's not going to happen today. So it's great news about the weather. We are thrilled about that. We haven't had a weather issue. There was one Over the Edge event where we had about a 15-minute delay for some heavy rain, but as soon as the rain got down to a sprinkle, we went back out, and people continued to go down. Again, safety, the number one priority in this event, and so nobody ever has to worry about should we be doing this in this weather or these conditions, because the crew here, their number one priority is to leave here as they arrived with a 100% safety record here. You're looking up top there. On the blue rope is going to be Andrew Lloyd, and the yellow rope is going to be Jonathan Packard, who Steve Mons talked to a few minutes ago. And so they are scheduled to go over at 9:40, and so we are pretty much about 10 minutes ahead of time. The next group that's going to be, if you're tuned in wondering who's gone over already and who's up next, Danny Hall and Beth Conaway just landed. Andrew Lloyd and Jonathan Packard are getting harnessed in up top. That's the view you can see if you're watching the live stream or you're watching the TV out on the cement bleachers outside. Scott McClymont's coming up. Brian Shoup, Kathy Thompson, Rob Thompson, Megan Schellenberger, and Jennifer Taylor all scheduled to go over the edge here within the next 30 minutes. So we are right on time. If you want to send a shout out to somebody, tag SO Delaware, and they'll be able to see that you are watching them and supporting them on here at Over the Edge. Once again, the building is 222 feet, 17 stories. We're at the Brandywine Realty Trust-owned 300 Delaware Avenue building. This event also sponsored by TD Bank and Newcastle Fire Services. And those of you watching the live stream and out front can see that we have two people getting ready to go over. That's Andrew Lloyd and Jonathan Packard.
Andrew's on the left. This is his fiance and daughter. Jonathan Packard's on the right. Come on, Pac-Man! did. I could definitely hear you.
There you go.
It's his birthday. Yell Drew.
Which one's Drew?
On the right. The yellow, yellow line is Patrick's birthday.
Wait a minute, which one's Drew?
Drew's on this line.
Okay.
The blue.
You ready? Come on, Drew!
It looks like they're good. It looks like they're ready to race. I know. Are they racing? No, because if you get that, it locks up. You don't want it to lock up. You gotta pull yourself up to get out.
Woohoo!
You have to put your hand.
Good job, Dad!
I'm not taking my hands off of it.
Why are you doing this if you want to go that fast?
I just want to get there.
Hey, you gonna do it again? I mean, Danny, you gonna do it again?
I do it every year they have it.
Yeah, Dad!
Good job, Andrew! Okay. Come on, Pack. Good job, Andrew. Good job, Jonathan.
Yeah, Dad! Good job!
Good job, Andrew. Good job, Pack.
So which one's, whose birthday is it?
On the right, Jonathan Packard.
So it's Jonathan?
He's a triple lieutenant in Troop 3, and Andrew's the captain at SBI.
Oh, okay.
And this is his beautiful fiance that's a detective in Troop 3, and his daughter. Good job, Andrew. Good job, Pack.
Good job, Dad! Is this the first time he's done this?
Yes, they both had like a week to prepare,
And now,
or less.
and now we gotta get him to do the boulevard climb. Right.
Good luck with that.
Dad's not doing that.
Good job, Andrew. Good job, Pack.
Alrighty, on the blue rope, we have Andrew Lloyd. And on the yellow rope, Jonathan Packard. Both coming down for the first time. Looks like they're hanging together like two colleagues would, both Delaware State policemen. Coming down, involved in a law enforcement torch run and also coaching. Appreciate their efforts in coming out for the first time. Hopefully it won't be the last time. And, Steve, we got some people up in training, so we're waiting on a couple interviews. But, you know, we've talked, you've been to just about every over-the-edge event yourself. And you've not only gone over twice, I'm going to use the word encouraged some of your employees to go over the years as well. And, you know, what has been some of the feedback you've gotten from the people who you've asked to go over to support Special Olympics?
There's a lot of fear, and it's understandable because when you say you're going to rappel down the side of a 17-story building, people kind of look at you sideways like, what are you, crazy? But then once they do it or once they see other people do it, I think there's just a fascination and there's this question of, can I do it? Would I be able to do it? I know that my wife, not a chance. I've tried to talk her into it for several years, and she's like, nope, that's your thing. You do it. She won't even do the plunge either. So I got to continue to work on her. But she supports in other different ways, and that's really kind of what's neat about Special Olympics of Delaware is there's a lot of different ways that you can pitch in and help out, like you said, John. You can become a volunteer. You can become a coach, which I did for the first time this past summer, coaching golf for the MOT Tigers, which was an eye-opening experience. And it really gives you an idea of where your dollars are going. I mean, I've been raising money for Special Olympics for so many years, ever since I got to know John Busby, and he asked me to do whatever it is we needed to do for Special Olympics. But once you see where those dollars go, and when you see the smiles on the faces and you know that you're changing lives, there's nothing that you won't do. And that's why something like this event, as scary as it may be, folks are lining up to do it because they know how important it is to make sure our athletes in the state of Delaware have the opportunity to compete, because there's nothing better. There's nothing better than those smiling faces. And so we'll do anything, whatever crazy event you can come up with, John, we're ready to go.
Steve, you talked about coaching the sport of golf, and can you tell our viewers and the people downstairs in the landing area why we got a little bit of a lull there, nobody coming down the side of the building, you know, what the golf program entails? It's not just teeing it up and playing 18 holes. There's a couple different ways you can be involved.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ability levels, and what you're right. It's not just going out and playing 18 holes. We had folks who had maybe just went to the driving range, and we kind of taught them how to just get the ball off the ground, and what an accomplishment that was, and how much fun that was. And then we'd go over to the putting green, and we'd do a couple of different, putting exercises, and the feeling and the jubilation watching someone hole a 10-foot putt who had never putted before or held a putter. Just the greatest thing. And so we go through all different skills and all sorts of different training. And then there are some who will play 18 holes or play 9 holes with their folks or with a unified partner. And then there's competition at the end of the season. And that was something that I found totally fascinating. And there were different, trying to remember where we had it at this year. It was exciting to watch just the different ability levels and the different, everybody was smiling and everyone was succeeding. They were playing a sport that maybe they didn't think they were going to be able to play several years ago. All made possible with Special Olympics donation dollars.
Yeah, it was held at Mapledale Country Club that generously donates the use of the course for that event and has for several years. It's actually the original place we held the Golf State Championship. It moved away from there for a variety of reasons, but then brought us back, and we are thrilled to be back there. And as Steve mentioned, you don't have to be a great golfer. Although Steve is a good golfer. You don't have to be a great golfer to be part of the Special Olympics golf program. You can be a unified partner and play alternate shot for 9 holes. You can coach somebody who's just learning how to swing the club, as Steve said. And so there really is a variety of ways to get involved. And one of the neat things we've found is that it's easy to get equipment for golf because all you need to do is put out on Facebook you're looking for a set of golf clubs for a Special Olympics athlete, and you get lots of replies because every house where somebody has played golf, there's golf clubs there that somebody wants out of the garage. And so it's one of the neatest sports we have. It's one of our summer sports. If you're listening to this and you want to get involved in that, go to the SODE.org website, click on the blue volunteer button so you can get involved. The spring sports start pretty soon. The summer sports start pretty soon. And so now the time to get set up to coach the sport of golf and cycling if you are interested in that. Again, that's SODE.org. And click on the blue volunteer button to get involved at this. If you're just tuning in, this is the live stream of the 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. We're going to send it back up to Steve Mons, who is with Scott.
Hey, one final tip in there, John, about talking about coaching and different things like that. Don't feel like you've got to be an expert to volunteer and help. Just have your time and getting out there and showing folks how to do certain things. Like I was afraid. I'm not a good golfer, but I love the sport, and it was great to be able to share just the basic skills. So if you're thinking about it, volunteer. Don't think about it anymore. It's so rewarding. Let's see if we can grab Scott here. Scott Claymont from Four World Ministries. You ready to go over the edge today?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm all set.
Have you done this before?
Did it last year for the first time.
Okay, so you know what you're in for.
I do. And my wife's down there cheering me on. My life insurance is all paid up.
So tell me, what inspires you to go over the edge and help out Special Olympics?
The Special Olympians, the kids and the adults. It's just so rewarding to be able to do something, to feel like I've given back and to help and support. And it's just a beautiful thing.
Is there anybody you want to thank who maybe made today possible, making donations or a little bit of encouragement?
Well, I do want to thank my awesome wife. She made that possible. And then everybody at For the World Ministries, which is my church, and beyond.
Wonderful. Well, enjoy the ride today, and thank you so much for helping out with Special Olympics.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So we're going to he's going to be heading on over to one of the open ropes. It looks like they're going to start getting folks over there. Head on over that way and get some more folks wrapping up their training over here as well. So we'll be talking to them in just a couple of seconds. You mentioned that safety is paramount here. And if you can see, I'm not sure if the camera is showing the shots of the setup here, but the number of ropes and the number of safety ropes and harnesses and helmets, it's amazing. These guys really do take their record seriously. 100% safety is key. And they do it in such a way that makes you feel so comfortable, not like you're nervous or afraid need. It's just a confidence level, a confidence in the people, and a confidence in the equipment, and a confidence in yourself, and to being able to achieve something that maybe you didn't think you could ever achieve. It truly takes a village, and that's really what it is up here. It's a village of a bunch of safety folks and folks who know what they're doing, making this all possible. And I think we have coming over right now, who do we have here? Oh, it's Kathy. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
You are fired up and ready to go.
I am ready.
What inspires you to help out Special Olympics of Delaware?
Oh, well, I'm on the Red Clay School Board. We have a lot of special needs students in our schools. We want to support all those special needs students. My son, whom I'm rappelling with, he was a referee, and he worked always for the Special Olympics. So we just want everybody to be doing really well and happy and get all the resources they need.
Excellent. Now, do you have any fear of heights?
Not really, not that I know of.
Good, that's wonderful. Then you're going to enjoy the ride.
I am going to enjoy the ride. And it's been great training, so I feel they're amazing. And he's looking out for me. He made my helmet so that it wasn't crooked. He's looking out for how I look.
Well, it's better to look good too than it is to feel good going over.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, enjoy the ride, and thank you so much for helping out with Special Olympics of Delaware. And your son is coming over too next, right? Okay, Rob. Okay, wonderful. We'll see if they can get you guys going down together. That'd be pretty cool. So, very nice.
Was that Rob that was doing the photo bombing upstairs there, Steve?
I think so, yes.
The wonderful pictures that you're seeing are compliments of the wonderful video crew we have here on site. Jimmy Smith, the producer of the digital team here in Delaware.
Yeah, and then we got Tommy Tyree and Lauren Tyree are outside. This is, for all those playing at home, this is Lauren's shot right here. And then this is Tommy. And then up top, Jack Roberts. That's him right there getting us the great stuff on top of the building.
And if you're wondering what it took to put this whole production together, we want to thank Showworks,
Yes.
A locally owned company here that does a lot of work with Special Olympics Delaware. They were here all day yesterday. I got here at noon, and there were wires hanging down from the roof and being funneled throughout the building here. All the cameras are hardwired, so you can imagine the number of feet that goes into that type of thing. We added some logistical things here this year. This is the first time we've ever had what I call a roving reporter up on the roof. And starting at 10 o'clock, we will also have one here on the ground when Nancy and Joe Allen from the WSDW Wake Up Crew join us after they get off the air of their morning show. They were gracious enough to come and volunteer their time to be part of this new style production. And so if you're enjoying it, let us know so we know to do it again this year. It's great to hear the people up top before they go over, and it's going to be fun to listen to them once they land.
Yeah, because remember the first couple years and even the last couple years, really up until this year, it's just been you and I.
Yep.
Talking for 10 hours, occasional interview. People normally wanted to not do the interview, but now Steve's jumping right. Look, he's jumping right at him. We're hearing in our ear. He's grabbing him as we go here. So, look, got another one.
See here, Rob, going over with your mom, right?
Yes, I am. I'm very excited. So.
Is this your first time?
This is my first time, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so tell me, what is your gut telling you right now?
Just trust in the safety protocols and have fun.
Actually, that's the key, and these guys will make you, if they haven't already, they're going to make you feel really comfortable with what you're doing. There is a moment of truth that when you're up there and they tell you to lean back, and it's almost like contrary to your brain is like, no. What do you mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm prepared for it, and we'll have fun. So,
what's the craziest thing you've done to this point?
Oh man, I mean, I've been skydiving 3 times. Okay. I've scuba dive a lot, bungee jumping. So anything.
Okay, so you're definitely you're a thrill seeker, and this is right up your alley.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. It's a lot of fun. So. Keep on doing it.
That's why I said, when I found out about this, I said, do you want to rappel? He's like, yes.
Sounds like it's in the family blood there, I think, right?
Yeah, I guess she wasn't always like that, but maybe more in her elder years.
So, Steve, I'd be curious, who convinced who?
Yeah, the question John wants to know, who convinced who to do this?
There was no convincing. I was at a school board meeting, and one of my, Ashley Sabo, who is going to do this, she was trying to convince our superintendent to do it, and he mentioned it to me, and I'm like, in a heartbeat, I'll do it. And I called him up. I said, I know my son will do it with me. I called him up. He's like, yes.
So it's that simple, right? So just all in. Any words for anybody at home who's thinking, can I do this? Should I do this?
just do it. Yeah, just do it, and yeah, it'll be fun. So.
All right, so there you go. It's all in the family, and you guys are going to be going over in just a few minutes. So I would tell you to enjoy it, but I have a feeling you're going to, no matter what. So a great day here today for Special Olympics of Delaware, and a lot of smiling faces going over the edge. And it's a thrill. It's a thrill of a lifetime. And as you're seeing the pictures and the video, watching folks go over, there are some nervous moments, but it's all smiles when folks land on the ground. Right, John?
Scott McClymont getting ready to come down. Going to be one of those ones smiling here. You can see the crowd. You can hear the crowd down here. A nice turnout. Had the bleachers put up early this morning so people can come and relax and look up, because it is a long look up, so your neck gets sore if you're right underneath the building. Got some great volunteers in the volunteer area making sure there's a little lip about on the second story where you actually have to be pulled out a little bit to get over that safely. And so we thank the volunteers down in the landing area. We're going to go back up to Steve Mons. He's got somebody else getting ready to go over the edge.
All right, as the training gets completed, we'll move folks on over here. And here comes Megan Schallenberger. You look a little bit nervous.
Well, very nervous.
Is this your first time?
This is, yes.
Okay, so now what are your expectations? What do you think is going to happen over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes?
I'm hoping I get a lot of excitement and positivity and I can just get down the edge.
Well, one of the nice things, and you've already experienced it doing the training, is that the staff here is amazing, and they'll make you even more so when you get over there closer to the edge. They're going to make you feel really comfortable.
Perfect. Love that.
Now, what's your connection? Why do you do this for Special Olympics?
I'm a special education teacher for the Meadowood program, so I'm doing it for my students.
There you go. So maybe some students are watching right now inspired by what you're doing.
Yes, they should be, hopefully.
Well, keep that smile on as you go over the edge, and know you're doing a great thing, and this is going to be a thrill of a lifetime.
So thank you.
Enjoy. So we've got a lot of folks who have been up here doing this for the 9th, 10th time, and then there's folks like Megan who are doing it for the first time. All smiles up here on the roof, and it is really a pretty cool atmosphere when you think about it, because normally if you're up on top of a roof and you're talking about going over the side, it just doesn't seem natural. It just doesn't seem right. But it's very inspiring, and a lot of folks who are maybe pushing themselves to the limit, knowing that in doing so and raising so much money today, it does make a difference for so many lives throughout the year with Special Olympics and all the athletes and everything that goes to putting on the games and the practices and the competition. All comes down to events like this that make it all possible. And folks like Megan, and we also have, I think Jennifer is also getting ready. She's just about finished up with her training. And so they'll be going over the edge.
Just a reminder, if you're here watching live in the landing area at the bottom of the 300 Delaware Avenue building, look to your right, and inside the TD Bank, we actually have a TV set up, another first for this live stream, where you can go over and you can actually see some roof coverage that you haven't been able to see in the past unless you were home watching a live stream. We've always had a camera up on the roof, but again, if you're here live, you can't see up on the roof. This year you can. And so, again, we appreciate ShowWorks making that happen, and, of course, the digital team making this coverage so unique for any over-the-edge event. Steve, back up to you.
Yeah, the sun's breaking through up here, John, which is really kind of nice. Sunshine getting a little bit warmer. Jennifer Taylor just completed her training, and are you going over with Megan?
I'm going over with Megan Schallenberger, yes.
Now, is this your first time?
Yes.
Who convinced you to do this?
My team at Meadowood. Yep, Room 101's cheering us on.
Nice.
And my dad made it possible. He passed away in December, but he donated all the money, so.
So you're doing this in his honor, and he'll be watching over you.
Because I couldn't do it before COVID, and then I didn't do it last year. I was like, I have to do it this year.
So what's great about that is I love the fact that there are folks watching who are on the stream, the kids' school, and all inspired by you and your bravery today.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going to be great. And my kids at Heritage Elementary are watching, I think, so it's going to be great.
All right, so you've got an audience, and they'll be watching you, and they'll be watching you go over the edge in just a few minutes. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much.
You guys the energy is great. I love watching you guys bounce off each other. There's that nervous tension, but they're both smiling, and they're so excited. They can't wait to go over the edge. And we'll be having this. There they are. They're ready to go. We got to kind of harness them down before they get over to the wall. But this is going to be a lot of fun all day today, and we're going to be meeting a lot of great folks with a lot of great stories and a lot of great reasons for helping out Special Olympics of Delaware. Over the Edge 2022, some more folks going over as we speak, mother and son going over.
Yep, on the blue rope, that's Rob Thompson, and on the yellow rope, that's Kathy Thompson, both going over for the first time. Both have reached that position where they tell you to lean back, and a lot of people say, and arms out there. Rob putting his arms out up there on the blue rope, and that's the postcard shot, as we like to call it. We have camera crews here throughout, not only doing the live stream, but getting pictures for people so that they'll have them and memories that they'll have. They're always available on our website at sode.org, where you can also sign up for next year or sign up to volunteer either at the upcoming summer games in June or for our summer sports season, which is golf and cycling. You can see Kathy Thompson waving to the crowd down there. So, again, those of you that want to watch this on TV, if you're here live, look to the right. It's inside the TD Bank building. Right now, you're getting the same shot that you can see live, but lots of roof angles we'll have for you throughout the day as well that if you've never watched the live stream, you've actually never seen. If you're just tuning in, this is the live stream of the 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. The 11th time we've done it, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service, supported by Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Sheridan Suites in Wilmington downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym.
So, John, up to 335 views so far here on YouTube, and right now 61 people watching live. And so those numbers will grow throughout the day. You know, we'll reach probably 100 and some concurrent, depending on who the edgers are. But throughout the day, you know, into the thousands in total number of views. But like we always say, that's not truly indicative of the viewership we actually have. And a lot of you hearing us say that right now understand why, because there's probably a room full of 50, 100 some people, maybe an entire school gymnasium watching right now, and we're all really gracious for you guys having watch parties.
And just like when Beth Conaway went over along with her brother Danny Hall, Lindsay Underwood from Milton Elementary, we know there was a lot of people at Milton Elementary with that. So just a great turnout today here live. Beautiful weather to be a spectator today. And if you're tuned into the live stream, we appreciate you tuning in. I'm John Busby, anchoring today's coverage, which will last from now until 5 o'clock. Jimmy Smith is producing it from the Vigil team. Steve Mons is currently up on the roof. Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from the USTW Wake Up Crew on their way for the 10 to 12 shift, when we will also add a roving reporter to talk to people after they land. So we hope you're enjoying this new coverage of the live stream. We've been live streaming for 7 or 8 years, trying to figure out exactly how many years it's been. This is the 11th year that we have done the Over the Edge event. So we are thrilled that you're tuned in. If you're watching this and thinking, boy, I'd love to do this next year, you can go to the Special Olympics website. Just Google Special Olympics Delaware. Click on the Over the Edge button, and you'll be able to sign up for next year. You just put down a $50 deposit, and you have 364 days to raise the rest of the money. The only place you can rappel down the side of a building legally is here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building, all to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than 4,200 athletes of all ages compete in 19 sports year-round as part of the Special Olympics program. And a lot of the people don't know this, but we are the only state in the country where you can participate in Special Olympics completely free. The state office funds everything from registrations to training facilities to equipment to uniforms to competitions and everything that goes into those competitions, from housing to meals and a lot of other things that people don't think about. So the money that is raised today, which will total more than $100,000 easily before it's all said and done, two important things about that. Every single dollar stays in the state of Delaware, and everything goes to the program here in Special Olympics Delaware, where our athletes compete completely for free. Back up to you. You said you have a good take on something up there.
Yeah, I know that there's folks who are actually on the ropes coming down now. But our next pair, Megan and Jennifer, I think you maybe heard the energy that they had. They are both so excited and smiling. They're about to get hooked into the harness at the top. And there's just... Gosh, it's just so exciting. It's so much fun to watch. They're so thrilled. There's that nervous energy, but they're channeling it into, as you know, from time to time when you're really nervous or scared about something, that you'll just laugh. you'll just have this nervous laughter that comes out. It's nothing but that with the two of them. They are so scared but thrilled and enjoying every moment of this so far here at the top.
And that's a great perspective, Steve, that we've never had in all the years we've done this live stream. We've had the picture up there, but it's hard sometimes. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and sometimes that's true, but now we're hearing actually what is going on. People here live, and on the live stream you can see Kathy Thompson getting ready to finish up her plunge, or rappel, I should say. Plunge, a whole different category in this organization. Getting ready to finish up her rappel, coming down as she is going to land very gently here at the bottom. Big round of applause for Kathy Thompson if you're here live.
So we're at the top of the building as our rappellers are going over the edge, and it got me thinking a lot about, the folks at home who are considering whether or not this is something that they want to do in the future. It's don't be intimidated by the fact that you have to raise $1,000. As soon as you put the word out on social media about what you're going to attempt to do, you will find that there will people who will donate dollars to make sure that you don't back out.
Yeah, Steve, it's just so unique, right? Because it's not Girl Scout cookies, and I just thought of Girl Scout cookies. I don't mean to demean Girl Scout cookies. Actually, everybody loves them. But
Right.
you're not selling magazine subscriptions. You're not selling stuff that everybody sells. You're selling a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Right.
And so, I think that's what makes this super unique. It's once in a lifetime because you may not get the gumption to do it again. But here in Delaware, this is your only shot to do it. So, I think it is easy to rally behind, and watching teachers and coworkers do it. I think you're absolutely right that this is not really that hard of a sell.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who will support you in doing so. And one of the other things that I think is neat, too, as long as everyone is a willing participant, you find somebody in your office who maybe is hedging, or they're on the fence and they're like, nah, I don't know if I want to do it. You just rally everybody in the office and say, hey, look, $20 from each person, we're going to send Bob over the edge. And it really kind of, there's a camaraderie that builds up, and it's just a... It gets everyone involved, even though only one person is going over. It's as if it's a team effort, and that's really what's pretty cool about it. And now the fact that they can watch it on the stream or watch it from the street it does make it more of a fun event when you've got a group of people rallying behind you. And so don't be intimidated by having to raise so much money. I'm telling you, you would be surprised how quickly you'll be able to raise the money to go over the edge.
It's hard to argue when the entire office or the entire family puts in $20, $50, $100 to make this possible. There's no going back then.
Right. Well, that's just it. As soon as the first donation dollar is cast, you're committed.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
But it's a good thing, and again, it's one of those things that snowballs because a friend of a friend heard that you're going over, and they want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of something bigger than themselves, and that's really what it is. And so one person has to be the person who goes over the edge, but everybody else can say, I was a part of that. I helped raise money for Special Olympics of Delaware. So you can be that one person. You just gotta get yourself your courage up and tackle the side of this building, which is really pretty rewarding when you get to the bottom.
Yeah, and then the next natural step is you go from donating to
and it is
going
17
over the edge.
stories. One of the things, the very first time that I went over a few years ago, once you get past the first phase of leaning back over the wall and starting to go down with your feet, you get a little bit comfortable with that. You get about maybe 30, 40 feet down, and then you start to see the people in the office building looking out the window at you, which is an experience I wasn't prepared for. But they did motivate me, and they're waving, and they're giving me the thumbs up. And I'm like, okay, this is good. I can enjoy this now and continue down. And it's one of those things. The very first time you do it, I think it truly is a blur. And you don't remember. You'll remember little things, like somebody giving you a high five from an office window, and the sound of the crowd cheering at the bottom. But the second time you do it, you have a different perspective because you know what to expect. And I remember just looking around, looking at the buildings, looking at a perspective of the city that I never had before. And not many people get to experience downtown Wilmington from 17 stories up, looking down at the street or looking over at the different bank buildings. It's cool. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Although this time it's once a year you can actually do this if you're so brave. And it's just so much fun. So if you're thinking about it, or if you know of somebody who might really enjoy this, sign them up. I know John was mentioning before that you can deposit $50 and then you can raise money over the course of a year, and you'll be surprised how fast you can raise money to go over the edge. And it's a great cause for Special Olympics of Delaware. One of the great events of the year. The polar bear plunge is another one that takes a little bit of courage, but both in different kinds of ways, I guess you could say.
Alrighty, on the blue rope we have Jennifer Taylor and yellow Megan Schellenberger heading down, and just arriving here live outside, Nancy Johnson of the WSDW Wake Up Crew. Let's give her a big hand.
I forgot you're also DJing outside, so.
Her morning partner, Joe Allen, is heading up on the roof, so he will be with us here. We are thrilled that the Wake Up Crew is with us today. They just got off the air, and they headed right over here. Both Nancy and Joe have done the Over the Edge event themselves. They've been here at the crack of dawn, as in 4:30 a.m., setting up remotes in the past. And we thought, what a great way to get them involved this year than having them interview people both on the roof and here in the landing area. Alrighty, as we get Jennifer and Megan getting ready to land. Nancy, do you remember that feeling when you went over the edge? What it was like when your feet finally hit the ground?
Yes. My feet hit the ground. I think I held the record for taking the longest to come down the side of the building, though. I'm serious. Like, they were like, wow, it's taking her forever. But I was never so happy to get on the ground. And I know for a fact my pants split. In 2 spots. Each cheek. Right there.
Hopefully Jennifer and Megan didn't have that problem. We're going to try to catch them when they come over to talk about their experience. But, you know, Nancy, you held off doing this for years, and you finally decided you were going to take that. I'm going to use the word plunge again. We can kind of plug 2 of our big events in the same sentence. But are you glad that you did do it?
I am glad that I did it so you guys will stop asking me to do it. And I will say, I mean, it was certainly a thrill, but I mean, I'm going to be honest, it was scary, at least for me. I'm happy to support Over the Edge any way I can from the ground.
All righty, so
That's
we're going to hang on there and wait and see if Jennifer and Megan head on over so you can chat with them, getting their photos taken. Big crowd there.
Oh, my goodness. This is wonderful. All right, Megan, I see this is your first year.
First time, yes.
And then how do you feel? I mean, are you just so alive?
I feel great now. It was a workout, though. I'm sweating.
I know, right? How about your hand? My hand's cramped. How about yours?
My arms, my abs.
Your abs. I like how you guys say you have abs. I always say I don't have abs. Jennifer, this is your first year, too?
Yes, it's my first year.
And are you guys friends?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. She's a teacher in the classroom, room 101. Woo! And I'm the para.
Wonderful. And what grades do you guys teach?
3rd and 5th.
3rd and 5th. Are all your students watching?
We think so. Everybody there? Yes, I think they are. And my kids at Heritage Elementary, I think, are watching as well, Nathan and Anthony. Woo! Yes.
Oh, guys, well, congratulations. You made it, and your pants did not split. I checked.
Thank God. Thank you.
All righty, Jennifer Taylor and Megan Schellenberger. Give them a big hand. Thank you for supporting Special Olympics Delaware from the Red Clay School District, both going over for the first time. Congratulations. Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for
Alrighty, for those of
something
you
new and
out front
unexpected,
live, we're on a
and
commercial
you never
break
say you
for the
can't
live
do
stream.
something. So I'm hoping
Waiting
today
for the
to model
next
that
few
for all the kids back
repellers
at
to
OBS.
get up
Over
on
the
the
Edge is
roof
the
to
perfect
begin their
activity to
training. So
enable
we're probably going to have
students,
about
staff, and even
a
families and
10-minute
friends to
lull
rally
here
behind a
before the
member
next
of the
people
school
come over. We
community
are
who
running
dares to do something
ahead of
brave
schedule
and
by about
extraordinary.
15 minutes, and so
what a great lesson
that's
to
probably
teach
one of the
the students of
reasons
today
that we
who will be the
have
leaders
this
of
delay
tomorrow.
here.
Go out of your
Nothing major
comfort
about
zone,
that, that's
challenge
for sure.
yourself, and
Coming
make
up,
a
still
difference.
come up, Brendan
You can do
McCloskey,
it.
May
We're so
Daniels,
excited.
Ashley
This is the
Maddox,
first
Carol
year that we've
Percy, and
actually
Ted
had
River
Special
will all
Olympics
be
Delaware
going
teams,
over the
in our
edge
building,
for
so we
Special
got involved
Olympics
that way,
Delaware.
and
But
then we got our
we're going to take a break
children involved in
ourselves,
Over the Edge
and so
to
we'll let you
continue
enjoy
to
the
support
beautiful
Special
weather
Olympics by
outside, and don't
having
worry,
half
we
days,
will be
selling
back on
bracelets,
before
and
you
they
see the
have
rear
just
end
all of our
of the next
fundraising
people
funded
going
from our
over
kids.
the
And
edge.
so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited, and we have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday, they were like, "Oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow." They like can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the two administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
I must be tough, I must behave, I must keep fighting. Don't give it up, I want to keep us compromising. Open your arms and pray to the truth that you're denying. Give in to the game, to the sense that you've been hiding. Is it desire, or is it love that I'm feeling for you? I want desire, 'cause your love only gets me abused. 'Cause your love, 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 'cause your love only gets me abused. 'Cause your love, 'cause your love, 'cause your love, 'cause your
These athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her two brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. So, what does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and run and then run back. And finally, when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family. And in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you're thinking, oh, she's going to be bursting into tears. I miss you and everything. It's like, no, hi, Mom, and bye, Mom, and see you later, Mom.
I was kind of nervous about it at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
When I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, just get yourself ready, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. I'm somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
I think her purpose is to show people that with someone with intellectual disabilities, you can do whatever you set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. It made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything. These athletes.
Oh, the day David was born, it was a terrible storm. But he was born December the 6th, 1983 in Montgomery, Alabama at Maxwell Air Force Base. When he was a little boy, a baby, he was active, he was always smiling and grinning, and he was very loving. When he was 1 year old, we were on a trip and David had a grand mal seizure. There were no indications that he had any problems at that point. His language was developing normally. Just thinking about what it looked like, I thought he was really dying. From that point on, his language, the few words he knew were gone. That was my first indication that something might be wrong, but I thought it was just a seizure disorder. Age 3.5, when he entered autism, we realized that language was his greatest barrier, and we began to work on the language. He had a babble no one understood. He had no recognizable words. It was 9 before we heard a first word, and it was done with a communication card and me repeating a word. And when I said water, because he wanted water, and he said water, oh, finally there was a breakthrough, and David was able to at least repeat one word that he understood, water. It still took us until age 13 to get him to string more than one word together and form a simple sentence. And based on his language capabilities, they found through testing that David had Landau-Kleffner syndrome, which is a neurological impairment in the brain that affects the speech center, which robbed him of his language at 1 when he had that seizure, and also his ability to understand spoken language. When David turned 20, I put David in Special Olympics, first thinking he would just have a social group, he would get out of the house, he would be physically active. But Special Olympics is so much more than that. It gave him a pool of people that he could hang out with and make friends with. And through his sports in Special Olympics, he gained a passion for powerlifting. And he took that powerlifting and used it to gain independence. He's had a job now for 10 years at Home Depot. Through his powerlifting, he became a strong young man. So now they use that resource to do heavy lifting at Home Depot. That helped him with his manhood and his development. But the biggest thing that Special Olympics did that I never expected it to do was to give David the confidence of speaking. A person who was unable to communicate at 9 and only had a 3-word sentence at 13, David went from that to stand before hundreds of people and deliver a speech.
Special Olympics is an important part of my life. I play 7 sports and have won many medals. Good luck in your sports. We are all winners!
Special Olympics is more than sports.
Thank you.
I cannot find the words to express what Special Olympics has done for David.
Welcome back to the live internet stream of the 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. This is the 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service, taking place at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, Delaware. If you're tuned into the live stream, come on down and check it out. But we got a great crowd outside, and one of the people out there in the crowd, actually, she's got a headset and a microphone doing a little dance right now, Nancy Johnson from WSDW. Hello, Nancy.
Hey there, how are you?
Boy, you're pretty popular out there.
I think it's only because you made everybody cheer.
I was out there last year. I never got a cheer like that. So we are thrilled that you and Joe Allen, who's going to be up on the roof here in the next 5 minutes or so, people will be able to see him on the TV to your right inside the TD Bank building there. We have the live TV coverage, and we got Nancy on camera up there. Nancy, what's the crowd out there like?
Are you guys excited?
Looks exciting.
Yeah, I'm thinking we have quite an excited group here. You know, usually we're here very early in the morning for our morning show broadcast, and we start the show at 5:30, and it's usually dark and there's nobody here. So this is really, really lovely. And, of course, this is when all the action really happens anyway. I mean, all for Over the Edge and to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, an organization that is just near and dear to all of our hearts. So we are happy to be here. Happy, happy, happy.
Well, Nancy, we certainly appreciate you. You guys got off the air, scooted over here to volunteer your time to just enhance this coverage that we're doing for the first time. We've got an interviewer up top, interviewer here on the bottom, so we get to talk to people before they go over and when they land. And, of course, the TV people get the shot there. You can see, if you're watching the live stream outside, people who are looking down from up top. Not sure if they can hear us. Got a couple of people getting ready to get harnessed in to come down. And Nancy, you remember that feeling probably, walking around on the roof, kind of staying away from the edge a little bit, but knowing eventually you're going to go over the edge.
Yes, I was very well prepared. Let's put that out there. Like, I was trained in all of the things I needed to be trained in, but like, I was not prepared for my inner soul and being to be as petrified as I was. But you know what? We did it. Everybody got me over the edge safely and down. And like I said earlier, I split my pants in 2 places. So I feel like I have done my deed for the cause.
You certainly did. Now, was your husband and kids here watching you go over? I can't remember.
I don't recall that they were. I think they were at school and work. But there were enough people here. In fact, our lovely volunteers who are on the receiving end of our Over the Edgers, they're like, "Oh yes, we remember you well."
We've had a lot of people from what is now Forever Media go over the edge from the office up here. Yourself, Joe Allen, Sean Green, all went over the edge. And so lots of support from Forever Media over the years going over the edge. So, again, we are thrilled that you are here, and we're going to let you go enjoy the crowd a little bit. We're getting ready, folks. We've been told that the people upstairs, the next ones going over, are going through the training, and that usually means they're probably about 5 minutes away from getting harnessed in before they will come over the edge. So hang in there. We appreciate everybody who is here today, both live and joining on the live stream. If you're looking at this and thinking, boy, this is something I am going to do next year, well, while your adrenaline is high, why don't you go sign up right now? If you got a phone out there live or you're at home, you can go to SODE.org, click on the Over the Edge button, and get yourself signed up.
Always an amazing event. Delaware comes together. We've had state representatives. We've had both sides of the aisle, as Steve had mentioned earlier. This isn't something that people can argue about. Special Olympics is a bringer togetherer, if you will. I'm making words up, but it's not anything anybody can argue about. This is something you have to support. And I now live in the state of Ohio. I've lived in Mississippi. I've lived in Tennessee, through my time, and Special Olympics Delaware was always visible to me when I was here in Delaware. And my time in Ohio, it's not. I know they exist.
Right.
I know Special Olympics of Ohio exists. But Special Olympics of Delaware is so in the community and so entrenched in so many people's daily lives, it's unavoidable. And so big kudos to everyone involved. Your team, the communications and marketing and the opportunities given, everyone that's out there supporting now. I don't think you necessarily realize how special Special Olympics of Delaware is, and Delaware as a state in general.
I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith. That's who you hear there, owner and president of the digital team. They are heading up today's live stream production. Several cameras on the roof, on the ground. We appreciate those people being here today. Steve Mons was up on the roof. He has now been replaced by Joe Allen of WSCW. You all know Nancy Johnson is here. Matt Janis, a sportscaster with UD, the Big East, and the CAA will be here later on today, as will Nick Halliday, the sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports. We are thrilled that you are tuned in and with us. The 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. Also want to mention the supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym, which graciously opens their gym a few times for people who want to go try rappelling before they actually have to rappel down the side of this 17-story building. Each participant has raised at least $1,100 to do this 17-story rappel. We have two people who have done it every single year. One already went over. Danny Hall went down with his twin sister, Beth Conaway, about 45 minutes to an hour ago. And later on today, Marianne Evans, a mom of a Special Olympics athlete and longtime volunteer and supporter, will be making her 11th rappel down the side of the Delaware Avenue building as well.
How the excitement of this event. I know the polar plunge is the one where Special Olympics Delaware kind of, that's where you make your name. That's where a lot of the national recognition comes from. But this event is so unique. I know, in Ohio, for example, I only have one other frame of reference. We jump in Lake Erie, and it's cold, and that's cool.
And they count that as a plunge?
They count that as a plunge. Well, our body of water is the Great Lake. But this doesn't happen there. Rappelling down the side of a building doesn't happen there. So I think the breadth and the dynamic events you have where the community can donate their time, volunteer as a coach. They can be a referee, umpire, what have you. They can just pass out water or manage T-shirts, or they can get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't have to have any connection to Special Olympics when you sign up to do this, and then you have one for life. I think that's what's so nice about the plunge and so nice about this event, that it's almost a destination for thrill seekers, and it's a good way for them to be introduced to the programs and the opportunities.
And that's a great way to put it. We try to do unique events. Yes, we have golf tournaments. Yes, we have 5K runs, and they're all wonderful. We get great support and raise money with it. But when we look at Over the Edge, you look at the Polar Bear Plunge, the Truck Convoy, the Ride to the Tide, which involves motorcycles. We try to create fundraising events that are different from the other nonprofits. And that's not to take anything away from the other nonprofits, but the reality of it is, if you come up with a unique fundraising event, as we've proved with the Polar Bear Plunge, with nearly 4,000 people doing that every year.
Unbelievable.
As we've proved with Over the Edge, 88 people coming out of COVID over the last couple of years, as many as we've had since the very beginning of this event, and a lot of first-timers. I mean, not sure what number we're at right now, people going over the edge, but it seems like at least half of them are first-timers, hopefully becoming second-timers. And while raising the amount of money that Special Olympics does doing these types of events is wonderful, what we hope to get out of it as much as anything is people who become committed to the movement, and not financially, but by coaches and by doing other things that they can here in Delaware.
I mean, sport. What's nice is Special Olympics. The words sports and Olympics, are kind of semi-interchangeable. So, I'm not really into sports. You have so many other events that are just not sporty per se, and so the opportunities are there's. Somebody could come up to you, describe their likes and wants and wishes, and you'd be like, you're perfect for this event. You're perfect for this opportunity. Guess what? It's next Tuesday. I'll see you there at 6. The things you guys have set up, the menu of opportunities to get involved, endless. And I'm always really appreciative to be a part of this event and just be a part of what you guys have going on, every year and all year.
Yeah, if you're doing this today, you're probably a thrill seeker. If you're doing the plunge, maybe the same thing. If you're driving a truck in a truck convoy, you're a committed truck driver.
Right.
And so, again, when we started those events, that's what we're looking for. What audience haven't we reached? And it's not because we want to reach them to get their money. It's because we want to reach them to educate them about the value and the importance of Special Olympics to the state of Delaware and keep them involved once they get out of that truck, once they get off the motorcycle, once they land here at Over the Edge.
Yeah, and then, I'll bring this camera up now here outside. And I'm kind of directing and talking here at the same time. Steve, yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. This is what it's all about, and these are people that are taking time out of their day to come support others and just be a part of the movement, whether they're athletes or not. Special Olympics touches a lot of people. And hey, everybody outside, you're live on TV. Hey, hi. I love getting that reaction. I love it. But that's it. That's what it's about. Look at it. That's it. And these group of people have been here for almost a full hour. I've kind of lost track. And so save it. It's a long day. Save it. I appreciate you. But that's what it's all about. And you'll see Delaware in all its forms come throughout the day. Kayla Miller is still the queen of Delaware, right? You'll see her one year. And so this place is so special, and this day and these moments are so special. And so thank you again. I keep rambling, but this is so much fun, and keep that energy going out there all day, everybody.
Waiting for some people who will be heading down next. We know they are upstairs doing their training. Joe Allen, can you hear me up there on the roof?
I can hear you, sir.
All righty, let's bring your mic up there so we can hear you. What's it like? What's the weather like up there for you? I got Steve Mons' report earlier, but this is about 2 hours later. What's it like?
I got to tell you, it is picture perfect up here today. It's not too sunny, which is actually really working out, I think, in our favor, because there's a nice breeze going on. It's not too chilly. It's just absolutely perfect. Otherwise, we're not baking in the sun today. So it's a perfect day to be doing something absolutely crazy.
Now, Joe, does this bring back memories? Again, before I go right back to Joe, those of you on the ground, you can't see Joe Allen for WSDW, but I bet if you cheer real loud for him, he'll be able to hear you. How about a big round of applause for Joe Allen from WSDW?
Oh my gosh, that's pretty incredible. Thank you so much. Yeah, it does bring back memories. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit relieved that I'm not rappelling today. I have done it 2 years in the past, twice now. I've gone down the side of the building, and it's pretty frightening just being up here and seeing how high it is. When you're on the ground, it's one thing, but when you're 17 stories up on top of the building, it's a totally different thing. So God bless everyone who's doing this today. Actually, I've got Mackenzie with me right now. Mackenzie, is this your first year?
Yes.
What are you thinking right now? What are you feeling as we stand up here 17 stories above Wilmington? What's going through your head?
It's beautiful up here, and I'm really excited.
Okay, how'd you get involved in something like this?
Well, I work with students with special needs, so we're very involved in Special Olympics, and then Brenna over here got me into it, so here I am this year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You got through the training here, and now we're ready to do it. You're going to go over the side of the building. Awesome. Mackenzie, thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Joe, stay with me up there. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Nancy Johnson, your Wake Up Crew partner down here on the ground floor. Now, Nancy, I got a question for you. Joe just told us he has done this twice.
Yeah.
You have only done it once.
That
Would
is
you-
correct.
Would you like me to figure out a way to get you to get to go over the edge today?
No. And I believe it was earlier that you said that people that go over the edge to help raise money for Special Olympics, because there's many ways that you could do that. You said that people that go over the edge are thrill seekers.
And so you are a thrill seeker for sure, but you do the plunge every year though too.
Yeah, that is my kind of thrill. My feet are still on the ground. I might get a little wet and cold.
In fact, for those of you that don't know, Joe and Nancy have been doing the plunge for the past several years, more than several, to support Special Olympics. This year they had an out because the plunge, as you know, is a virtual plunge. And so you can do the plunge any way you want, and it still counts. So when I approached them about doing the plunge again this year, I pictured Nancy, somewhere where it's warm, in a hot tub maybe, Joe somewhere else where it's warm, on his boat maybe, and jumping in the water down in Florida and counting that at the plunge. They weren't able to be at the plunge live this year, but the two of them went to the beach the week before and jumped in the ocean, the cold, wet water, when they didn't have to do that, all for Special Olympics Delaware.
Yeah, and there was if we recall, there was snow on the beach.
There was.
There was snow on the beach.
Now, whose idea was that? Joe, was that your idea to do that and Nancy convinced you, or vice versa, or a joint decision?
I can't really remember whose idea it was, but it seemed like a better idea, honestly, until we were there and we had to do it.
Until you saw the snow.
Yeah, when you're walking barefoot through the snow to get to the beach, you realize how crazy it is.
It was the day after the blizzard. Like, it was crazy. I don't understand, but we did it, and we wouldn't have it any other way, for sure.
Well, we appreciate all the support that WSDW has given us over the years, from doing the plunge to being here at the crack of dawn, before dawn, when you were doing the remotes. I know how difficult it is when you go out and do a remote. A lot of people think you just show up and get on the microphone and put the headsets on. I know it's much easier to do your show in the studio, so we've always appreciated that support as well. And again, we appreciate both of you being here till 12 noon today. We got the Wake Up crew, Joe Allen on the roof, Nancy Johnson on the ground. One more big round of applause for them as we're getting ready. On the blue roof is going to be Jennifer Taylor. Nope, sorry, I've got a correction.
I haven't typed it in yet. I just got the information. On the Mackenzie Frail is going to be on the yellow rope, and Brenna McCloskey, it's going to be wrong, but McCloskey is going to be on the blue rope.
Both from the Red Clay Consolidated School District. So the cheering you hear at the bottom are the students. And we're not going to ask whether or not they should be in school or not, because we are thrilled that they are here cheering on their teachers. The Meadowood program, one of the largest school programs in Special Olympics Delaware. More than 150 schools are involved in Special Olympics in some way. If you're watching the live stream or you are here live and your child's school is not, ask the question, why not? No reason that they can't be. Brennan McCloskey on the blue, Mackenzie Frail on the yellow.
All right, here you come.
All right, so we got Mackenzie Frail, she's getting ready to go down. She's on the rooftop right now. We just spoke to her a couple minutes ago, and she wanted to do a shout out for all of the Meadowood students that are actually in the crowd right now. So how about a big hand for all the Meadowood students who are watching this as it unfolds?
My guess is there are people at the Meadowood School watching this live also on the internet. So if you're there at the Meadowood School or any of the Red Clay schools, give these teachers a big round of applause for what they're doing for Special Olympics today.
A couple shout outs there. John, you mentioned it here on YouTube. Lauren Kaiser says, yay, MTP dash Meadowood. So some shout outs there for Meadowood. And really, the comments have just been every single edger that goes down has somebody supporting them online. And so, we're up now about 117 people watching right now. We've got, 100 people outside, and then we know that there's classrooms full and office buildings full of people watching. So that number will grow and grow throughout the day. So we are over 600 people that have tuned in to watch their edger to this point. And there's the arms out shot. Gotta love it. That's the
postcard. Yep, the postcard there. Mackenzie, this is her first, Brenna's second. Time down.
Have they done anything intense to this point, or is this the...
Brenna, as I mentioned, has done over the edge.
Yep.
She's run half marathons, wakeboarding, and skiing, hiked to the top of Angel's Landing in Zion National Park. I was just at Zion National Park
I forgot about your
over
trip.
spring break, one of the nicest parks I've ever been in. We had already been to Sedona, the Grand Canyon, and Bryson National Park, and I was afraid Zion was going to be a downer. Ended up being my favorite. And I've actually told people, if you like to hike, of all the national parks I just mentioned, that's the one to go to. And obviously, Brendan McCoskey might agree with me. All different hikes. You can hike through a canyon in the water for 8 hours, or you can do what I did and hike about 3/4 of a mile to see some really pretty waterfalls all on flat land. And we're going to go up to Joe Allen of WSDW.
All right, thank you very much on the rooftop here. 17 stories up. I'm with Brian Shoup, who's getting ready to go over the edge. You just went through the training. How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, you can hear the crowd down 17 floors below us, so it's an exciting day, perfect weather, and just looking forward to seeing what it looks like when I look over the edge.
I was going to say, is this something you've done before, or is this your first year?
This is my first year, and I'm not that good with heights, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I love it. Not that good with heights. We're 17 stories up in the sky here. Is there anybody you want to thank or shout out today?
Oh, definitely want to shout out to my kids, Evelyn and Theodore. I love you, and I can't wait to see you when I get home. My wife, Sherry.
Awesome. Well, Brian, I don't want to hold you up. Go do it, man. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Brian Shoup, a big supporter of Special Olympics. He is the founder, I believe, of Milford Live, also the mayor of Milford. And so he is always a supporter of Special Olympics. Whenever a press release goes out, he's one of the first to reply, wanting more information and making sure that Special Olympics is included. The Milford School District, one of the largest school districts that is involved in Special Olympics. Every single school in that district takes part in Special Olympics in some way, and there'll be some teachers and administrators going over the edge later today from the Milford School District. Joe tells me he's got somebody else ready to go up on the roof.
All right, we got Ashley Maddox up here. She's really excited to go. And you said this is your first year?
Yes, this is my first year rappelling down. I'm super excited. We had some sponsorship from the John S. Charlton program and Rigby's Pool Service. Super excited. Maybe a little nervous, but we're doing it for Special Olympics. And shout out to John S. Charlton School, countywide programs, the students, staff, our family. I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. And go ahead. I don't want to hold you up. Go over the edge here. All right, thank you very much.
John S. Charlton program, another big supporter of Special Olympics in terms of the number of students involved. On the blue rope, Brennan McCloskey. On the yellow rope, Mackenzie Frail making their way down. It's never a race down, folks. You come down your own speed. You want to enjoy the view once you're up there looking around. And so they're going to take their time. Brennan McKenzie coming down, and Brian Shoup's going to be up next, making his first rappel down the side of the building. Once again, if you're tuning in just now, this is the 11th annual 2022 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, the owner of this 300 Delaware Avenue building, TD Bank, and Newcastle County Fire Service. 222 feet, 17 stories. We're told by a lot of people from Over the Edge headquarters, this is the perfect size building. Just high enough that you feel like it's a thrill, but not so high that you're exhausted when you get to the bottom. Each of these participants has raised $1,100 for this opportunity. The only way you can rappel down the side of a building in the state of Delaware is through the Over the Edge event. I'm John Busby, your host of today's event here on the air and the live stream and live out front of the building. Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team, heads up this production as he has done for the last 7 or 8 years that we have done this. Several camera people of him around giving you all the great shots. And don't forget, there's a TV just inside the TD Bank building. If you just turn to your right, if you're here live, you can see some of the roof shots when we have them on the live stream that you have not been able to see in the past. Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen of the WSDW Wake Up Crew with us till noon to interview people before they go over. And once they're done, Steve Mons was with us earlier and will be again later today, as will School, Matt Janis and Nick Halliday. So we are thrilled you're here live. We're thrilled you're tuning in. If you want to do this next year, you can register today as you're watching people come down over the edge here and go through the experience, and you're hearing from them when they're finished what a thrill it was. And even if you hear from them up on the roof that they're a little nervous, it always makes it fun to see them come down and have that big sense of relief once they get there.
And then look at the excitement from everybody, too, the relief, I guess, from them as well, that, it's come to an end. Look at the support, the excitement. I mean, this shot, there's so many amazing shots throughout this production. Obviously, the side of the building where you kind of see the scale and you see how small people are against a 17-story building, and then the people at the bottom that are excited and celebrating, and the shot at the top of all the safety measures and everything going on. This always has really great visuals and people celebrating, coming together and straining their necks and screaming. I mean,
waving from the side of the building.
Gotcha. So yeah, this group here, one of the things you can do kind of ceremoniously to help is hold the safety rope there. So you see the blue rope is being held by this group from Meadowood supporting both these edgers here. So kudos to everybody helping out in whatever way they can, whether you're screaming or waving your arms or helping out with the rope.
2 more people coming down, probably about 70 more to go. Be people dangling here from the building all afternoon. If you're watching a live stream, you work here in the city of Wilmington, take your lunch break, come on down and check it out, 300 Delaware Avenue building. Share the link with your friends. Just an exhilarating event for those that are doing it and for those that are watching. I've been down in the crowd and with family members and friends who are watching people come down, and they seem just as nervous, if not more nervous, than the ones actually doing it. Don't forget to give shout-outs to the people that you're supporting. Just make sure you tag us at SO Delaware, and if we see it pop up on the YouTube page, we will let them know that you shouted out for them, and they'll also be able to see it afterwards as well.
Got to remind Brenda there to keep her feet on the building. Yep.
She's waving, must be at the 10th floor, yeah. Right. 10th floor is where they are first staged, where they sign in and they get their training, and probably a new audience since we last talked about the safety of this event, Jimmy. 100% safe. 75,000 people have done this around North America. Not one accident, incident, mishap, anything like that. Not many things like this. We talk about all the time on the air about the exhilarating things other people have done. We've had people skydive. We've had people rappel. We've had people rappel out of helicopters. We've had people jump in canyons and all kinds of crazy stuff that people do. But my guess is things that have done like that, there have always been mishaps at some point. Over the edge, that's not the case. And so you should feel completely comfortable. And you heard Steve Mons talking about it earlier, about how much they make you feel comfortable before you get up on the edge, from the volunteer or from the training that they do on the 10th floor to when you get up and you actually do some training with the equipment on, to when you finally get to the edge of the roof and you get harnessed in and get ready to go over. What a great job the Over the Edge crew. And we hear this time and time again, year and year after year, no matter who is here from the Over the Edge company, how comfortable they make everybody feel.
Yeah, and this is a national company, right? So they're going into Canada too, right?
Yes, North America.
So, this is not just a Delaware thing. This is a perfect safety record across the continent. So, 11 years doing it here would be enough to brag about, but they're doing it every year in multiple places throughout the year. So, as safe as it gets, as intense as it gets too.
They've worked with 1,000 nonprofit events. They've done 360-plus buildings. They've had more than 75,000 people who have done it. Over 100,000 is the average raise per event, and we will reach that today for sure. This company has helped nonprofits raise over $100 million for the cause that they are supporting. And 4,200 athletes here in the state of Delaware participate year-round in sports programs throughout the year, different seasons, 19 sports, all completely free. The only state in the country where there is no fees whatsoever. No registration fees, no fees to train, compete, no fees for equipment, and it's all paid for through events like this. So when you support somebody going over the edge, when you go over the edge yourself, you can be completely confident that every dollar stays here in the state of Delaware and goes toward the 4,200 athletes who are part of this program.
And that's incredible. I've started coaching high school baseball back in Ohio, and these kids...
It's not free, is it?
They have the honor of making the team, and I don't know, Delaware, you're about to tell me that this is true or not, but they make the team, and then they owe the school another $200.
Wow.
And so... that's incredible that they can do bocce or basketball or golf or whatever it is completely free, and the family doesn't have to worry about it, and their kid gets to has this incredible experience.
So Mackenzie and Brenna are getting ready to come down there and make their landing. That is the first time for Mackenzie, second time for Brenna. And lots of big cheers out there from the students at the Meadowood program. Let's keep it going out there on the promenade. And that is Mackenzie. Her first time. Mackenzie, you did it. The rest is easy. Our volunteers pulled them out. Some of the students, honorary rope holders, it looks like. And here comes Mackenzie. And I know Nancy Johnson is going to be standing by to talk to both Mackenzie and Brenna. Mackenzie making it for the first time. Brenna, her second trip down. And our next crew is also up on the roof. So it should be a steady flow of people here now that we're back on time, basically. We were running ahead of time. We started this morning. If you are here live, you know we started about 20 minutes early. We were ready to go and wanted to get moving, so we did that. And now we've caught up.
Hello.
Should be a steady stream.
Hey, John, I have this is your first time. No, this is your second, Brenna. Brenna McCloskey, Meadowood Transition Center. Why did you choose to do this again?
Oh, boy. I don't know, it was so great last year, so I wanted to do it again this year.
All right, great. And so, and you are a volunteer and supporter of the Special Olympics?
Yes.
And how do you feel, Mackenzie? This is your first time over the edge. I can tell from your smile that you're probably happy to be on the ground.
Oh, yes. It was amazing, though.
And you're with Red Clay Consolidated?
Yes. I'm a teacher for the Meadowood program.
And did your students get you roped into this?
Well, yes. Seeing their smiles during Special Olympics makes it all worth it.
Oh, very good. That's exactly why we all do it. It's for a wonderful cause. Thank you, guys. Why don't you, go, I guess, calm down, get yourself some water, and, try to take a nice deep breath. Now that you're safely on the ground, how's it feel?
Phenomenal.
You guys did look like professionals, though. You're waving to people, swinging around. Was that just like part of the experience or the rush?
The wind was kind of blowing us off the building a little. We were panicking a little, but we were together, so it's okay.
I recommended the swinging thing, but they didn't tell us not to either.
Well, you made it down, and we're happy that you're here. One more time, guys, for Brenna and Mackenzie.
We're coming. 88 total people by the end of the day will have gone over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Lots of Red Clay Meadowood students here to support their teachers, and I'm sure tuning in back in their schools as well. Brian Shoup and Ashley Maddox coming down next. Ashley Maddox, an assistant principal at the Charlton School. Her first trip down the side of the building. Same for Brian Shoup. So we got a couple of first-timers here getting ready to head down. If you're here live, let's give them a big hand up top. I know they can hear you. And we're going to go up top on the roof to Joe Allen.
All right, yes, I'm here with Carol now. This is your 6th year going over the edge. It's amazing.
Thank you.
So what's your feeling today? You're like an old pro at this now. Are you nervous at all? Are you excited? What are you feeling?
Very excited. Always fun.
How do you get into something like this? This is your 6th year now.
I work with the Meadowood program, and we have some students here, which are very exciting. And it's in Special Olympics, and it's a great cause.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you. You can step on over. I think they're ready for you now at this point. And I got Ted here now. Ted, this is your 9th year. That's incredible.
Yeah, I love it.
So what's your story? How do you get involved with something like this?
I'm in the Lions Club, and Lions Club is a big supporter of Special Olympics. And we got involved years ago, and the more, like so many things, the more you put into it, the more you get out of it.
So after doing this for 9 years, or your 9th time now, do you still get nervous at all? What are you feeling?
They have quite a few redundancies, so I don't feel nervous at all.
You're just ready to go. You seem cool as a cucumber. Is there anybody you want to thank or shout out today?
I'd like to say hi to the folks that are covering for me at Hyman River and Company, and all the Lions in Delaware. My wife Ann, who's down watching me go splat, and my daughter, who hopefully has a break in her operating room duties and gets to watch me on the interweb.
Well, congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. 9th year, that's incredible. So thank you.
All right, Joe, a couple of people getting ready to go over the edge there. They go through a training session up there, which has changed over the years, but the bottom line is it gets you ready to go. So when it's your turn, you feel very confident when you take that first step back. Ashley Maddox is on the blue rope and Brian Shoup on the yellow rope. As you see them coming down the side of the building, inching their way along. Everybody does this a little bit differently. Some kind of toe tap. Some literally take backward steps on the way down. And we've had some who have just kind of let themselves go and not even touch the building. There are safety mechanisms in place that if you go too fast, the rope locks up and stops you. And it's a quick, simple process to get unlocked and continue your way down. But it's, again, another one of the many safety features here implemented by the Over the Edge crew to make this a 100% successful safety event over the years.
A lot of love for Ashley here on the interwebs, as it was just called. Some shout-outs from Ashley Kuttner and Jody Stark. Jody Stark-Thorpe. Sorry, they're coming in quickly now. So thank you for all the shout-outs. Samantha Ashby now has shouted out. Watching from Welch Elementary with the students, a shout-out there from the elementary school with her students.
So another example of, even though we have a certain number of people tuned into the live stream on the YouTube, that number is usually just a small total of people actually watching, right? Yeah. Of the eyeballs that are watching, whether it's in a classroom, in a business, anywhere like that. So we are thrilled if you are tuned into the live stream, no matter where you are. Maybe you're getting out of school today, usually in math class at this time, but instead you're watching your teacher or your principal go over the edge, and we're thrilled to have you part of that experience. And one of the things that has made the live stream so successful is that it does give people an opportunity to watch when they can't be here. When you think of other fundraising events, whether it's a run or a golf tournament, this would be one of the few where you would, if somebody was told you they were doing it, you would try to figure out a way to do it. So if you're here live, get your phone out and give somebody a shout out. Just tag us SO Delaware, and we'll mention it on the air so that when they see the tape of this, which will be available after the event, they'll be able to go watch themselves and hear us give the shout out from you there. So that's always a neat thing people talk about as well. Once again, we have Nancy Johnson on the ground from WSCW, Joe Allen on the roof. We appreciate them spending a couple hours with us after being on the air since 5:30 this morning. And so we're thrilled to have pros like them here interviewing people as they begin and finish up. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. Benefits Special Olympics Delaware, more than 4,200 athletes of all ages participating in sports year-round. In fact, we have 29 athletes who, in a couple of weeks, will be flying to Orlando, Florida for the USA Games. to take part in what will be the largest sports event for people with disabilities this year. They will compete on the ESPN ABC Wide World of Sports complex. If you've ever been down there and seen that, it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to get to actually play on those fields, in the arenas, and all around that area. So just one of the many things that is supported by an event like this, one that will raise more than $100,000 when it's all said and done. And so we appreciate those of you that have probably supported. If you're here supporting somebody in person, it means you probably also supported them financially, and we appreciate that very much.
So there, a look as Ashley and Brian continue. Perfect. Lee Dunn on the ground for Ashley.
Ashley has landed gently, as we say, and she's going to get unharnessed, and Nancy Johnson is going to talk to her about what her first trip down the side of the building was like. I know she wanted to thank Rigby's Pool Services, staff and friends of Cesar Ronnie School District who helped her raise that money, and she is heading over to Nancy right now. We'll turn it over to Nancy.
Oh, my goodness. We have Ashley Maddox. Now, you are the assistant principal at John S. Charlton School.
Yes, I am. We are super excited to be here to represent our school, to represent Special Olympics of Delaware. Special shout out to all of the family and friends and students and staff at Charlton for your donations and Rigby's Pool Service. That was an amazing experience, definitely.
And would you think you'd do that? I mean, now that you can check this off the list, will you do this again?
Can I go do it again right now?
Oh my gosh, girl. You are braver than I, that's for sure. Now, what was going through your mind like when you took that first step literally over the edge?
I was excited. I mean, there was no other way to describe the adrenaline that was pumping at the time, but definitely it was amazing.
Well, we can't say thank you enough for going over the edge for such a wonderful cause, Special Olympics at Delaware, and now you have a medal to prove it.
Yes, thank you. Yep, great. Yep.
All right, from the ground to the roof, Joe Allen.
All right, here we are up here, 17 stories on the roof in downtown Wilmington. I'm with Ray Failing. Ray, this is your second year doing this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you did it once and then decided you were going to do it again. How does that, what's going through your mind?
I'm crazy like that.
Yeah, it seems that way.
I like adventure, and the first time I did it in 2019, it was an amazing experience.
Okay. Are you even a little bit nervous right now? I'm going to be straight with you. I'm terrified of heights, and just standing up here on this roof right now has got me frightened, and I'm not going over the edge. So what are you feeling?
I'm not really scared. I don't mind heights. Now, my boyfriend, on the other hand, he's terrified of heights, and he thinks I'm absolutely out of my head. But it's fun, and it's for a great cause.
It's for a tremendous cause. Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out today?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Rigby's Pool Service, who sponsored our Charlton team, and all of my friends and family that have helped, and just the support that I received at school today. And I hope the kids are back there watching us.
Right. Amen. Well, Ray, thank you so much. Good luck to you, and congratulations. Thank you for everything.
From the roof, back to the ground, Nancy Johnson.
I know, like these over the edges are going over the edge, and then they're coming back onto the ground, thankfully. I'm looking at Brian Shoup. This is your very first year?
Yes, it is. Yeah, first year up here.
And what made you do it?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I mean, I just saw it online, and I thought about the athletes that go through this. We've been involved in Milford through the bowling competitions, through Milford schools with the basketball competitions, and I just thought, these athletes go through so many challenges. I'm really kind of afraid of heights, and I thought if they can go over their challenges, then I can get over my challenges and do the same to help raise money for them.
Wow, you said it perfectly. I know I share your fear of heights, and I went over the edge a few years ago, and I didn't know that I would be so scared to be eye level with a bird that was flying.
Yeah, we had a bird that was up there too. It was very interesting. I was fine until I actually got to the edge backwards, and they said, "Oh, lean backwards," and then everything in my body said no. But they said, luckily the professionals are up there, and they said, "Don't worry, we've got you."
You're definitely in good hands, and now you're even in better hands now that you're safely on the ground.
Yeah, I almost kissed the ground when I came down. Yeah, I'm very thankful. But thank you to all the professionals. They were wonderful, making you feel comfortable, and thank you for all the people that raised money today in support of all of us as well.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. Your first year, and I know you'll be back, right?
I definitely will be back. It was a lot of fun.
All right, wonderful. Yay! Way to go, Brian.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. We talked about your wonderful support through the Milford Live publication that you do, and looking forward to hearing maybe a column or a photo from that in next week's edition. Thank you very much. We've got Carol Percy on the blue rope. If you look up, and Ted River on the yellow rope. Going back up on the roof, Joe Allen.
All right, we're with Timothy Matthews today. This is year number 3 for you going over the edge.
Yes. Yeah. I'm stoked.
I keep asking everyone the same thing because I'm just a nervous wreck up here, just being on the roof. What are you thinking? Are you nervous at all? Are you cool? You calm?
Not nervous at all.
Is this something that you do all the time? Are you like a rock climber?
No, I wish. But no, this is the first time I ever did anything like this was over the edge, just to support my sister in Special Olympics. And second I got to the bottom the first time, I asked them if I could go up again, and they said if you raise the money for next year. So that's what I just keep coming back.
You're just going to keep doing it.
Just gonna keep doing it. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the money that you raised. Thanks for being here today, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All righty. So we're back here along the side of the building. Ted River and Carol Percy. If they look like they're experienced, it's because they are. This is Ted's 9th time going over the edge, and Carol's 7th time. And correction, Ted's 10th time. He's a 10-timer here going over the edge. Member of the Lions, a longtime supporter of Special Olympics, along with his wife, very involved in the Opening Eyes program at Summer Games. And Carol Percy is a teacher at the Meadowood School. She'd like to thank her McCain High School family and her sister for supporting her today at Special Olympics.
So Carol Percy making her way down to planet Earth once again.
Carol and Ted are edgers 21 and 22 of 88, so we are about a quarter of the way through the list. We'll be on the air and here live till at least 5 o'clock. Got some cheering going on there. Carol Percy has landed once again. Let's put your hands together for Carol Percy out there. A lot of students there supporting her. And in a second, she's going to step over and talk to Nancy Johnson about her experience. And Carol coming over to get congratulated by Sterling Johnson, a Special Olympics athlete. Sterling is a power lifter who is going to be heading to the USA Games in Orlando in a couple of weeks. And we'll go ahead and turn it over to Nancy Johnson.
All right, Carol Percy, this is your 6th time going over the edge?
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
These kids right here.
Is there anybody special that you'd like to shout out?
Well, the Meadowood program, all the kids. I work at the McCain School, Meadowood, and so it is great to see them here.
And what advice would you give to some first timers? Because I know there's several first timers here for Over the Edge. What's your advice for them?
They take very good care of you and don't worry about a thing.
You say that on the ground.
They do. They take very good care of you.
Well, thank you very much. This is your 6th time. I know there's going to be many, many more. Thank you again. Let's give it up for Carol Percy. Woo!
All right, Carol, thank you for your continued commitment to Special Olympics on the roof, on the ground, and most importantly, back at school, where we continue. We got through this COVID. School programs are back up and moving. We held a soccer event at Kirkwood Soccer. It had more than 600 athletes and unified partners at that event. Tomorrow there's one at the Milford School District that will include all the schools in that district. On Monday there's one at Cesar Rodney High School for all the Charlton schools that'll be there. So even though this spring not all the schools could make it out to the events hosted by Special Olympics, the schools care so much about giving that athletes the experience that they've hosted events at their own schools. So we see Ted River here coming to the end of his 10th trip down the side of the building. And while Ted finishes up here on the side of the roof, we're going to go on top of the roof to Joe Allen.
All right, I'm here with May Daniels. May, this is your second year this year. Are you excited?
Yes.
Are you a little bit nervous?
No.
No, not at all. Everyone up here seems really cool and, ready to do it. Cool as a cucumber. So why are you doing this today? What are you doing this for?
I'm doing this for our students at Meadowood Program and Red Clay Consolidated School District.
I understand there's a lot of them watching today, whether online or in the crowd.
Downstairs at the bleachers.
Anybody else you want to shout out before you go over the edge?
Personally, my own son, Colton Sand, he's a first grader at Forest Oak Elementary, and he should be watching with his class right now.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, thank you, Joe. Big round of applause for Ted River, landing for the 10th time, a decade worth of going over the edge. Coming up next, it's going to be Ray Failing and Timothy Matthews. So if you're waiting to watch them, Ray is on the blue rope. Timothy Matthews is going to be on the yellow rope. Wave to the crowd there by Ted River. 1 decade worth of going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. Nancy Johnson, we're going to throw it out to you.
Come on over here, Ted. Well, first of all, you've got to get yourself a medal because it doesn't count unless you have a medal. This is really wonderful. I'm kind of looking at this name tag you got here, Ted, and I'm seeing that, Ted, you're in your 9th year. You're in your 9th year. Is this right? You did this 8 other times, and now you're here on your 9th time.
Correct.
Are you crazy?
You bet.
Well, we're happy to have you. And, of course, what is it that keeps you going over the edge?
Well, it's such a good feeling to help the special athletes and Special Olympics altogether.
And what is it what's the feeling? Since this is your 9th time, I'm sure you've had a range of emotions, but what's the thing that goes through your mind the moment that you do take that first step over the edge?
Well, the weather can really make a difference. I've done it in the rain. I've done it in the blazing hot sun. Today was perfect. Thank you for the nice weather.
I ordered it special for you.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
And we appreciate you and all that you do for Special Olympics and Over the Edge. Thank you very much, Ted. Congratulations.
I've just been told there is a blue BMW with a Pennsylvania license plate parked over on Tatnall Street with its lights on. Probably something you want to go take care of. Blue BMW. Ray Failing and Tim Matthews coming down. Ray Failing, we always ask people to tell us what other things they've done that are exhilarating. Ray has flown an open cockpit biplane. He's gone up in a hot air balloon, and he drives Jeeps off-road over rocks and in mud. So we'll be interested to know how this experience compares to all of those things. This is his second time going over the edge. Wanted to thank his family, friends, and coworkers who encouraged him and told him how crazy he was. He works at the Charlton School. Tim Matthews, his sister, Jillian Matthews, is a longtime Special Olympics athlete. You've probably seen her videos. You've certainly seen her compete. And so a family member doing it for the good cause. And now we're going to head over to Nancy Johnson on the ground.
All righty. Ray Failing, second year in a row. Flown an open cockpit biplane. Has gone up in a hot air balloon. Ray has driven Jeeps off-road over rocks and in mud. And I just can't believe this. And here you are coming down for the second time.
Yes.
I see how you landed. Is there a trick? Is there a reason that you landed like full body?
No, they just told me to keep going, so that's what I did.
And so, and why is it that you do this? Because I've done this before, and it was a thrill. And why is it that you have done it and are continuing to do it?
Well, it is a thrill. It's a lot of fun, and I work with students that are Special Olympic athletes at the John S. Charlton School. And this is my 12th year working with them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I love the kids, and I love the cause.
Wonderful. And any advice for any of our first-time over-the-edgers?
Just take a deep breath. You don't have to look down if you don't want to, and enjoy it. Have fun.
All right, wonderful. Enjoy it and have fun. Thank you, Ray, so very much. And congratulations again on a successful Over the Edge.
Alrighty, thank you, Nancy. Joe Allen up on the roof.
Yes, and I'm here with Amy and Heather, and you're both from Lake Forest School District, correct?
Correct.
All right, so this is your very first year doing this and going over the edge. What possesses you to do something like this?
Mrs. Hitchens. No, I'm so.
This is your fault.
It is. They all love me for it, though.
Right.
We're all doing it for our students.
And you were the one just here in the practice drill that you released a little too quickly, and you yelped, right?
I did.
I heard the scream. We're on the roof, and I heard the scream, and that's not something you want to hear when you're 17 stories up in the air.
Yeah, it was me just with the practice.
Right.
So can you imagine over there?
I was going to say, how much more nervous are you now after experiencing the practice run?
Very.
So you basically talked everyone into signing up to do this. Have you done other events for Special Olympics?
I do the polar bear plunge.
Okay, great.
Yeah, no.
I've done it too. I know what you're talking about.
Super, super cold.
Right.
But you know what? The atmosphere down there is amazing. So that's why I do it. It's just an amazing atmosphere, and the kids are amazing.
It really is. It's wonderful, and it's great that you're here today. Is there anybody you want to shout out or say hi to?
Yes, we would love to shout out our students from Lake Forest Central Elementary, room C153. We love you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck to both of you, okay? Thank you.
Already coming down is Tim Matthews on the yellow rope. Finishing up his fourth trip over the edge. I know his parents are here, longtime supporters in a variety of roles for Special Olympics, and I saw Jillian Matthews, his sister, one of our very accomplished Special Olympics athletes, accomplished not only on the track and the fields, but also in terms of giving speeches, doing interviews, all that kind of stuff. So a family that has truly seen the value of Special Olympics in their daughter's life. And Tim Matthews, daring enough to go 17 stories down the side of the building to support it.
Bunch of shout outs there for Lake Forest, Michelle Davis and Kimberly Marquis, Honeybee, Stacy Zier also shouting out, and then Ashley Crawford shouting out Lake Forest. A lot of Lake Forest love here on the internet right now.
Once again, if you're just tuning in on the live stream, this is the 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. We're at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. If you're nearby, come stop by and see this event live and in person. People will be going over the side of this 300 Delaware Avenue building till about 4:30 today. I want to also give a shout out to our supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. Each of these participants, and there will be 88 of them when it's all said and done, have raised $1,100, at least that amount, for the opportunity to do this 17-story rappel. 17 stories, 222 feet. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team, here with you all day today. His camera crew scattered around in all areas. And I know we've got two people getting ready to land, and Nancy Johnson is going to be on deck in just a second. Nancy, has the weather gotten any cooler out there, windier, or still the same as when you arrived?
Well, the sun was out for a hot second. Get it? Anyway, and it was nice and warm, but this sun's kind of like, gone back in. It's all good. Everybody's excited. Everybody's warm with adrenaline and excitement. So it doesn't matter what the weather's like when you're going over the edge anyway.
Well, and we always say it's kind of nice for the people that are out here all day or for 2 hours, like you and Joe Allen have graciously donated your time, that the sun is maybe not out. We don't want rain.
No,
but
yeah.
Sun is maybe not a good thing when you're out there that long in it. So we're happy for you, and we're going to turn it over to you now to do your interview.
All right, Timothy, man, oh man, this is your third year doing this?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, what is your inspiration behind going over the edge?
My sister, Jillian Matthews. She's an athlete. Yeah.
That's so wonderful. Now, when you this is your third time, so I have to ask, because I've done it once, and I'm satisfied with that experience. What is it like? What's the feeling like when you step over the edge that makes you keep coming back?
I'm just trying to get into the next Mission Impossible movie, so that's.
Now, when you got to the 10th floor, because that's the 10th floor, you can see that's kind of like a staging area. So did you do anything different each year to get to the 10th floor?
Honestly, I don't even know. Once I'm up there, I'm just looking around. I'm having a great time, and everything that I thought about before is just gone. But it's a blast. I look through the window. There's a bunch of people in there. They're all waving. They're smiling. I tried to high-five someone through the window. I saw a couple of employees on the way down. They seem to be having a good time watching everyone. So,
well, you've got a big smile on your face, so we know you had a good time, and you're happy that you're on the ground again. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you. And also, May Daniels. She's like, This is your second year doing this?
It is.
And why is it that you keep coming back and doing this?
For these guys right here, all of our special ed students at Meadowood Program, Red Clay School District.
Wonderful. And then what did you think about? Like when your feet landed on the ground, what did you think?
When they landed on the ground, where am I going for lunch?
Right. Where is she going for lunch, guys? Yeah. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Out in the next few weeks at Lake Forest Central Elementary, inviting other schools around her district. That's how important Special Olympics is to her and her school. From the ground to the roof, Joe Allen.
We're up here on the roof, 17 stories up. I'm with Tara and Melissa, and you're both with the Lake Forest School District, correct?
Correct.
And you were basically talked into doing this, is what went down, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so your first year, you went through the practice run up here. How are you feeling? What are you thinking?
Nervously excited.
Okay. What about you?
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Perfect. Now, I know you probably have students who are watching right now. Is there anybody you want to shout out? Anybody you want to thank?
Oh my gosh, our students back at Lake Forest Central, we wouldn't be here without you guys and all the student athletes.
Perfect.
And Heather Hitchens for organizing today and every single Special Olympics event that we've done through Lake Forest School District. She has had her hands in. So
She just went over the wall, right? She's over there. She's getting ready to anyway. Yeah, incredible. All right, well, best of luck to both of you. Thank you so much for being out here today, and enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joe. Heather Hitchens actually just landed, and so again, we try to encourage schools to rally around. It's been a great team-building event for a lot of schools. You know, what student wouldn't want to support seeing either their administrator or a teacher or a paraprofessional go over the edge? And so, as we've said before, if your school's not doing this and you're watching this or you're here live, ask the question why, maybe offer to help team it up, get it started. Always seems to be somebody. I know at a couple schools there's actually a waiting list because they'll raise money for one or two people a year, and there's actually a waiting list for who's going to get to go next the year after. So we appreciate all the support that the schools are doing. We love that there's kids back there watching their teachers do this exhilarating event, and it's just been a wonderful thing that has happened almost accidentally from this event, this unique event where people rally to get other people to have the opportunity to do this thrilling experience. You can see our next two people are getting ready to go over the edge. They're at that point where really the point of no return, as they call it. You're lean back and you're started going down. And anybody that you talk to, and we've had people talk to different people who have gone second time, third time, 10th time, 11th time, that first feeling of when you lean back, is just as nerve-wracking the 11th time as it is the first time. And then once you get going, you get the confidence in what you're doing, the confidence of the safety people, knowing there's a 100% safety rating here for this, and you get an opportunity just to slowly make your way down. And we know from people telling us, in the bleachers, if you cheer real loud, they can hear you up top. So let's give these two people a big round of applause on their way down.
You're using such ominous words, point of no return and fall and plunge. 100% safety rating, though.
I don't think I said fall. Plunge, I've said a couple times, but
somebody said the fall, or maybe it was. I'm going to go ahead and blame it on Steve.
I'm co-branding our event when we use the
That's
term
smart.
plunge.
That's a crossover, folks.
Once again, if you are interested in becoming a volunteer for Special Olympics, it could be volunteering at an event like today. It could be volunteering at Summer Games on June 24th and 25th, or it could be volunteering as a coach, either a head coach or an assistant coach. The summer season is getting ready to start. Our summer sports are golf and cycling. And so if you are interested in more information about how to help out at Special Olympics, go to SODE.org. Just Google Special Olympics Delaware. There's a blue volunteer button on the top of that page, and you can click on that and get more information about volunteering.
Okay. All right, so we're getting some news from up top that a scheduled rope break coming up. So we'll have we got Heather Hitchens and Amy Calhoun on, and then it will be 27 and 28. That's Melissa and Tara from Lake Forest coming down, and then a little bit of a rope break where they'll test everything, check everything. Another one of those precautionary measures they take.
Amy has landed. Getting her souvenir there from Sterling Johnson. Again, Sterling, an athlete in Special Olympics, going to the USA Games as a powerlifter. And we are going to turn it over to Nancy Johnson.
Oh, my goodness gracious. We've got two over the edgers making their way down the ropes. Amy Calhoun has already planted her feet on the ground. And we're waiting for one of her friends here to do the same thing. And we have touchdown. Yay, way to go. Amy, why don't you come over here? This is your first time, right?
First time, yes.
And, why did you choose to do this?
Well, it was Miss Hitchens' idea, but I was very quick to say yes for all of my special friends at Lake Forest Central Elementary in room C153. I love them, and they participate in Special Olympics, so we thought that this would be a fun fundraiser and wanted to support an awesome cause.
And Miss Hitchens just landed. And who is Miss Hitchens to you?
She is my para and my friend.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And is this Miss Hitchens' first year as well?
It is. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
She's getting her medal just like yours. Now you have a medal you can show your students that you did it and you have stuff to show off. You must feel so excited.
Yes, very excited. Probably do it again.
I like how you say probably. Way to go. Way to go. And your name is Heather? Come on over here, Heather. This is your first year as well. Amy said that you were the reason why she's doing what she just did.
Yes, I absolutely love the Special Olympics program, and I knew that we had to do it because I knew she would love it and our kids would love it. So.
And did you love it?
You know what? That I did. I really did.
You did. What were your thoughts when you first went over the edge? Like literally, when you had to like step over the edge. Like it's a real thing.
It's a real thing. I thought I lost my mind. What was I thinking? But once I got over, it was an amazing feeling. Yeah.
And we are so thankful for you guys. Thanks for doing what you're doing. And we hope you come back and do this again. Again, let's give it up for our Over the Edgers.
Alrighty, so we have two more coming up next. Melissa Dagowitz from the Lake Forest School District and Tara Edwards also from the Lake Forest School District. I hear the cheering. And then once they are finished, we are going to take a rope check, which is a routine check they do after so many edgers. We are on edgers 27 and 28. And so that must be the magic number. And we're told it's about a 15-minute break is what it comes down to. Is what it will be. And so once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and the Newcastle County Fire Service. We're here at $300 Avenue building in the city of Wilmington. 17 stories, 222 feet. When it's all said and done today, 88 edgers will raise well over $100,000 for Special Olympics Delaware. After the rope break, we'll have Jacques Lukasiewicz, Amy Stapleford, Terry Lynn Falkenberg, Robert Lahiro, Dina Marie Podstawa, just a few of the ones coming up. So if you're tuned in wondering where they are coming, not to worry. Melissa and Tara, who are getting ready to go over, we're scheduled to go over at 11:10, so we're about 15, 20 minutes behind schedule, but it always happens that they catch up. So please make sure you're tuned in at the time you were told your person's going over, because chances are it will be pretty darn close to that. As you see Melissa and Tara taking that step back and beginning their descent down. We know they can hear you if you cheer real loud, so make sure they know that you're down there. All righty, let's make sure Melissa and Tara can hear you as they make their way down. Both first-timers going over the edge, bringing the total of Lake Forest School District edgers to 4 today, supporting Special Olympics Delaware. We can see and hear some of the people in the crowd cheering them on. That little pull away from the second story lip there. And that's when you know you have landed. Lauren not far behind. And again, now that they have landed, we're going to wait till they're unharnessed and available. We'll have Nancy Johnson talk to them, and then there's going to be about a 10-minute lull as they do a rope check.
All righty. Well, first of all, Tara, thank you very much, but you need to get yourself a medal coming over the edge like that for the very first time. My goodness, from Lake Forest School District, and you are a member of the participating school, and you're doing this for all of your personal donors and team sponsors. This is so wonderful. You, and along with Melissa Dogowitz from Lake Forest School District. Congratulations, guys, getting your medals. This is so wonderful. I can't imagine how you must be feeling now that your feet are on the ground, and hopefully we'll be able to get inside their heads in just a moment as to what they're doing here. But yeah, my first time off the over the edge of the building was pretty scary for myself. But Tara, this is your first year. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
And what was your inspiration behind deciding to rappel off a 17-story building?
Well, something that Hitchens said was we ask our kids to step out of their comfort zone every day. And so this is one day that we have to do it, and we're doing it for them and everything that Special Olympics does for our school.
That's so wonderful. You couldn't have put it better myself. Now, what were you thinking when you went over the edge, like those feelings and emotions? Because I don't know about you, but it's a literal over the edge. Like you have to step over. You're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, they kept saying to scoot back a little bit more and like a little bit more. And I was like, are you sure? I'm good. Like a little bit more. And then they're like, okay, now take a step off. But once you're done that, and at that point you can't go back, so you just have to go.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much, Melissa. And how did you feel? This is your first year as well?
Correct, yes. You're number 1, but I'll be back for year number 2.
Sounds like you have a great support system here for you and over the edge. But what was the reason that you decided to go over the edge?
Well, we work with the special education athletes, and we have a wonderful special education coach who is in our building who has done amazing things for our district. And we wanted to be able to support and do our thing to help, these athletes have these programs at no cost to them.
Well, this is wonderful. We can't say thank you enough for doing this and showing your support in one of the most outrageous ways I think possible, going over the edge. Thank you, and thank you to your group for showing your constant support for Special Olympics.
All righty, thank you. 2 more edgers going over the edge for the first time. And as we mentioned, there's going to be a rope check here, so you won't be seeing anybody leaning over the edge probably for at least 10 or 15 minutes. If you're sitting there in the bleachers here or watching the live stream and you've decided you wanted to do this event next year, it's always on the second Thursday in May. You can go to the Special Olympics Delaware website at sode.org, click on the Over the Edge banner, and that will take you to a page that you can register for next year. You just put down a $50 deposit, and then you are able to raise the rest of the money over the next year until the date that you go over the edge. 17 stories, 222 feet, all to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Once again, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, Delaware. We're going to take a break with the Edgers, and we'll be back very shortly.
Sport teaches us. When we train, it teaches us to dream. When we struggle, it teaches us determination. When we win, it teaches us joy. And if we lose, sport teaches us the will to try again. Sport teaches us who we really are. Who can benefit most from this lesson? Those of us who are told most frequently that we can't. Those of us who are labeled most often by others. Those of us who are judged most unfairly and told that we are this or that. Sport teaches people who they really are, and we teach people sport. We're Special Olympics. Founded by Eunice Kennedy Shriver in 1968, we provide millions of athletes with intellectual disabilities in more than 170 countries the opportunity to experience all the empowering benefits of sport, with over 44,000 competitions a year and World Games every 2 years. And though it all starts with sports, Special Olympics is much more. We're a network of families who share information, understanding, and support. We're Special Olympics Healthy Athletes, the largest provider of free health services for people with intellectual disabilities. We're volunteers and builders of communities, reaching and helping people who would otherwise be forgotten in some of the most neglected areas of the world. We're bridge builders, helping to forge relationships and acceptance between our athletes and young people without intellectual disabilities, teaching them to become leaders in their own right. We're champions and advocates for learning, research, and policy changes across the globe. Most importantly, we're also a catalyst for social change. Because once you see what our athletes are capable of, you start to lose your preconceptions. So sport teaches people who they really are, and we teach people sports. But in the end, it's really they who teach us all.
Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited, and we have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday, they were like, oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow. They can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the two administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
just compromising. Open your arms and pray to the truth that you're denying. Give into the game, to the sense that you've been hiding. Is it desire, or is it love that I'm feeling for you? I want desire, 'cause your love only gets me abused. 'Cause your love, 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 'cause your love only gets me abused. 'Cause your
from around the country. They are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her two brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and run back. And finally, when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family. And in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you're thinking, oh, is she going to be bursting into tears? I miss you and everything. It's like, no, hi, Mom, and bye, Mom, and see you later, Mom.
I was kind of nervous about it at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
When I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, just get yourself ready, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. I'm somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
I think her purpose is to show people that with someone with intellectual disabilities, you can do whatever you set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. it made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Welcome back to the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware here in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team producing today's live stream. We've got cameras on the roof, on the floor. We have Joe Allen up on the roof and Nancy Johnson on the floor doing some final interviews before they hand it over to another crew of roving reporters. We've got Jacques Lukaszewicz and Amy Stafel before coming down. And as you watch them come down, I'm joined here in the control room by Lisa Kirkwood of TD Bank, one of the sponsors of this event. She's the Senior Vice President of the region here in Delaware. And Lisa, we're thrilled to have you here with us. Let's start by telling the crowd, telling the audience, more than 1,000 people tuned in right now, how and why TD Bank got started in this event.
Thank you, John. It's a pleasure to be here and pleasure to be a sponsor. TD's commitment to our diversity and inclusion is not only the core of who we are, it's critical to our business success and our colleagues' success in our communities. As a human bank, it's imperative that we seek ways to better understand and respect one another and reflect the brilliant diversity of the communities that we all so proudly serve. Since 2009, TD Bank has partnered with Special Olympics on an annual fundraising campaign, which has raised more than $9.5 million and built awareness for the Play Unified movement.
That's wonderful. Why is community service? You know, we know it's important, but it's important to different organizations, different businesses for different reasons. Why is community so important to you here at TD Bank?
Across society, lives were disrupted, in unprecedented ways. And at TD, we stood shoulder to shoulder with communities we serve with various creative solutions. We engaged, supported our customers, our communities, and our colleagues virtually. But nothing compares to being back out in person and serving the interest of our communities to help our neighbors thrive.
That's wonderful. Lisa, hang on just one second. We've got two people landing. We've got one on the roof. Joe Allen, let's go to you on the roof first.
Yes, we're still up here on the roof. We've got two people getting ready to go. Names you might know at home, Deanna Marie and Hollywood Kyle from Mix 99.5 WJBR. How you guys doing?
We're all right. I'm better now than I was about 20 minutes ago.
Okay,
That's good. I'm stoked.
You look like you're completely ready to go. Of course, he's got the Spider-Man outfit. You got this all planned out.
Yeah, that's right. I just got to get my mask on.
All right, so you just did the practice run. Are you feeling better or worse after doing the practice run up here on the roof?
A little bit better, but ask me again when I'm over the edge.
That's the worst part, is when you're looking down, 17 stories down. Is there anybody you want to shout out or thank or say anything to?
We met a family that's also, I think, rappelling right now, going for Alex, her son. So I think we're just going to...
We're Team Alex today.
Yeah.
All right, Team Alex. All right, well, good luck to the both of you. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, and this is your first year, right, for both of you?
Yes.
Yep, first year.
Maybe the last.
Maybe. They just tested the ropes, so I think you're good to go. So anyway, thank you very much. Hollywood Kyle, Deanna Marie from Mix 99.5 WJBR.
Alrighty, from the roof to the ground, Nancy Johnson.
Hey there. All right, so now we've got Jack. I'm not even going to pretend to say your last name. Jackie. They were saying Jack, and I'm like, I think it's Jackie.
Yeah, it is. It's Jackie Lukaszewicz. Right. Yeah.
And this is your third year?
Yes, it is.
And tell us why you keep going over the edge over and over and over.
Well, it's a great adrenaline rush, but I'm a parent of an athlete. I'm a volunteer. I'm a coach. And the athletes that are here today, they make it worth so much when you're up there. Like, if you ever have a doubt about doing this, think about the athletes and what they do and what they accomplish. And if they can accomplish the things they can accomplish, you can do that.
Wow, couldn't have said it better myself. Now, Amy, this is your first year?
Yes.
And how do you feel now that your feet are on the ground?
Relief. It's a little nerve-wracking at first, but now that my feet are on the ground, I'm good.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations, guys. Thanks again so much for all of your support for Over the Edge. And are your GoPro cameras still rolling?
Yes.
All right. Hi. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And we're going to go back to Lisa Kirkwood here in studio talking about the experience TD Bank has had being part of Over the Edge, a longtime sponsor from the very beginning, actually, of this event. And Lisa, tell us some of the feedback. Over the years, quite a few TD Bank employees have gone over the edge, and I know you've heard some feedback from them. Just give the audience a quick snapshot of what the feedback has been.
Absolutely. Vimbai Jamba, one of my colleagues, has rappelled down the building 7 times in a row, which is fantastic. She's a long-term athlete, grew up that way, and she strongly believed as an athlete that everyone should be able to afford the opportunity to excel at sports that they enjoy. In some instances, the microconception is that individuals are different, are not able to succeed in sports and activities that they are passionate about. The reality is that this is far from the truth. All people need is a chance, resources, adequate facilities, and coaches willing to and able to assist them to reach their full potential.
Well, Lisa, on behalf of 4,200 athletes here in the state of Delaware, thank you to TD Bank for your continued support of this event. We look forward to many years in the future of not only having people go over the edge from TD Bank, but having them involved in the event. The support has been amazing, and we can't thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lisa Kirkwood, Senior Vice President, regionally here for TD Bank. Thank you very much, Lisa, for stopping by.
Thanks, John.
On the blue rope, we have Robert Leharo, and on the yellow rope, Terry Lynn Falkenberg coming down over the edge. That's right. Yell loud. They can hear you if you yell loud.
I think the energy out there has been pretty strong all day, John. I mean, it's noon now. People have some lunch. They're getting a little lethargic, if you will, and still bringing it.
Yeah, it's a nice crowd outside. I stepped out during the break and got a chance, and of course we've seen the great camera angles of the crowd out there, some students from some teachers that went down previously. And, you know, Jimmy, the difference with last year, last year we were still in COVID, and so there wasn't the big crowd outside. And it is amazing. You don't realize how much you miss that until you don't have it, but then you have it again the following year. So everybody who's out there live, we appreciate you coming out to support all these people doing this exhilarating experience, many of them for the first time.
I can't speak for going down or really doing anything much exhilaration wise, and I don't know if cheering would have gotten me through it, but I would imagine that it's probably helping in some way. It's definitely not hurting. It's helping, I'm sure.
Terry Lynn going over for the second time. She is the aunt to Connor Watson. I know Connor's out there. Connor, give a wave so everybody knows who you are out there. That's Terry Lynn's nephew. Connor, a longtime Special Olympics athlete, and his parents also here, and they're longtime volunteers and coaches. Jim Watson coaches several sports, always has over the years, and I know Mom supports the team in a lot of different ways. Robert Leharo, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly, tried to get a pronunciation, could not get one before he got up on the roof. Also, it is his first time, so a first-timer here. And just if you're tuned in waiting for somebody, these folks were scheduled to go over at 11:50, so about 15, 20 minutes behind schedule. Dina Marie Podstawa, Kyle Sobieski coming up, Kate Lynch, Andrea McPike, Cassidy Willie, and Elisa Deeb, all scheduled to go over the edge coming up here in the next half an hour or so. If you're just tuning in, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. Many of you are here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. More than 1,000 people are tuned in right now, watching it on a live stream from somewhere. Supporting sponsors included Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. Each participant raised $1,100 for this opportunity to rappel 17 stories or 222 feet down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. I'm John Busby, a member of the Special Olympics staff, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. They head up today's live stream. We've been joined today by some local celebrities: Steve Mons, a radio personality, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen of the WSCW Wake Up Crew. Nick Halliday is on site. He's heading up to the roof. If you're a high school sports fan, he's the sportscaster for and owner of Delaware Live Sports. Matt Janis will be with us later today. He of the University of Delaware, the Big East Conference, and the Colonial Athletic Conference as well.
You've got some sway out there, John Busby. You've got some stars.
We were thrilled to get the people here that other people will recognize. And, you know, it's something new we're doing with reporters on the ground and up in the air on the roof. And so it's been a wonderful experience. We're very pleased with what has happened so far. And, you know, one of the other nice things is, Jimmy, I reached out to a lot of people to come help us with this, people that are pros, whether it's radio, TV, or whatever. And the few who couldn't said they can't wait to do it next year, because it wasn't that they didn't want to. They couldn't because they weren't available. And so we're trying to build a roving reporter team of people that just enhances the experience, whether you're here on site, you get to hear the interviews at the roof that we haven't ever done before, or watching the live stream. We also... Don't forget, we have that TV inside TD Bank. It's to your right if you're here in the bleachers. And the reason I say that is you'll be able to see some shots on the roof. When we do interviews on the roof, you'll be able to see who we're interviewing. And you'll also be able to see the rigging that happens up there that you haven't been able to see before when you've been here on site. So we are thrilled with that addition as well, to be able to show you what goes on the roof. By the time you see the people coming over the edge, a lot of the hard work is done. They've done the training, they've taken that first step back, and they're well on their way down. And so we were hoping to bring you the experience of the edgers before they go over. And thanks to the digital team, thanks to ShowWorks, which wired all this up so we're able to do that. We hope you have enjoyed being part of that process. Those of you who have been here live before know that you typically could not see what goes on the roof, and we've never done interviews up there. And so we are pleased to do that. And we have another edger here getting a medal. That's Gene Giuliani, a former Outstanding Athlete of the Year for Special Olympics Delaware, a longtime Special Olympics athlete. And we're going to turn it over now to Nancy Johnson.
All righty. So, Terry Lynn, now you have your second medal. Come on over here. I want to get up close and personal with you guys. Oh, getting photos here, of course. Documenting number 2 and your very first one, I believe, Robert, right? Come on over here. I want to get a sense of how it felt going over for the second time, Terry Lynn.
I was still scared.
We appreciate your honesty. Now, Robert, how about you? This is your first time. What'd you think?
I was nervous, but it was fun.
Good. And I see that, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 feet on the ground. Yeah. Now, the big question is, will you guys do this again?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for all of your support for Special Olympics and Over the Edge. And thank you.
All righty. Thank you for going over the edge. And Nancy Johnson, we want to say thank you to you. I know you're getting ready to swap headsets there with Steve Mons, and we can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here with us this morning. We hope you enjoyed it. and we hope you had fun. And ladies and gentlemen, we had a true celebrity here on the ground. Let's give Nancy Johnson a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you, John. You're the best.
And from one celebrity to another, we're going to turn it over to Steve Mons. And Nancy, thank you again for being here. We hope this is just the first of many years ahead where you'll be willing to join us and allow us to share the experiences of folks once they land.
Anything for you with my feet planted on the ground.
Thank you again,
You're
Nancy.
welcome.
All right, so next up, we have two people getting ready. And after that rope test, as we promised, there would probably be a pretty steady flow of people who would be coming down the building here. On the blue rope, Deanna Marie Podstawa, and on the yellow rope, Kyle Sobieski. So remember, if you cheer real loud, they can hear you up there. Deanna Marie is with WJBR, as is Kyle. First time we've ever had anybody from WJBR rappel down the side of the building. We appreciate WJBR's support all year round. They do a lot of PSAs for us. They are the media support for the Reindeer Run. And I'm sure you'll be able to tune in tomorrow to hear all about their experience here going over the edge.
Little Spider-Man outfit there for Kyle. Embracing it.
We heard a rumor that might happen.
You got to go all in. I think he's off, right? 'Cause Nick took over. Thomas, yeah, he's gone. No sign off for him. Your mic's dead. You're good. Oh, okay. That's Steve. All right, still up top on Tommy. Who's back? Joe Allen's back?
Steve, are you on? Okay. Nobody's coming down right now.
Yeah. Correct, yep. Joe Allen, you heard that. Still up top on Tommy.
Just like we had a changeover down here. Just like we had a changeover down here on the ground, Joe Allen is being swapped out up on the roof. But I bet if you cheer really loud, he'll be able to hear your thanks for Joe Allen of the Wake Up Crew joining us this morning. Can't thank Joe and Nancy enough. And up top will be Nick Halliday of Delaware Live Sports. And joining you on the ground is Steve Mons, who was here with us first thing up on the roof. And we appreciate Steve being here with us. He's a longtime supporter of Special Olympics, was a member of several radio stations downstate. And he was the reason that we were able to get, at the time, Delmarva Broadcasting Company ready to on board, and started with a plunge and just expanded from there. And so, Steve, I think you got your live mic up there. We can't thank you enough for being here. And, you know, maybe while we're getting ready to watch Deanna and Kyle start to descend, you can tell the live stream audience and the crowd a little bit about why you wanted to get DBC so involved in Special Olympics.
Well, you know, it's funny. We always joke about it that whatever John Busby asks for, we all volunteer for. We're not quite sure why. But over the years, we've learned that it's mainly because of what a great organization Special Olympics is. And I say this over and over again. As soon as you go to an event and as soon as you see the athletes and you see the joy that they have competing, you'll run through any wall for them. And that's exactly how I feel. And a lot of people that I used to work with, we just wanted to do whatever we could to make sure that it stays that way. John, you were mentioning earlier that Delaware is the only state where folks who actually are competing in Special Olympics, free of charge. All of the costs are covered thanks to events like this and all of the fundraisers. So it's important that even though we do this every year, we have to keep doing it every year so that we can keep it free. So thanks to everyone's generosity and donations, we make it possible for all the athletes. I think we have a Spider-Man coming down. Is that right?
Yeah, rumor was there was going to be a Spider-Man coming down, and so we're pretty sure that is Kyle. We've had different costumes over the years. We also had Rocky Bluewinkle go over the edge one year, so we've had mascots, we've had costumes, and so very unique things that people have done. And if you're either watching this on the live stream or you're here live and you've decided that you would like to do this next year, you can Google Special Olympics Delaware, click on the Over the Edge banner, and sign up for next year. You just put down a $50 deposit, and then you have the rest of the year to raise the other money that gives you this opportunity. Only opportunity there is to scale 17 stories down the side of a building here in Delaware. And so we've got our two WJBR folks coming down the side of the building. More people in training up top. As we are almost halfway through the 88 people who are going to go over the edge today. We're scheduled to be on the air till about 4:30, 4:45. And if you're here in person and you want to check out the broadcast, when you go home, if you're home before 5, we'll still be on the air, but the broadcast will be made available afterward. And so you'll be able to check out what it looks like from a TV standpoint if you're here cheering somebody on. I want to give a shout out to the supporting sponsors of this event, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. Several police officers have already gone over the edge, scheduled to go over, also help with logistics. Delaware's law enforcement community raises awareness and money for Special Olympics throughout the year. And it's just an opportunity for them to come out to events. They present medals. Our athletes will tell you that's the highlight of the event for them is when an officer gives them a medal. They've been doing this for 32 years and raised millions of dollars for Special Olympics over the years, doing fundraising events and things like that. So we can't thank Delaware Law Enforcement enough. Also want to thank the Delaware Rock Gym. They allow our edgers, all 88 of them, if they choose to do so, to go for free and try the rock climbing that they have. They're located in Bear, Delaware. It's the Delaware Rock Gym. And it gives our edgers, the first-timers especially, the opportunity to go and get a feel for the equipment and what it's like. Now, I'm not going to kid you. It's not the same as rappelling 17 stories down the side of the building. But it does give you an opportunity to get the feel for what it could be like. And so we want to thank the Delaware Rock Gym. I believe the owner here, Matt, is involved as a volunteer here today as well. Once again, I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. And Jimmy, we try to make this better every single year. We still haven't figured out whether it's 7 or 8 years that we've been doing this, but we've gone from, as you describe it, you and me sitting in this room probably with one computer screen and a couple mics and a soundboard to what is about 14 machines and more wires than I've ever seen in my life, with a lot of cameras going and people reporting up and down. And we hope people have enjoyed the experience on the live stream, and we hope people here have enjoyed the opportunity to see what's going on the roof with the TV that we use. It's over there on TD Bank to your right. If you're here sitting in the bleachers, you can go check out the view on the roof when we show you that. But also to hear the interviews from up on the roof. You know, when we first started talking this, it's okay. It's one thing if the live stream people can hear the interviews, but we want the people here to hear the interviews. And so we hope people have enjoyed that. Give us your feedback, because we're going to be back next year, and we can only know what we need to do to make it even better if we hear from people. But, Jimmy, can't thank you and your team enough. People don't realize that when this all started, you lived here in Delaware.
Yes.
Now you live in Cleveland.
And
Ohio,
Ohio,
and you don't make a lot of trips back here, but you always make sure the second Thursday is marked off your calendar, and I know your wife has it marked off for the next 25 years that you will be in Delaware.
No, we'll be here for as long as you'll have us, and a big thank you to Jack Roberts, Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree, They're managing the cameras today, and right now I'm sitting at the bottom, the base of the building beyond the stickers. When people land, I can't see anything. And so not only are they providing the eyes and the ears for the live stream, but it allows you and I to kind of sit here and manage everything. We get great visuals and excellent communication. So you talked about making it bigger and better. You know, we always wanted to have a lot of cameras. I think it's easy to just point a camera at the top of a building and just leave it at that. You know, we have the one on the roof. That was kind of quote unquote revolutionary at the time. Nobody was streaming this event. And if they went on to do it, they did it with just one camera. Well, now we got one on the roof, and we have, you know, 2 at the base. Now we have 3 people that can talk at any time. 4 if you count my nonsense that I'm saying. But now you got roving reporters, and it just adds a lot. And I really want to thank Showworks and Tom from Showworks and the guys he brought to set this up. This is technologically very, 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 very difficult to. I mean, it's a full schematic printout he did. And they do this, you know, with a smile. They're huge supporters of Special Olympics. And Tom said something to me the other day. He said, when Special Olympics calls, really, it's not difficult for me to get the guys excited to help. And so, you know, again, you know, it's a business-to-business transaction, sure, but the extra effort that goes in from the employees there at Showworks to put this together. And this is top-of-the-line equipment, guys. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars of stuff that we're using that they've more or less donated to Special Olympics and allowing us to execute this today. So big thank you to Showworks. You know, if you ever need them for the multitude of things that they do, AV, definitely reach out to them.
Alrighty, that's a good layover into, as we watch the 2 WJBR on-air personalities head to the ground, that if you are interested in becoming more involved in Special Olympics, you can either go to the website, sode.org, or you can go to the tent that we have set up outside and ask for more information about volunteering. So if you want to be part of Special Olympics in any way, you can coach, you can help out at an event like this, you can help out at one of our sports events. Lots of ways to get involved in Special Olympics. More than 4,200 athletes are coached by more than 400 people. Our summer games are June 24th and 25th. If you want to come and see what this is all about and where all this money goes, it's at the University of Delaware all day on that Friday and Saturday. There's no better way for you to see how this money impacts people than to show up at one of the sporting events and see the abilities of our athletes on the track and the pools, on the fields and the gyms, and the excitement that they have when they get that medal hung around their neck. So, again, put it on your calendar, June 24th, June 25th, the Summer Games for Special Olympics. This is Over the Edge 2022, the 11th annual event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service. Spider-Man's getting ready to land. We'll see if we can get an interview with Spider-Man. Steve Mons is on the ground with us now, replacing Nancy Johnson. And Steve, you were up on the roof this morning. You're down on the ground right now. What's the weather difference, both in temperature and wind?
Oh, it's definitely warmer, and it's not as windy down here than up there. It's like a completely different animal. I mean, the wind is constantly blowing. So it's a little bit more relaxing. However, my neck hurts a little bit from constantly looking up. But we'll get used to that. Spider-Man has touched ground, which is good. Big round of applause for Spider-Man, everybody. Hollywood Kyle from WJBR completing his rappel in full costume. Can't help but think all of a sudden we're in a Marvel movie here. I don't know what's...
If he shoots a web up on the building and starts going up again, I'll be impressed.
All right, here he is. Hollywood Kyle, a.k.a. Spider-Man. How was it?
That was a workout.
How are your hands feeling right now?
Good. I mean, my hands are fine.
Okay, because I know when first time I did it, my hands were like aching because you're in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, once I got comfortable, I just kind of crossed my legs finally and just kept on going.
A lot of fun, though, right? I mean, quite a thrill.
It was exhilarating. Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, thank you for all of your efforts in raising awareness and funds for the Special Olympics athletes.
Sure, proud to be here. Thanks.
Big round of applause for Kyle Spider-Man. Excellent.
All right, Deanna Marie not far behind, making her way down. Both first-timers here for WJBR. And we need to tell Kyle and Deanna Marie their first job on Monday when they go in and brag about this is to figure out who's going to do it next year. to represent WJBR. There's Deanna Marie getting ready to make the final descent here. It's a good feeling. I've done this event, and I can tell you the best feeling is when they pull you out over that second story lip, and you basically know at that point you're safe. We appreciate all the volunteers. You see, if you're watching a live stream, you can see the volunteers in the background with the orange helmets, the blue shirts. There's also volunteers on the 10th floor, volunteers on the roof, and volunteers in other places, and we can't thank them enough. This is a long day. Many of them are staying the entire time, arrived at 7:30 or 8 this morning. We'll be here till the final person goes over, so we can't thank all of our volunteers enough for making this event the continued success that it has been. Steve Mons, we'll send it back down to you.
All right, from the WJBR Morning Show, Deanna Marie, how you feeling?
I'm terrified still.
Still?
This very moment, I'm still shaking. Yes.
All right, so what do you have to say for all of your listeners who are kind of helping you, encourage you to do this today?
I mean, you're only as strong as you think you are, because I almost got off the ledge, and I almost told the guy up there that I'm not doing this. But he talked me through it, and I would just say, trust people around you, because he walked me through this whole thing, and thank God he did.
See, now, there's no coming back from turning back, so you had to go over.
I know. I knew I would regret it if I did, but I fought through a good amount of tears up there, I'm not going to lie.
Well, you're not alone. It's happened to a lot of folks up there, and it's all for a great cause for Special Olympics of Delaware. So we hope, will you be back?
Maybe as a spectator. One and done. It's bragging rights. I just want to say I did it.
You got it on your resume. Congratulations and well done. Special Olympics of Delaware, it's Over the Edge 2022. Deanna Marie from WJBR's Morning Show.
And her son ready to, I assume it's her son, ready to greet mom on the way down. Lots of family. Always great to see the family that comes out. And, of course, we know that there's a lot of family and fans, probably WJBR fans, watching this live stream. We appreciate you tuning in to see this spectacular event. I know we've had more than 1,200, 1,300 people throughout the day tune in. And what that number doesn't tell you is how many – there's 30 kids in a classroom watching one YouTube channel, and there's 15 classrooms in the school. And so you start doing the math of how many people are actually getting to watch this. And while it's a wonderful fundraiser that raises a lot of money, what the real benefit of all this is the awareness that is created for the abilities of people with disabilities and how spectacular our athletes can be on and off the playing field if they are just given the chance. Many of you got a chance to meet our athletes when you checked in. They escort the edgers up to the 10th floor, and it's an opportunity for them to tell their story. And, of course, a lot of athletes out there in the bleachers, even if they don't know anybody that's going over, they come out and to support them. So we can't thank you enough for tuning in and, of course, for being here live to watch this event. And spread the word. If you know somebody who might be interested in doing this, they can sign up today or anytime over the next 364 days.
Here's a cool look at just kind of some behind the scenes of how the rope training and the comfort level and the demeanor of the Over the Edge staff there. You see the gentleman in the orange with the floppy hat protecting him from the sun. He's really working with these individuals as they get ready to go over the edge and kind of just establishing comfort and making it fun. And, obviously very serious safety training going on right now, but you can tell just by their body language that they're excited to be up there and it's kind of a calming demeanor up top.
And we've heard that over and over throughout the years. It's the one repeated when we ask people, how was it? They always give their opinion of how it was, and then they talk about how great the supervisors up there, the safety people were to make that happen. And so it was just an opportunity, for you to see if you were watching on the live stream or if you're watching the TV out here, out on the promenade, how important that safety training is and how important the personalities are of the people who are giving that safety training. So as you can see, they're getting ready to load in the next couple of people who will be going over the edge after the safety training. And we're waiting to hear from down up above who exactly these people are, and we'll let you know as soon as we do. We know Kate Lynch and Andrea Pike. Cassidy, Willie, Amanda Gaglione, Elisa Deeb, and Susan Pudicombe are all scheduled to be going over here in the next few minutes. And so if you're on schedule to see one of them, make sure you stay tuned.
Talking to my microphone. There we go. Kate Lynch from the Milford School District is going on to the yellow. And Andrea McPike from Milford as well onto the blue.
And exiting the building right now is Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen of the Wake Up Crew heading home. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Joe and Nancy, for being with us today. Joe and Nancy have been awake for 9 hours, unlike the rest of us. And so we appreciate them giving their time here with us. 93.7, the Wake Up Crew.
Early morning radio, man. That's a heck of a gig. You gotta shake it awake because you gotta be shaking other people awake too.
It is an early alarm.
I don't like single digits, and I can't imagine working in them either.
Couple over-the-edge facts, if you haven't heard, and we know this audience has a large turnover throughout the day. People are here live to see certain people go over, and people are tuned in to see certain people go over. 1,000 nonprofit events have been held by Over the Edge. Again, they are a company headquartered in Canada. They do events all over North America. They've done them at over 360 buildings. More than 75,000 people have gone over the edge. I mentioned earlier that in Delaware, we have a repeat customer rate, as I like to call it, of 35%, meaning about 35% of the people that go over the edge today will have already done it one time. And so that tells us two things. One, that it's a great event run by great people. But two, it's for a great cause. Because inevitably, when you ask people why they do this event, the word athletes is in the description at every single step of the way. And so, again, there's a lot of awareness created for today. And so if you're here, spread that awareness about the importance of this event and, more importantly, the importance of the cause as we get ready here to watch our next two come down the side of the roof.
Hey, John, you talk about the folks here who actually put on the Over the Edge. You were just talking about them. Back when this first started, the very first Over the Edge that we did here, do you remember the first conversation that was had with TD Bank where you said, hey, we want people to rappel down the side of your building? How did that go over?
You to let us in the door that day. A lot of other things went into that. And Steve, I'll get right back to that. We're going to go on the roof where joining us for the first time today is Nick Halliday of Delaware Sports Live. And Nick, you've got somebody getting ready to go over the edge.
We do, yeah. We got a first-year participant this year, Cassidy Wiley. And tell us why you're doing this.
I've fundraised for Special Olympics through Homecoming. We raised money as like a contest to see who could raise the most, and I raised close to 500, if not more, individually.
And this is for your prom, right?
Homecoming, yeah.
Oh, homecoming. Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
So it's nice that we get to do those things this year, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better than last year.
So after you got done your training, are you ready? You feel ready to go?
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Cassidy. We look forward to seeing you coming over the edge here in just a few minutes. So, Steve, back to your question. You know, what we do in this building, we take over the boardroom, which is where the control center is for the on live stream. We basically take over the elevators going up and down. Now, right now, there's not as many people in this building as there were when we first started this event. But when we first started this event, there was a lot going on here, more than usual on a typical work day. Brandywine Realty Trust has given us space on the 10th floor where everybody checks in and gets prepped and goes through the process to train to get up on the roof. And, of course, we're up on the roof. And they also were able to allow us to concrete bolt, if that's the right term, the apparatus that you see up there on the roof, that the people on the live stream see, that the people watching on the TV and TD Bank see, and it's not just come in and, hey, we need to come in and use your roof. There's a lot of other stuff that went into it, and one of the neat stories about it is the building manager at the time, Larry Meister, is now on our board of directors. And so he got hooked into Special Olympics like so many do. All right, we're going to head up onto the roof again. Nick's got somebody getting ready to go over the edge.
John, we do. We have Miss Amanda Gaglione. Her dad's probably going to get mad at me for getting that name wrong. Hey, Jean, we know you're downstairs. Say hi to Dad.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Shane.
So let's get back to you guys are at your first year. What made you come out?
Well, I was inspired by one of our Special Olympics coaches and the person who organizes Project Unify for our school, Ross Elementary, Michelle Davis.
Well, that's awesome. So you're helping out any way you can, right? So tell us about the outfit, though.
So I'm wearing a superhero outfit, but we all know that the real superheroes with Special Olympics are the athletes, the coaches, and the volunteers that make it happen, including my nephew, Eric Johnson. Got to give Eric a shout out. He is the current gold medalist in bocce. Go, Eric.
There we go. Nice work. So thank you for taking a minute out to talk to us, and good luck. Hopefully you get down safe to your father.
Thank you. I hope so, too.
Alrighty. Thank you, Nick. Andrea McPike and Kate Lynch coming down. Kate Lynch is on the yellow rope. Andrea McPike is on the blue rope. Kate Lynch is on the faculty at Milford High School. And she's got a big event going on at that school tomorrow that I'm going to be heading down to first thing in the morning. So very generous of her to be here today. But then also she'll return back to school and do what she loves doing the most, which is putting on events for the Special Olympics athletes, not just at Milford High School tomorrow, but every school in the district is taking a field trip to Milford High School to be part of a soccer event. So we can't thank Kate enough, and Andrea McPike, of course, also with the Milford School District. The Milford School District is one of just 2 schools in the entire state of Delaware that has every school in its district involved in Special Olympics. So again, if you're listening or if you're watching and your school is not involved in Special Olympics in some way, ask the question, why? Doesn't matter whether it's a private school, a charter school, a vocational school, or a public school. Special Olympics has something that will continue to educate the next generation about the importance of inclusion for all in their school buildings. And nobody does that more than Kate and Andrea there in the Milford School District. So we appreciate all they do as they make their descent down here 17 stories down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. All righty, we're ready to head back up onto the roof. Nick, who do you got with you?
Hey, sorry, we have Susan Puttycombe here with us. She's a late add. You're saying that somebody had to back out, and now you're in?
Unfortunately, Gary Zoll from the Academy could not make it, so Kate Lynch had messaged me yesterday and said, do you want to go last minute? And we made it happen, so here I am.
So you excited? I mean, you did it last minute. Was it like a knee-jerk reaction, or did you think about it?
I thought about it a little bit, and then here we are. Yeah. I mean, there's no time for nerves at this point.
Yeah. So I actually had a lady on the way up in the elevator tell me it changed her life. Are you ready for a life-changing experience?
Yes, I'm excited. This is a bucket list opportunity, so.
Oh, There you go. Nice. Well, thank you for your time and good luck, and we'll see you at the bottom.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Back to you guys, yeah.
Thank you, Nick. As we have 2 more headed down here. Yeah, it's like air traffic control in here. Everybody needs you, and you're a busy man, John Busby.
Coming down here. Let's give a big round of applause for those making that 222-foot descent down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building.
Steve, what are some of the things you're hearing when people first land? Is it safe for the internet?
Yes, actually, it has been, surprisingly. It's more relief, I think, than anything. Everyone's like, I made it. But as doing this myself a few years ago, there is that initial reaction when you get to the ground is you're relieved, and you're like, I'm safe. And then you start to feel like a little bit more confident, like, you know what? Yeah, I did this. Yeah, I'm cool. And that lasts the rest of the day. It lasts until you go to sleep. You feel like a rock star. And we've got Kate and Andrea coming on over. How was it?
It was great. It was great.
Tell me about that first moment when they say, okay, lean back.
That's the hardest part, but it gets easier every year.
How many years have you done it?
This is my 3rd.
Okay, so you're a pro.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They're the pros.
And so if there are folks out there who are saying, no way, there's no way I'm doing this, what would you say?
I mean, it's scary, but it's once you get over the edge, it's like really neat to be able to stop and look around and check everything out and drag other people along to do it with you.
And you dragged Andrea along with you.
She did. And I'm so happy she did.
I'll ask you the same question. That moment of truth up there when they say, okay, lean back.
Yeah, that was a little nerve-wracking, especially I debated whether or not I should look down. But once you're in that sitting position and you actually, I was worried about honestly going down too fast and then getting locked out. So that didn't happen. My feet didn't quite touch the building because I'm a little short, but hey, I made it down.
Yes, you did. And for the rest of the day, you are both rock stars. You completed something that very few people on this planet have done. Rappelled down the side of a 17-story building. Thank you for your help today.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Steve. Nick Halliday up on the roof.
Hey, we are back, and sorry about that. We were talking with Elisa here, Elisa Deeb. Elise, you said that this is probably the craziest thing you've ever done. You haven't done it yet.
That doesn't matter. This is insane for me. So.
Yeah. So just tell us why you're doing it this year.
I think it's just a great way to continue a tradition that the Milford School District has had for a number of years, and I think it's important to challenge yourself and show our students that it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to have those big feelings as long as you're willing to work through them. So that's kind of why I'm doing it.
I mean, I think that interview's already done after that answer. You said you were nervous. You don't look nervous at all. You said your friend here is going in front of you.
Yeah, I know.
So you guys are going
first.
Well, it looks like you two are going to go down together, so
cool.
It's exciting. And then when you go back to tell the elementary kids, hey, you can overcome fears, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can do anything you put your mind to.
Good. Well, thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much, Nick. Getting ready to look at the next 2 that are heading over. We have Amanda Gaglione and Cassidy Willie. Cassidy on the yellow rope, Amanda on the blue rope. Both members of the Milford School District. They've taken those first steps back. They're both going over for the first time. Not much hesitancy up there at the top. You know, they say, and Steve, I'm going to ask you this question because you've done this twice before. That first sit back, so to speak, did you put your arms out like they just did up there?
Reluctantly, yeah. Yeah. They tell you to do that because that's all part of the process of making sure that everything is all connected and holding. But, it's just such a moment of trust and faith in the folks on the top. And they make you feel so comfortable. Like, there's no way. Like, if you had told me the first time I did it that I was going to lean back and then put my arms out and not hold on, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. But they do. They make you feel so comfortable, and you really trust the equipment that it makes it that much easier, and then you can do it. And once you have that confidence, The rest, as they say, is just, going over the edge and enjoying the ride down, because that's the moment. That moment of leaning back is just not natural for human beings who are normally on the planet. But it's a thrill. It's a thrill of a lifetime.
That's not natural if your feet are on the ground and you play that dare activity or whatever it is where you just fall backwards into
Trust
somebody's
falls.
arms.
Right.
Trust falls,
Yeah.
right. Let alone when you're 17 stories up.
Yeah, it's a little bit different game from that height, isn't it?
Now, for those of you here live in the crowd, we know that if you cheer real loud, Amanda and Cassidy are going to be able to hear you. So let's go. 1, 2, 3.
The energy is still super, super high out there. Kudos, everybody.
We appreciate everybody who's tuned in to the live stream and everybody who is here in person watching this go on. And it's not too late if you're, if you live within 20 minutes of Wilmington and you want to come check this out. We're going to be here till at least 4:30, so you can come by, grab a quick parking spot, and look up. Or you can do what a lot of people are doing, I'm sure, out there, driving by and looking up as people go by. So come check it out if you want to. And again, if you want more information about Special Olympics, just Google Special Olympics Delaware. You can give financially. You can give your time, either as a coach or at an event. Lots of stuff going on over the next few weeks, including 29 athletes from Delaware going to the USA Games down in Orlando, Florida. And that's going to be a wonderful once-in-a-lifetime experience for many of them. They'll compete in 7 different sports down at the Disney Wide World of Sports complex. For some of our athletes, it'll be the first time they ever fly in a plane and the first time they've ever been to Disney. And so it's just a wonderful experience, let alone how great it'll be to compete against athletes from all over the country. So that'll be streamed as well in different areas. So if you want to check that out, and we'll be letting people know when the Delawareans will be on as well. So keep an eye out for that. But again, this is the 2022 Over the Edge event. If you're just tuning in or you just arrived here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building, we appreciate you being here. I'm John Busby, anchoring the coverage today, along with Jimmy Smith from the digital team who produces this and has every year that we've done the live stream. Special thanks and shout out to ShowWorks for coordinating all the equipment, all the wiring, and all the connections to help make this live stream possible. Our camera crew that's been with us all day, Steve Mons there on the ground, and Nick Halliday up on the roof, who are providing interviews. Nick Halliday providing the interviews on the roof for the first time ever in the history of this event that we've been streaming live. We think it's been a real plus, and the feedback we've gotten, text messages and emails and stuff, people have really appreciated getting that type of information from them before the person they've tuned in to watch go down the side of the building even does so. So
kind of gives them a little more airtime. Yeah, there's only positives, so this is awesome.
And it's probably especially cool when it's students watching their teacher or their principal, to
all
get a little nervous. They get to see a side of their teacher they haven't seen before, getting ready to go 17 stories down the side of the building. So just a great day, great weather. It's not real sunny, which, as we've talked about, is we think is a good thing.
When that building reflects, like from our standpoint, when that thing just lights up and the sun is basically in it. This shot right here that Lauren's getting for us, the side of the building, sometimes when that sun is coming across it, it is just, you can't look at it. The camera can't look at it. It's blown out. It's all crazy. And so the skies have been great. They're not blue. So they're a nice gray. It's easier to if you're in the video business, it's easier to white balance and make sure the colors look good. So really today, fantastic.
Lots of cool reflections there if you're watching a live stream of the building across the street. Just a neat area to have this. And I think one of the other nice things we've had with the interview up on the roof is people get to see the skyline of the city of Wilmington, that we haven't had that shot in the past because our cameras have been focused in on the rigging that goes on upstairs before they go over the edge. So our two folks here coming more than halfway down, certainly. I can hear the applause from inside, so that means you're doing a good job applauding on the outside as they get set to go over that. One of them gets set to go over that last lip where they pull you out. And again, thank you to all the volunteers who are here today, whether in the landing area, on the roof, the 10th floor, or somewhere else behind the scenes. All right. Steve, is that Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman has touched ground.
So we've had Spider-Man followed by Wonder Woman. I'm not sure we've ever had a Wonder Woman. I know we've had a Spider-Man. This.
All right, Amanda getting her medal. Come on over here, Wonder Woman. Hello. How are you feeling?
Great.
You feel like you get superhuman powers, don't you?
Every day when I walk into school.
So, was this your first? This is your first year, right?
Yes, it was.
And what was the moment like at the top?
I looked over at the edge. I saw my dad and my son here, and I knew how many people were watching back at home at Ross Elementary, and it just made me so excited to do it.
And all those folks pitched in to make sure that you could go over the edge, and all that helps out Special Olympics of Delaware, which is a fantastic cause.
It is a wonderful organization, and I'm so glad to be a part of it.
A true Wonder Woman. Big round of applause for Amanda. She did a great job in her first attempt over the edge. You going to do it again?
Definitely.
All right, I love that. Very confident, yes.
All righty, Amanda, thank you. And again, Milford School District with a big soccer event tomorrow. I know the volunteers are showing up around 8 o'clock, so we can't emphasize enough how impressed we are by the number of schools in Milford.
We've got Cassidy here, and how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
You look a little pale. You all right?
No, I'm good.
How much of a thrill was that?
It was pretty cool.
Was this the first time you've done it?
Yeah.
Okay. And I asked this question of everybody because it's different for everybody. The moment you're at the top and you stand up and they say, okay, lean back.
It actually wasn't that bad. It was just kind of weird. Like you're leaning over a building.
And you're going, please rope hold, please rope hold. But it did.
Yeah.
And hats off to the folks upstairs. They do a great job at getting you prepared, right?
Yeah, they were really awesome.
Well, you are a rock star. Go forth for the rest of the day knowing you've done something amazing.
Have a nice day.
You too. So everybody has a different story. And everybody has that moment up top where you find out what you're made of. And for Cassie, she's just thrilled. You can tell. So the adrenaline's still pumping there. And you'll have that for a while, for a couple of hours afterwards, until eventually your body goes, I'm done.
Alrighty, and done they are. And it sounds like we'll probably see both of them back again next year. Again, if you're just tuning in, 35% of the people going over the edge today have done it before, and that's the highest rate in the United States. So we can't thank the repeat agers enough, but still encourage first-timers. And we are going to get set to go back up top. Nick, you're on.
How we doing? We are actually here with State Representative Friel, who's ready to go over his edge for the first time.
Yes, sir.
No turning back, right?
No turning back now, no.
So tell us why you're doing this today.
Well, I hate to say it. I first thought about doing it because I was challenged by some folks. And then I gave it some thought. I thought it was a good cause. And I just happened some years ago to have a good friend whose daughter spent a lot of time with Special Olympics. And I said, I'm going to be scared, but I'm going to do it anyway. So.
That's awesome. I mean, that's why we're doing this today, right? For all those kids and people that we can help out. So you're a rugby player, former rugby player, right? What do the two of these have in common?
I'm not sure they have anything in common. Because when I played rugby, my feet were always on the ground.
That's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah, so I'm not sure there's a whole lot in common, but that was the wildest thing I probably did in my life, playing rugby.
Till now.
For many years.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, thank you, Nick. Up there on the ropes, on the blue rope is Elisa Deeb, and on the yellow rope is Susan Pudicombe. Elisa is with the Milford School District, says it's probably the craziest thing she's ever done, wants to thank everybody who donated, her family and friends. She teaches at Banneker Elementary. Banneker Elementary is actually recognized as a national banner school in the Unified Champion School Program in Special Olympics. And so that's the highest honor a school can receive in Special Olympics. So congratulations to Banneker Elementary. And Susan Pudicombe actually stepped in for Dr. Gary Zoll, who is the principal at Milford Central Academy and also filling in at Milford High School as an interim principal, and so was not able to make it last minute. He has been an edger for a few years, a longtime supporter of Special Olympics, does a plunge, so he talked Susan into coming down. Remember, folks, they can only hear you if you cheer real loud. Let's give them a big round of applause. And we're going to head upstairs to Nick.
And we're back here. We're actually with Elizabeth Evans, first year, going over, correct? And you are still in high school, correct?
Yeah, I'm in 11th grade.
Okay, and what is your reason for doing this today?
My aunt is a Special Olympics athlete, and my grandmother has done this for 11 years. Unfortunately, she's not with us today due to COVID, but she wishes she could be here.
Oh, that's awesome. So you're keeping the family tradition going, correct? So are you excited?
Yes, a little nervous, but it'll be fine.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. Enjoy, and good luck going over the edge.
All righty. Thank you, Nick. Elizabeth is actually, she mentioned that her aunt, Leanne, is a Special Olympics athlete, a longtime Special Olympics athlete, but her grandmother, Mary Ann Evans, a longtime volunteer, actually received the Lifetime Achievement Award this year from Special Olympics Delaware for her more than 3 decades, probably 4 decades, years of service. Mary Ann was scheduled to go over the edge today for the 11th time. That's right, 11 years, 11 times, and unfortunately was not feeling well this morning and so chose to stay home. But she still raised the money to go over, and we still can't thank Mary Ann enough for all she's done all these years. And I know she's tuned in watching because she wanted to see her granddaughter go over. So how about the crowd here? Can you put your hands together for Mary Ann Evans, watching from home, has done this event every single year and unfortunately had to back out at the last minute, something out of her control. And so, Marianne, we can't thank you enough for all you do, and we hope you enjoy watching your granddaughter Elizabeth go over the edge. And if you're just tuning in, this is the 11th Over the Edge event here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. More than $1.3 million has been raised for Special Olympics Delaware in the 10 years this event has gone on. So we have the 2 folks coming down. The next 2 are ready to go once the ropes are freed up. And again, if you're just tuning in, it is 1 o'clock. We're about 20 minutes behind schedule is all. They had a rope check, which we did. And then a little bit of a lull at one point. We actually started early and went very quickly through the first 10 or 12 people. And so we were ahead of schedule, but people are told to be here an hour ahead of time. And so we will end up catching up. But if you've just tuned in, still to go and come up soon is Elizabeth Evans, who we just talked to on the roof, Sue Lapin, Marlene Weedman, David Halley, the new president and CEO of Special Olympics Delaware, Tammy Wilson and Dawn Severance are the next 10 or so people that will be going over the edge. So you haven't missed them if you're just tuning in. And right now we have Elisa and Susan making their way down. Elisa on the blue rope, Susan on the yellow rope. 17 stories, 222 feet. This event sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle Fire Services.
The sky's becoming a little more blue, John. It's starting to Chamber of Commerce Day. I know a lot of the Chamber of Commerce people are out here today.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the people that work in the city who don't know this is going on.
Yeah.
And then we hear that they drove by, saw it, and came back. And with that, we're going to send it back up to the roof. Nick Halliday.
Hey, we're back, and we're here with Sue Lappin, and she just got done going through your testing there. How'd it go?
It went fine.
So tell us, why are you doing the Over the Edge today?
Because I'd rather do this than plunge in the ocean in February.
John's in my ear. He heard that. He is laughing because that is a tough one, isn't it? I don't think I would do the plunge either. So tell us a little bit. So it says here, figure skating head coach, cyclist.
Yes.
What's this got to do with going over the edge? What's your other profession?
Well, I'm retired. I had my own computer software consultancy before I retired.
Okay.
And going over the edge.
And now you're ready to go. Correct. Well, thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All righty, Nick. Thank you very much. Having just completed that training session up on the roof, they're going to work their way over to the gear, get ready to go. We still got the two folks coming down the side of the building here. Let's give them a little round of applause. Haven't heard much cheering out there in the last 5 minutes. Looks like they're about at the 10th floor probably. That's where they check in and then make their way the rest of the way down. Sun does look like it's peeking out there, Jimmy.
It looks really, really nice. And I think the previous interview brings up a point of discussion, if you will. Plunge or edge. I would do the polar bear plunge with no clothes on before I would do this.
There goes our viewership.
No, I'm watching it. I'm not saying we're streaming that or anything like that. I just wanted to really accentuate the fact that I would do the polar bear plunge a lot more than I would do this.
All right,
and I have.
You know, you make it sound like we have a choice. We have to do both, don't we? Come on.
You get to do both.
That's what we always tell you, Steve.
Right. Yes.
Oh,
no, yeah,
it's not
right.
a choice.
Steve has to do both. Everyone else gets to do both.
I lost a bet somewhere many years ago, apparently.
But I don't know. I mean, I'd rather be cold than, because like the thing with this is you can only rappel so quickly. You can't get this done with quicker than what's safely allowed, and so I can jump in, jump out. I'm in total control of that. And good thing, feet are on the ground at all times. They may be in water, but they're on the ground.
All right, they get somebody landing there for the first time. Landing lightly. And they'll make their way over and get the gear off and come talk to Mr. Steve Mons. Steve, you were one of those ones that was a little nervous. You don't like heights.
No, the very first year I came out here, I didn't go over the edge. It was a member of my staff, and I remember being on the roof, and I couldn't even walk over to the railing. Like I couldn't even look over without like my knees knocking. And so the next year came up, and they're like, "Okay, it's your turn." I'm like, "No, I don't know about this," but we can't repeat it enough that the people upstairs really are. They just you are so confident in knowing they know what they're doing that you can do it, and it makes all the difference in the world. So,
Perfect.
All right, Alyssa is coming over. All right, how you feeling?
Much better now that I'm on the ground.
Is the adrenaline still pumping?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did you get an opportunity to kind of look around and see?
No, I was eyes to the windows. That was the advice I got, and that was the advice I took.
Did you see anybody inside any of the offices?
I did. Not in the offices, but on that, I think it's the 10th floor. We saw the rest of our team, so they were cheering us on.
Well, you should be very proud. You achieved something. Did you surprise yourself?
Absolutely. That's so out of my comfort zone, so it was definitely pushing my own boundaries.
Will you do it again?
We will see.
Okay.
Maybe. But I definitely encourage people to try it at least once.
Absolutely. You got to do it at least once, right?
One time.
All right. It's on your resume. Good job today. Thanks for helping out going over the edge.
All right, Steve, we're going to jump from the ground to the roof. Nick Halliday, take it away.
Hello. Hey, we are here with Marlene Weedman today. She's excited and nervous at the same time, ready to go first year, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And why are we going over the edge today?
Because I can, and to give back to the community, give these athletes my support.
That's awesome. I mean, and that's why we're doing it, right? For these athletes in the Special Olympics. And so you're ready to go?
I think I am. As ready as I'll ever be.
Well, there you go. We'll meet you down there below, and we'll get another interview with you, see how you did after you rappelled.
Super. Thank you so much.
All right, we're on the ground with Susan, and you have a fan who's just dying to come over here and hug you.
I do. Vincent, do you want to come over?
Is that your son?
Yes, it is.
So, Vincent, you want to come on over here? Come on over. Come on over here. Say hi to Mom. Congratulate her. She just went over the edge.
Hi.
So now I understand you were a last-minute entry, right?
Yes, I was.
Do you think that was good or bad?
Both. I didn't have time to be nervous. It was just you're going to do it. And, yeah, the nerves didn't really set in until I got to the top.
There you go. And someone thinks you're a hero for sure.
Yeah. Was that fun? Yeah.
Maybe someday you'll go over the edge with Mom.
Say not anytime soon. Right?
Yeah, I think we got an age limit, but we'll get there, though. We'll get there. Congratulations, a job well done.
Very much. Thank you.
Those are the great moments on the ground when you meet your loved ones and I survived! I survived! And we joke about it, but you have this feeling now that you're invincible for the rest of the day because you've done something incredible. So congratulations.
Just want to say hi to my Banneker students at Banneker Elementary. Hi, guys. I hope you're having a great day, and this just shows that you can do anything you set your mind to. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
There you go. Look at that. Big round of applause. Nicely done. Thank you so much.
And we are here with probably the most important interview today, the new CEO.
That's right. Yeah.
David Halley.
3 months total. It's exciting.
So me and you talked on the way up, and you told me a funny story. You said that this was not in the interview process?
No. They talked about a lot of things: leadership, volunteering, raising money. Nothing about jumping over a building or off a building.
So that clause was in another interview process you went through, or something different, huh? That they didn't talk about you jumping over the edge of a building and rappelling down.
No, I started off with the polar bear plunge. I thought that's kind of crazy. And then they're like, well, and we also have this thing with the building. So now I'm going over. I'm going to see what is coming up next. I'm getting a little concerned about my job here.
Well, listen, thank you. And how has it been so far in your new position? And what do you want to say to everybody here that's coming out to support?
Well, one, I just have to thank. I mean, I'm just overwhelmed by how many people are rappelling off the building today. It's like 88 people. I know we had 90-something that registered. This is an amazing event. The experts that are here, the safety and training they've gone through, I feel so secure. I am very scared of heights. I'm curious to see how this goes, but this is an awesome opportunity to raise money and make a statement of what it means for our athletes to overcome fear, to step over for them. This is what it's going to be for us today.
Correct, and I think that's what it's showing to all these athletes and these kids, that step out, don't be afraid, do something new, and grow every day, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm so proud of our athletes. We have a lot of athletes here actually supporting and cheering us on at the bottom. I'm looking forward to seeing them at the bottom cheering us on.
Well, thank you, and there's your new CEO, so good luck, and we'll see you at the bottom.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, there you go. David Halley, the new president and CEO of Special Olympics Delaware, doing a lot of firsts this year. Took his first plunge into the ocean. He's going to his first competitions, and today he will do his first, maybe his only, we'll wait and see, we'll have to ask him when he gets down, rappel over this building. So welcome, David Halley, and we look forward to seeing you go over. I believe his wife and kids are at home watching the live stream. Like a lot of people, more than 1,000 people have tuned in already today, we're sure.
1,600,
there
John.
you go, 1,600. And so that doesn't count the classrooms where 30 people are watching on one connection, and school buildings doing the same thing, watching their teachers go over, businesses, companies, that type of thing. So just a great support here, live out on the promenade, and then also online on the live stream. This is the 11th annual Over the Edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Again, I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith. Steve Mons is on the ground. Nick Halliday up on the roof. And Matt Janis has just arrived, and he'll be replacing Steve Mons on the ground at around 2 o'clock, so Steve can go back up on the roof. Been thrilled to have so many on-air personalities, celebrity on-air personalities, provide their expertise here at this event, squeezing us in their schedules one way or the other. And so we appreciate their help. Appreciate all the volunteers who are out here today, whether they're in the landing area, 10th floor, or way up high on the roof today. So perfect over-the-edge weather, we like to say. Perfect over-the-edge weather going on right here today. Not real sunny, not hot, and also not raining and real windy. On the blue rope, we have Elizabeth Evans. On the yellow rope, Bud Friel making their way down. This is Bud's first over-the-edge event. He's a state representative in the 4th District. And Elizabeth Evans, you heard her interview up top. She is the granddaughter of Mary Ann Evans, who has done this every single year. If you're just tuning in, up next, maybe not necessarily in this order, but close, Sue Lapin, Marlene Weedman, David Halley, Tammy Wilson, Dawn Severance, and Brielle Stewart. And that will take us to Edgers number 50, which means we are more than halfway of the 88 that will be going down today. And Bud Friel makes his landing. First time going over the edge. Congratulations, Bud. And Elizabeth Evans, also a first-timer. How about you put your hands together for Elizabeth Evans? So Bud Friel and Elizabeth Evans have landed. They'll make their way over to get their souvenir before heading over to Steve. And Steve will let you take it away.
All right, we have State Representative Bud Friel. How are you?
I'm much better now.
How was that? I was going to say plunge, but that over the edge rappel.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Actually, they were very helpful up there, and once I got off to the end and started down.
Yeah, and hats off to the people upstairs, right? I mean, they do a great job.
Yeah.
Are you going to do it again?
I don't know about that, but I did it once. So.
As exciting as an election day?
It's a little different than election day. Thank goodness it's over a lot quicker, too.
Yes, congratulations and job well done all for Special Olympics.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that very much.
All righty. Thank you, Bud. From one generation to another.
Yes, and here is Elizabeth now. Your grandmother couldn't make it today, so you're carrying the family torch.
Yes, I am.
How you feel?
Pretty good. It was pretty. I liked it. I had fun.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was like walking through the mall.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little scary at the top, but once you started going, it was pretty good.
So you've accomplished something. You're in 11th grade, right? Yes. Think about this. You rappelled down the side of a building. You know how many 11th graders have probably done that?
Not very many.
Oh, you probably count them on one hand. So congratulations, and thank you for continuing to carry the torch for your family. And I know we're going to see your grandmother back out here, right?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Awesome job. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Keeping it in the family. I love that. If you've got a family member that maybe you want to get involved or you want to get involved, bring them all down here. Let's go. We love families. We had twins going earlier today, didn't we, John?
Yeah, that was wonderful. You know, we've had siblings, we've had mothers, daughters, fathers, sons, all kinds of different things. Steve, maybe you can get your wife to join you next time you go down.
I think I got a big fat no on that this morning, but I'll work on it.
I just want to make one thing clear. Elizabeth Evans was not stepping in for her grandmother. She was going to rappel with her grandmother. So Elizabeth was all in, raised all the money that she needed to raise to do this. And so we can't thank her enough. And you never know when this family tradition might continue and when she catches up to grandma. And she's still got 10 more years to go before she does that. But Elizabeth, thank you so much for being part of this great event. The next two are up on the roof. You can see the one over with a postcard view, Sue Lapin and Marlene Weedman. Marlene is on the yellow rope. Sue is on the blue rope. And so that is Sue starting to inch her way down. Sue is a figure skating coach for Special Olympics Delaware, also helps out with cycling, and she is an assistant cycling coach. And she wanted to thank the Skating Club of Wilmington, where she coaches our athletes, for their ongoing support, not only here for Over the Edge, but the rink donations they make for our athletes to learn how to figure skate. This is her first time. As she said in the interview up on the roof, as you heard, she'd rather do this than the plunge. We don't hear that a whole lot. And it is also Marlene Weedman's first time going over the edge. On deck, David Halley and Tammy Wilson, followed by Dawn Nowinski and Brielle Stewart.
Maybe you should do this event in early February, late January, and that way you can get the best of both worlds. It could be cold and high.
Or we could put a pool of ice water at the bottom of this event.
I think everybody wouldn't be in a big
come
hurry
into
to get
that.
down there. Wow, that's Steve, would that make it better? No.
Wait. Who is in charge here? Wait a minute.
I think I got some sway, it sounds like. How can we make this more exciting?
Yeah, this coming from the guy that hasn't done it yet.
Oh.
And we'll continue that incredible streak.
I'm afraid if we make him do it, he won't show up to do the live stream. So
No, I'll just. I mean, I got crutches. I can fake some injuries. I can walking boots.
Steve, it looks like the sun is out there. Has it been out consistently, or is it still very sporadic?
No, it's out now. It's there are very few clouds, if any. It's really cleared up nicely. We are in the shade down here at the bottom, and for the most part, the rappellers are in the shade as well, as the sun is behind the building.
Nick, how's that tan going up top?
Are you guys on me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Hey, how's your tan going?
Going really well, to be honest with you. We were just we're in kind of a lull up here, but I wish I brought my sunglasses, but I don't know how it would be doing interviews with sunglasses up here. But it's actually nice. To tell you the truth, a little breezy at some points, but the way it's set up, the rappellers really aren't having too many issues. So but it's nice up here, to be honest with you. It's a great day.
Now, Nick, this is the first time you've been to this event, right?
Correct.
And so is this an event you would ever have any interest in?
I don't know. I keep talking with our camera guy up here about it, and he's giving me more and more. I think the more I'm here and the more detail I hear, we'll see. Yeah, I know. Good job, John.
Now, you've gotten to see and gotten to hear and getting a feel for people as they're going through the training process up there on the roof. And we hear over and over about what a great job the Over the Edge staff does just mentally preparing people to do something that a lot of them probably never thought they would ever do. Have you been able to experience that up there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's amazing the confidence that they get going from the trial period over here to being coached, about to go over, and you can see the calmness seriously go over their face. It's just a great job. I don't know what they're saying to them personally, because I'm not getting that close to the edge right now, but the staff is honestly making these people feel really comfortable and secure. And as people start to go over, they have an air of confidence that they just are so excited to do it, but they're nervous watching and looking before they go over. So yeah, they definitely do a good job up here of getting these over the edge rappellers going.
Couple coming to the bottom of the rappel. These two came down pretty quickly.
Coming to me, did you?
Again, Sue Lapin on the blue rope and Marlene Weedman on the yellow rope. Let's put your hands together for both of them. First time rappellers. And Steve, you've been here a lot, seen a lot of people go down, both on Media Day and now today. And for two first-timers, they came down pretty confidently and quickly.
They really did. They made good time coming down. And, we were talking about the folks up top who make everybody feel really comfortable and confident about going over. The folks down here at the bottom get all the hugs. Like, thank you, I made it. They get all the, all the thank yous and the hugs and the kisses because people have survived. And here they come. All right, so we got just about both okay. Well, they're both on the ground.
Yeah, and it's true what you say, Steve. They don't get a chance to go up and thank the people that gave them that confidence, because you go up to the 10th floor to get your stuff and then you come back down. But that's a good point, one that I had never thought of, that probably a lot of them, if they had their choice, would go back up to the roof and thank the people that got them over the edge.
Nick's getting some of them at their worst, and Steve's getting some of them at their best.
So there's Sue and Marlene getting their souvenir.
Hi, Marlene. Can we grab you for a sec?
Oh, sure.
How was it?
It was great.
Yeah, you feel good?
Yeah, I feel great.
You have a huge smile on your face.
It was exhilarating.
So this is your first year. So what inspired you to attempt this?
Yeah, I don't even.
No?
It was just an opportunity that I had wanted to do for years. And, just to make something possible for some other athletes would be awesome.
And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Your efforts today have made it possible for so many more athletes to compete and have that same smile on their face that you have today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Go forth. You are a hero today. Congratulations, Marlene. Hello. Sue's coming on over here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How'd you feel up there?
Well, once I got over the edge, it was just a matter of going down.
And that really is why they call it over the edge. It's that moment where all of your trust is in your gear and the folks at the top, and it's a kind of leap of faith.
That it is, but that's what the Special Olympians I work with face throughout their lives.
So you know how important this event is and what a great fundraiser it is to make sure that we can keep all of the athletes doing the games that they love.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Big round of applause for Sue. She did it over the edge.
All righty, Sue. Thank you so much. You're not on ice, but I'm sure you're glad your feet are on the ground. We appreciate all you do for Special Olympics. That person you see up there on the yellow rope is David Halley. And on the blue rope, who you don't see yet, is going to be Tammy Wilson. David Halley, the new president and CEO of Special Olympics Delaware. Getting ready to go over the edge for the first time. He's a veteran of the U.S. Army, and I asked him the other day in the office, I said, you have had to have rappelled at some point. And he said, nothing like this. And so here he goes. I know his wife and maybe his kids are probably watching at home. There's the hand out, arms out pose as he takes those first few steps. Tammy Wilson looks like she's starting to get in that same position. And again, if you've just arrived, unlike previous years, if you're here watching it live, sitting in the bleachers, if you look to your right, there's a television screen sitting inside the TD Bank building that you can go over and watch the television when we do a view from up on the roof. And that's something that people here live have never been able to see that we thought would be a nice feature, as well as talking to people before they actually go over the edge. It's always fun talking to them afterward, but we think it's been an added enhancement to be able to do it up on the roof as well. So David Halley making he's probably on floor 16 of the 17 that it is, making his way down.
So there's the guy that can add the pool at the bottom if we want to talk to him about it.
He would have the final say on that.
All right. Hey, I would love to see, Steve, if there's any sort of extra obstacles, maybe, if you will. Or I don't know. That's
extra obstacles.
When it came out of my mouth, I didn't like it
What do you want to zigzag down the side of the building?
We could do that. We could have appendages, things sticking out that you got to go around.
Yeah, people are going to reach and try to grab you through the windows. No, something something at the end, a celebratory something.
High five tunnel.
Sure. Hey, you know what though? Hey, your athletes would love that.
All right, that's Tammy Wilson up at the top. Remember, folks out there in the bleachers, Tammy Wilson can only hear you if you cheer real loud. And we're going to send it up near Tammy, up to the roof. Nick Halliday of Delaware Live Sports.
Well, she was trying to get out of it, but we're here with Dawn Nowitzki, and she's going over for her first time. Are you ready?
Yeah. I went over yesterday for a trial run, so hopefully today will be
Ready to go. And you say you're doing this to conquer your fear?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So your husband is a volunteer also, is that?
He's down working the ropes, waiting for me to get down there with him.
Hey, well, listen, you're up next, so you ready to go? Let's go.
Let's do it.
Well, thank you, guys. She's ready to go. We're going to get her over to the professionals over there and get her set up and ready to go.
All right, outside on the side of the building, David Halley's making his way down rather quickly. One of the first things he told me when he came on staff is that he's very competitive. So he's probably going to want to know his time when he gets to the bottom.
And time.
There
12
you go.
seconds.
Congratulations, David Halley. He's now gone over the edge and plunged for Special Olympics Delaware.
I smell a comparison question.
All right, big round of applause for the new president and CEO of Special Olympics, David. Great look on his face as you can see him come around the corner. How's your initiation going so far?
Oh my goodness, my heart rate's still like slowing down. That's a little crazy.
All right, so you're 2 for 2. You did the plunge and over the edge, and I got to ask you, which one? Which one did you like better?
Well, they're both completely different experiences. They're both amazing. I'll probably do them both again, but this one definitely got my heart rate going.
Oh, you're definitely doing both again.
Oh my goodness, yeah. That needs to be included in the interview process.
Now, right, probably should have been in there, right? By the way, you'll be rappelling down a 17-story building.
Sure. Sure, why not?
Now, of all the events that Special Olympics does during the year, these are probably, you've accomplished the two hardest, right?
I think so. I mean, they have a motorcycle event, so I know I need to buy some more leather, but they have a lot of other events coming up.
And when you say they mean you.
That is correct. I know. I'm so brand new. Like, this is overwhelming. I mean, I am so blown away by all the volunteers, the support here. It's amazing.
And you're an inspiration to everybody who's watching at home, all of the schools, all the athletes, all the volunteers. Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
There he is. He puts his money where his mouth is. Chief Cook and Bottle Washer, the CEO of Special Olympics Delaware. And I'll tell you, that's what it's all about. You've got to lead by example. Right, John?
No doubt about it. If he owned a truck, he'd probably be in the truck convoy.
We could get a truck, can't we?
No better feeling, Steve, you've been through it, than when you land on the ground gently and you start getting the high fives and the hugs and everything else. That's when you know you've accomplished what you set out to do, no matter how nervous or not you were. And, you know, I've talked to a lot of people, and I always use this comparison. Jimmy and I would ask people, you know, can you compare this to jumping out of an airplane? And I would never jump out of an airplane, but I've done over the edge. But the fact that you're people who are afraid of heights, that they're willing to come out and do this. And I know, Steve, you don't love heights.
Right.
And yet you did it not only once, but you did it a second time when you really didn't even need to prove anything to anybody else. And it all goes back to, I think, the point where we hear a lot of people say, you know, our athletes overcome obstacles every single day in life, in school, at work, on the athletic fields. If my fear is afraid of heights, I can overcome that for a couple minutes in the afternoon coming down the side of the building.
Absolutely. And one of the really cool things about when you finish at the bottom and you go down and you see your loved ones, you also see complete strangers who are cheering you on, who are high-fiving you, and it's such a great feeling. It really is, especially when there are athletes around too. You get absorbed in the moment. And we've got another person who's made it down, I believe Tammy. She's they're unbuckling her.
Yep. Now, Tammy Wilson, that was her fifth trip down. So she's done this 5 times in the past, and so she's a veteran. And so it will be interesting. I'd love to know, does it get any easier when you come down? You know, it might be less stressful, but is that first dip back the same reaction as you had the first time you did it?
That will be our first question for her. She's actually getting to meet Zach, who is one of our athletes, and getting her medal. All right, Tammy, come on over. The question has been posed. They want to know, does it get any easier?
No.
No?
No.
You still have that same butterfly moment at the top, right?
Correct.
And probably for like 3 or 4 days beforehand.
No, just like a half an hour beforehand.
Oh, okay. So when you woke up this morning, you're like, okay, that's cool. I'm going over the edge.
Yeah.
You seem like you're a cool cucumber here. It's like no big deal.
I try.
All right, well, congratulations. And she's going to go in the back and just collapse probably. Be like, oh, all the adrenaline is gone. But congratulations, and thank you for all you do for Special Olympics.
Thank you.
There you go. Another satisfied customer, 5th time going down.
All right, if you look up above, our next 2 are getting harnessed up, and you should see them leaning over. On the blue rope, we've got Brielle Stewart, and on the yellow rope, Dawn Severance getting ready to go over the edge. Dawn and Brielle are getting harnessed up. Ready to take that first step back.
John, just got a question on YouTube about how far behind are we? We're going at our own pace. Okay. All right. Yeah, we are maybe a little bit behind.
Yeah, Brielle was scheduled to go at 1:10, and it's 1:37, so 25 minutes if you do the math. And one of the things, one of the things when you do this and you try to time it out, and you don't know how quickly people are going to come down. For those of us just tuning in, we went through the first 14 edgers in record time. And it was just because they went down quicker than other people. And so you can only go down as fast as the ropes become available. And so, it's one of those things that
some people like to get their money's worth, okay? That's what you're trying to say.
The people up top want to make sure the people who are going to come down are comfortable doing so. And we've heard interviewed a couple different people who, one who was ready to turn around and go back. And so they take a little bit more time with her. And that's wonderful. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here for everybody to walk away with a positive experience. It doesn't mean everybody's coming back for a second time. A lot do, 35%, best rate in the country. But for some people, it's a one-and-done type of event. And so that's just the way it is. And so we're running about 20 minutes behind schedule. But everybody's having a great time and a great experience, and that's what matters most. All right, we're going to head up to the roof. Nick Halliday.
How are you? We are here with first-timer Benjamin Erskine, and he said that he would talk to me because I got his name right. So tell us, first year, and what are you doing it for?
Well, first of all, for the Special Olympics, I think the Special Olympics is a great organization, and I knew that if I put my name in, that the students would definitely show out, and they did. Part of the deal on my end, because of loose articles, I didn't get to do like the jacket and the tie, but that's fine. I'm still dressed for the school day anyway.
So you broke out of your Superman costume, is what you're telling us, and now you're ready to go.
Essentially, yes.
So when you're done, you get back into the booth and get ready. So how you feel now that you did your test? You look good over there, to be honest with you.
Well, as long as it doesn't get away from me, I'll feel just fine. It'll get more nervous as I get closer to getting closer to the edge, but
to tell you the truth, I've seen people actually get more comfortable when they got over there. These professionals they have over here getting people to go down looks like they're telling them something they really like.
Well, I know once I get rolling I'll be fine, but it's just the first step over is going to be the more difficult part.
Exactly. Well, we're going to get you on over the edge, and we'll see you at the bottom.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nick. Thank you, Ben Erskine. Faculty member at Pfeiffer Middle School, a unified champion school, state banner school. The students raised the money for him to go over the edge. We're going to go back on the roof. Nick Halliday, it's all yours.
Okay, hey, we're here with Jacqueline Vernon, and we didn't get much time to get correlated here together, but tell us who you worked at the 911 Center for.
22 years.
Okay, so you work for the Newcastle County Department.
Yep, in the police dispatch for Newcastle County Police, Middletown Police, Ellesmere, Newcastle City, and Delaware City.
So you've had a lot of interesting calls and some excitement. How's this going to turn over to the excitement of you going over the edge?
Well, this is definitely crazy, but 22 years working in that environment is just as crazy.
I can only imagine, to be honest with you, getting those calls. So what are you doing it for today?
For fun, to raise the money. It's my 4th year. It's sunny, it's beautiful. It's a day off.
There you go. I think a lot of us use that as a day off, you know what I mean?
We do, but this is like a real day off. I didn't take a vacation or anything.
Well, thank you for joining us, and good luck going over the edge again for your 5th year now.
Nick, I want to stay with you for just a second. How's the wind up there?
Actually, it's kind of, like I said, it kind of turned up a little bit, to be honest with you. We were good a little bit ago, but now it's starting to really pick up. As you can tell, some of the stuff blowing around up here, our caution tape and some of the papers blowing around, we're gotten to it. But to be honest with you, it's not coming at the repellers, so it's actually not as bad as you would think for them going down.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, Nick, up there on the roof. And, you know, people always ask the question, is it ever too windy for them to do this event? And, you know, here's the rule of thumb. The winds have to be sustained at 25 miles per hour, not gusts, sustained. And they have to be blowing in a way that would force the edgers to go side to side. So in other words, if the wind is going in toward the building, it doesn't impact them coming down. There's no danger to it, and so they would continue to go. So again, we've harped all day. A lot of you are just tuning in, and we realize that the safety rating of this for over 75,000 people who have done this around North America is 100%. No accidents, no incidents, no injuries rappelling down the side of that building. And so a lot goes into those decisions. This is the 11th year of this event, and I was talking to a colleague today on the way here, and there's only been one time where we actually had a weather delay. It lasted about 20 minutes because it was raining so hard they couldn't see the ground. And so a few drops does not postpone this event. It takes a real downpour to do so. Fortunately, today, we don't have to worry about that. I hear you out there. Keep those hands together for Dawn and Brielle, landing softly after their first ever rappels here at the Over the Edge event. So congratulations to both of you. We'll look forward to hearing about your first experience with Steve Mons. Steve, I talked to Nick about the wind up top. Any wind down there at the bottom?
Not really, no. It's been pretty quiet as far as the wind goes. You can see the Special Olympics flags just flapping just gently, but it's nice, actually. It's been a little bit of a respite for me because being up top, you definitely get wind blown and worn out up there, but down here a little bit more comfortable. All right, here we go. We've got a couple more folks who've managed to go over the edge successfully, and Dawn, you look half exhausted, half thrilled. She's getting her medal right now from Zach. All right, Dawn, come on over. Absolutely. Let her get her medal. We'll bring Brielle over. All right, ladies, you came down about the same time, finishing almost exactly together. How was it?
Better today than it was yesterday.
How'd you feel?
Like I am absolutely insane.
Is it what you thought it would be?
I honestly even worse.
Now, how did you feel when they told you up at the top? They're like, okay, now you need to lean back.
Yesterday, I went into panic mode.
But today, no big deal, right?
No, it really wasn't.
Well, the guys up top are awesome, aren't they?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
Possible to give you the confidence that you could do it.
Oh, yeah.
The 88 who will go over the edge today. I know Action News was here earlier today. NBC was here, so make sure you check out the coverage of the event tonight when you go home and watch the news. I want to again thank Nick Halliday up on the roof, Steve Mons, local radio and live stream personalities with us today, and of course Nancy Johnson, Joe Allen of the Wake Up Crew here earlier. And Matt Janis has arrived, and he's going to be stepping in for Steve Mons on the ground at around 2 o'clock, and Steve is going to go up on the roof again to relieve Nick Halliday, who's got to get to a ball game this afternoon of some sort, playoff action for high schools, and he owns 302 Sports, which has become Delaware Sports Live, and so he'll be on the air or behind a camera or in front of a soundboard for the rest of the day. So appreciate everybody, the on-air talents who have come out to help have this broadcast be what we think has been the best so far. I'm John Busby, anchoring the event. Jimmy Smith with the digital team.
I heard that Elena Deladon and Joe Biden later. I heard that. Is that true?
We'd be the roads would be shut down, and we wouldn't be in
I
here.
think we
I'm
would
sure
already
if
know
that
about
was
that
the
by now.
case. So, but anyway, I think that's Mr. Erskine from Pfeiffer, I would guess, because he was.
Yeah, and Pfeiffer, a lot of comments on YouTube in support. Nicole Brown and Mr. Meme Guy. I love the YouTube channel name. That's very good. Donna Phillips. A lot of people shouting out Mr. Erskine. And then also, I wanted to clarify, Megan Saunders, I apologize. We were kind of making light of the running behind. She just wanted to plan so her students know when they could watch. So she was just trying to plan the day. And so Obviously we're trying to make light of it because yes, we're a little bit behind, but she's just trying to organize for kids.
That's right.
And so again, that kind of goes back to what we've been talking about. We're so grateful that there's so many watch parties out there, but I understand herding cats in front of video monitors isn't always that easy.
And it's funny, when we started doing this that first year, Jimmy, we weren't even thinking about a whole school watching a teacher go over.
And frankly, I don't know that a lot of people were either, but it kind of changes the game, right? You're going to raise this money for your boss or for your teacher, and you're like, well, how am I going to watch it? Well, a lot of employees are going to be like, oh, let's take a day. Let's go have lunch. Let's go take a break from work. But for school children and for anything like that want to try to keep the day
right.
Without taking a whole day, how do we watch? What do we do? And this really creates this opportunity where that you'll be able to get the most out of this through your fundraising. So that if you raise for your physics teacher, that you're not going to just hear stories. You're going to, in this case, hear from them from them, watch them do it, and then hear from them afterward. It's really changed the game on what's capable here.
Yeah, the term we use is whole school engagement. It's an opportunity to get faculty involved, to get students involved, to get family members involved in a lot of cases. And so it's a thrill for the teachers to have the support of the kids. It's a thrill for the kids to watch their teachers go over the edge and do something that is this daring. You're not going out and riding a bike or running around a track. You're rappelling 17 stories down the side of the building. I think it was our last year. We had 12 school districts represented. And our goal is 19, because that's how many are in the state of Delaware. Plus, you start doing the math, you add in the charter schools and the private schools and the vocational schools and all of that. And so, again, I'll ask the question, if your school doesn't have Special Olympics, why not?
Why?
And if your school isn't participating in this event?
Also, why?
Also, why not? And again, you may support a lot of other charities. You may also support Special Olympics in other ways with a Cool Schools Plunge team, something like that, and we very much appreciate that. But if you're looking for something, we've had seniors take this on as a senior project and get somebody involved in their school and then help them raise the money for it and do that type of thing. So Mr. Erskine is coming down, Pfeiffer Middle School. I want to hear you in your classroom cheering on Mr. Erskine as he's coming down. And Jacqueline Vernon on the yellow rope heading down as well. Jacqueline is with the Newcastle County Police Department. We talked about the support of Delaware law enforcement Special Olympics, not only at this event, but other events they help run, and, of course, doing medal presentations at the Summer Games. This is Jacqueline's fourth time down, Mr. Erskine's fourth. So it'll be interesting to hear the difference in opinions when they get down about what it was like today when they talk to Steve Mons once they land. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2022 Over the Edge event for Special Olympics, the 11th year that it has happened. More than $1.3 million has been raised for Special Olympics at this event. Every dime stays in the state of Delaware. Every athlete, all 4,200 plus of them, get to participate for completely free, from training facilities to equipment to uniforms to competition venues and other expenses that are required to have a successful experience as an athlete. All free, 100%, thanks to events like this. When it's all said and done, today's event will easily raise more than $100,000 that stays right here in the state of Delaware. So Jacqueline and Ben coming down the building right now, 2 of 88 people to help make this happen today. Let's make sure Ben and Jacqueline can hear us outside. A big round of applause as they make their way more than halfway down the side of the building.
Let me ask this to you three, Nick, Steve, and John, all in kind of different ways. You're affiliated with Special Olympics, but how proud are you, John, I'll start with you, how proud are you to watch your state just get it? Just get it and understand it and embrace it and make it its own.
We talk about, I've mentioned the repeat percentage rate, 35%. We're told the best in the country. About a big part of that is because Delaware is what Delaware is. And there's the kind of saying that goes, everybody knows everybody in the state of Delaware, or it's hard to have a conversation with somebody that a name doesn't come up that you both know. And that's what makes this type of event very successful, and that people who want to come back, because inevitably somebody will talk about the fact that they did this event, and the person they're talking to will say, man, that's wonderful. A friend of mine has an athlete in Special Olympics, or one of my relatives is in Special Olympics, or I do the plunge for Special Olympics. And it's that kind of stuff that just continues to have a domino effect, not only on the people who do these fundraising events, but how many of these people are then going to become volunteers, are then going to become coaches, or parents who are watching this today thinking, you know what, I'm going to reach out to Special Olympics to have my son or daughter become an athlete or become a unified partner. A unified partner is a peer or a regular education student who plays on the same team. So that's what I think makes this so great about being in the state of Delaware.
And you know what? As someone who's actually fundraised for this event in the Plunge, it changes people's mindset when you tell them that all the money goes to Special Olympics, and oh, by the way, we're the only state where the athletes can compete without cost. And I get looks like, really? This is the only state? And I'm very proud of that. I think that's awesome, and that's what events like this are all about, and making sure that we can continue to keep that status. So we're waiting now. We've got Mr. Erskine is getting unbuckled. All right, he's all finished as well. And Jacqueline? Oh, look, they're lifelong friends now. You just met rappelling down the side of a building.
Well, she was telling me about my bear rescue. I didn't know I had it, and she was telling me about it on the roof. Hey, don't avoid the interview now. Come on, step on up.
No, they're doing some photo ops. And all right, so
No,
here
I
we
don't
go.
mean you,
Jacqueline,
I
come
meant
on
them.
over.
Hey.
So this is your 5th time?
Yes.
And what did you think?
It was sunny today. That's a bonus. The wind up on the top was a little. I think we're in a small craft advisory right now too.
Does it become easier each year?
A little bit. It's still that first initial letting go and trusting that the mechanisms are going to do what they're supposed to.
Right. Not that it shouldn't, but
The gravity takes its hand, you're fine.
gravity is a thing. We're proving that today. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Erskine, there's a lot of folks who are watching you.
The internet wants to
a
hear
lot of
from
students,
you.
they want to know, how was it?
Well, it was long.
It was long. As you look back up the building, what do you think of that view from here?
Oh, from here it's great. From up there, not so much.
All right, so you accomplished something today. I'm sure you weren't thrilled about that moment when they said lean back, but you conquered your fears.
Yeah. I mean, well, I was telling a couple people the other day, once I get going, it wouldn't be a problem, and I was right. It was that first bit up there where he says lean back. No. But once it got rolling, it wasn't so bad.
So you're an inspiration for all of your students, and hopefully they will follow your lead.
Well, hopefully.
Well, thank you so much for all you've done for Special Olympics. You have gone over the edge.
Thank you.
Big round of applause.
All right, from the ground to the roof, Dick Halliday.
How you doing? We are back up here on the roof. We got a couple of guys coming through. No, Mr. Ty, go ahead. There's one of the 4 Ties up here, and we got Patrick Ty. Tell us what's going on with the family tradition here.
Yeah, so great to see you, Nick. But my dad's done this every year for the past 4. He finally convinced all 3 of his sons to come do it with him. He just loves doing crazy stuff like this, and we said, hey, why not?
That's awesome. So your brother's going to go down with him. Yep. Is it your brother's first year too? All boys first year?
My brother's second year. My little brother behind me, it's his first year. My first year as well.
Okay. Are you excited? What did he tell you it's like going down?
He said it's scary starting, but once you're going, it's fun.
That seems to be the MO down there. But have you seen other people come down before you got here?
Just saw that last guy. He looked that guy looked petrified. So.
Mr. Erskine, but guess what? He made it successful, and he's down there ready to go. Yeah. So we'll talk to you at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Have a good trip.
All right, thanks, Nick. Good news if you're waiting for the Ty family. They're the next 4 coming down. Joseph M., Jared, and Patrick. After them, Steve Kaysen, Stacy Dedinas, Jen Kirkpatrick, Colleen Stevens, and Chris Kroll, all scheduled to come down. We're running about 20 minutes behind schedule, but we seem to be catching up slowly but surely. And again, the timing of everything is based on how quickly or not people come down the side of the building. There's no rules. You can take as long as you want, and we're going to head back upstairs to Nick Halliday.
So now we have the younger brother, Jarrett Ty, and this is your first time?
Yep, this is my first time.
Excited and ready to go?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So you and your brother are first timers, and you guys decided to go together and not with your dad or your other brother who had experience?
Nope. Yeah, we don't need that. We got this. Me and him, smart kids.
Ready to go.
We can get it done. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us,
Of course,
and good luck.
man.
We'll talk to you at the bottom.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so as the Ty families get ready, on the blue rope it's going to be Joseph Ty. On the yellow rope it's going to be Jacqueline Vernon. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering who is outside, that is Matt Janis, our new roving reporter out there, voice of the University of Delaware women's basketball team, also a TV commentator for the Colonial Athletic Association, and also the Big East Conference. So you'll recognize Matt's voice
He's
if
a big
you're
deal, folks.
a women's basketball fan. And you will recognize his face if you watch Big East basketball or Colonial Athletic Association sports as well. His sister is going over the edge. So when I asked him to join us, he said he'd be more than happy to, and could he have the late afternoon slot? And so he's got it, and he's going to get to watch his sister come down, and we appreciate him being with us. Up
What do you
there,
think about this so far, Matt?
I got to be honest with you, I had to beg John to stay on the ground. 'Cause I'm petrified of height, so I'm pretty happy about that. I cannot believe people are willing to do this, but I'm so happy they are, because this is an unbelievable spectacle. I was across the street having a cup of coffee, and everybody's just staring straight up and trying to figure out what is going on. And when you explain to them, they just get a big smile on their face. This is an unbelievable event. I've been out here for it a couple times, but never seen how it works behind the scenes. Really excited.
and have you ever had a relative go over, Matt?
Nope, first time. My sister's always been the crazy one, so it's good that she gets to continue that trend. But she's also the philanthropic one in the family as well. So she did a good job raising the money.
Family here or family home watching and listening to you?
Little of both. It's a
good.
mixed bag, but I'm looking forward to seeing them. And this is just unbelievable. Thanks for having me out here.
Glad to have you, and we'll hear more from you as the ties end up. That's Jacqueline Vernon and Joseph Ty who are heading down. Joseph Ty on the blue rope, Joseph and Ty on the yellow rope. Family affair here for the Ties. Dangling of the feet out there.
The Ties all seem pretty confident up top, so we'll have to see as they get to Matt.
Joseph has gone, this is his 5th time, and Joseph M. his 3rd time. So they're the veterans. The next 2 Ties are the rookies.
No, I want to see the difference there, the feet dangling, how they look different.
Once again, if you're watching people, whether you're here or on the live stream, and you want to give them a shout out on Twitter, that's at SO Delaware. Make sure you tag us if we see it. We'll try to give it a mention so that when they watch it, the tape of this, the recording of this later in the week, they'll hear your shout out to them. Again, that's at SO Delaware. Any interest in doing this next year, you can sign up today. Just go to the Special Olympics Delaware website and click the Over the Edge banner, and you'll be good to go. Always happens the second Thursday in May, just like the plunge is always the first Sunday in February. This event we intentionally scheduled to be the second Thursday of every May so that people can sign up early and have the entire year to raise the $1,100. The Ty family alone today raised at least $4,500 for Special Olympics. Nice round of applause here if you're here live. Each of the edgers gets a little help over that second floor lip. Appreciate the volunteers in the landing area who have been with us. They were here yesterday training, learning the ropes, so to speak, and then been here, if not all of, for much of the day. And many of them, if you've been here before, you recognize them. They've been with us year after year, very familiar faces. They know exactly what to do and how to handle it, just like the folks upstairs that we've heard so many compliments about. And so we'll wait to hear from the ties. These are the veteran ties. The next two ties coming down are the rookies. And if you're watching a live stream, you can see them right there getting harnessed up. Again, if you just arrived outside, there's a TV, if you look to your right, inside the TD Bank, where you can watch the live stream. And so for the first time, the people that are here live get to see what's going on the roof. And so our edgers get their medals. That looks like Matt Montgomery from the Wilmington Wizards handing out the medals now. Former Athlete of the Year. And let's go to Matt Jennis live on the ground.
All right, we're with Joe, the son of the father-son team that just rappelled down. Let me ask you this. You were hamming it up to the crowd a little bit out there as you're on your way down. You've done this a few times. It looked like, how'd it feel still going down?
Still scary. Scarier this time than the first time it felt for some reason. Not sure why. I think I was expecting that I knew what I was doing and get up there and you're still 17 stories high, but we did it.
What's the first thought that comes through your mind when you go down?
I don't know. Woo! Like literally just,
You and your whole family out here look like they're having a good time, big support group to be out here with you. When you do this as a group, what's it mean to the family?
It means a lot. It means a lot, you know. It's a good excuse to take off work nonetheless, but it's still nice to have people come out here, cheer you on, and watch you do something as cool as this is. So it really means a lot. The whole thing means a lot.
Well, it means a lot to us that you do it. Thanks so much, and let's bring in your dad, huh?
Hell yeah, thank you.
All right, Joe, how was it? Come over here. You want to talk to us a little bit?
That's good stuff.
What did you think out there as you're coming down? You're almost racing your son. Was that a contest of the
Takes off. It's like him. He just takes off. You know, leaves his dad in the dust. No, it was good fun though. I'm glad I got all three boys to do it.
How many times is this you? 5?
This is my fourth.
Fourth time. What was your thought coming down?
It's still that first when you're sitting on the edge, and they say you're hooked up to stuff, but it's just this little wire that you're looking at, and then standing, doing the spread eagle and leaning backwards into that L position. That's the toughest part. After that, it's pretty much just. But it is a lot of. Takes a lot of strength in your arms to get that moving, and keep it from moving too fast.
Well, it was impressive strength from you. You got anything to say for the kids upstairs?
Nah, go for it.
A man of few words. Thanks so much for doing this.
You bet.
All right, the Tigers. Back to you guys.
The next two ties have taken that lean back move. They're ready to go. This is the first time for both of these ties. Now, the only way they can know that you're cheering for them out there is if you cheer really loud. Let's give these two rookies a big round of applause of encouragement as they get ready to go. And as the ties lean back, we're going to go up top to Nick Halliday.
We are here with Jen Kirkpatrick. She's getting ready to go. First timer. Yes. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. Yes.
You just did really good in the training over there. So does that give you some confidence?
Yes, it does. Yes, definitely.
So tell us why you're doing it this year.
Just to support Special Olympics and just excited to be here and show my support.
There you go. So Edgewell Personal Care, I'm sure you help some people with problems or getting over some fears. Now are you ready to get over this one?
Yes, I am.
Ready to go? I'm ready to go. All right. Who do you want to thank for getting you here today?
Arlen, who coordinates all of this for our company, and my mother, of course.
Well, perfect. You're actually getting ready to go now, so enjoy. We'll talk to you at the bottom.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nick. So we're getting ready to watch the ties come down here slowly but surely. It's not a race. The only goal is to get to the bottom, which everyone manages to do one way or the other. 17 stories, 222 feet. This is the 300 Delaware Avenue building, managed by Brandywine Realty Trust, gracious hosts of this event all 11 years. The amount of work that went into organizing the building, allowing us to do this event, is amazing. People don't realize that it's not just a, hey, we need to get in your building on the second Thursday of every month, of May, I should say. But instead, there were structural changes made on the roof to allow for the safe rappelling of this event. They turned the 10th floor over to Special Olympics Delaware for both yesterday and today. And there's a lot more action in the elevators and the hallways and the lobby than there is on a typical work day. And so Special Olympics appreciates Brandywine Realty Trust donating this building for the day. TD Bank and Newcastle County Fire Services, also the sponsors of this event. Supporters include Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, the Sheraton Suites Wilmington right next door, and the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, where all of the edgers were given the opportunity to go in and get the hang of rappelling and what it's all about. They weren't doing it 17 stories, but they were at least up in the air and getting the feel of what the equipment felt like and how it works. And so we appreciate Delaware Rock Gym always providing that. They have from the start. A few over-the-edge facts and figures that might interest you. Over 1,000 nonprofit events have been held around North America at 360-plus buildings. 75,000 people have gone over the edge. On average, nonprofits are able to raise at least $100,000, as this one will do before the end of the day. And in total, Over the Edge has helped nonprofits raise more than $1 million. And again, every dime raised for this event stays in the state of Delaware, and it pays for everything our athletes need to successfully train and compete, and it's completely free for them. It doesn't cost them anything to be part of Special Olympics. We're the only state in the country where that is the case.
And that could be a barrier to beginning your love of sports or beginning your athlete's love of sports, and to take that away or try another sport.
Right.
You know, they've long time played soccer and they see golf. The barrier of entry sometimes, you know, whether it be golf clubs or just being a part of a club or an organization, even just the entry fee could keep people from doing that.
Right.
And now you're saying that SODE, the only organization in Special Olympics in the United States that removes those barriers, it's incredible.
It is. It really is. And you have Jared on the blue rope, Patrick on the yellow. Each raised $1,100. Their father and their brother just went over. That's another $2,200 minimum. So you start doing the math, $4,400 raised by just those four people.
Just one family.
One family, and where that money can go toward Special Olympics Delaware and the athletes who get to participate. We're going to go back up to the roof. Nick Halliday, who you got?
We are here with first-year Chris Crowell, ready to go. How do you feel after doing your testing over there?
More confident than I was 10 minutes ago. But
And that's what we're saying to these over-the-edge participants here from the Rock guys. They're really good, making you guys feel comfortable and ready to go, right?
yeah, they're doing a tremendous job from the first floor all the way up. It's very professional, which gives you a sense of confidence.
Good.
When you're jumping off a building. So.
that is true. So what brings you out to do this year for the first time?
Well, I've been involved with Special Olympics for a long time. My son's been in it for, God knows, almost 30 years. And he faces challenges every day. And if he can do that, I can jump off a building.
That's it. That's what we like to hear, and we're doing it for the kids, right? It is. Well, thank you for your time. Good luck, and we'll see you at the bottom.
Thank you very much.
All right. Nick Halliday with his final interview of the day. Nick's got to get to a game in the afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. And, Nick, we can't thank you enough. We just need you to head to the 10th floor so you can flip-flop with Steve Mons, who's going to come back out. We hope you enjoyed it. Folks down there in the bleachers, how about give Nick Halliday a big round of applause for spending the next few hours with us.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. Honestly, it was a great pleasure, great time and pleasure up here. And honestly, I'll be back next year, John.
Second Thursday in May. Get it on your calendar now, Nick.
Thank you.
All righty. Have a good rest of the day. Folks, if you don't tune in to Delaware Sports Live, powered by 302 Sports, it's the only way to watch Delaware sports, high school sports, different sports. They're all over the place. Doesn't matter the sport, so make sure you tune in and check it out if you don't already. So Nick's going to come down. Steve Mons is going to go back up for his final shift of the day that started early this morning at 9 o'clock. He started on the roof. He'll end on the roof, and I'll be interested. One of the first questions I'll ask him is what the weather's like up there now compared to what it was early this morning.
Probably rhymes with warmer, I would say.
And sunnier, probably, because the sun seems to be out, at least from we've got about 16 different camera angles here in the control room, and it looks sunny on all of them as Jared and Patrick Ty make their way down, coming down here to the final lip where they'll get pulled out away from the building and make their final descent and join their father and brother on the ground. The Ty family, a quick look at my list. I believe it's the largest group from one family participating in today's event. As I've mentioned, at minimum, raised $4,400 for Special Olympics Delaware. Let's cheer these two guys on to the finish line here. And they land. Congratulations and thank you to the entire Ty family, not only the four that actually went over the edge, but I'm sure there are plenty of relatives who helped contribute to that $4,400 that will impact more than 4,200 athletes here in the state of Delaware who participate in Special Olympics. And Matt Janis, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, I'm down here with Patrick. We just saw your father and brother go. What did they say to get you out here and be part of this process?
It was like do you want to do this thing today?
How easy are you to talk into doing things?
Super easy. Yeah, very easy.
To do this as a family, raise as much money as you guys did for the Special Olympics in Delaware, how was that process and how good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels awesome. Dad led it for sure. But great cause, obviously a lot of fun today and always fun to be with them.
Was it what he told you it would be? I mean, your dad's done it 4 times now. This is your first. Was it what you thought?
Yeah, he said the start was going to be scary and the rest would be easy. The start was easy and the rest was scary.
That's how I thought it would be as well, right?
Yeah, but we got done.
You're on the ground. Congratulations.
Sure are. Thanks.
All right, we're going to bring in your brother your brother Jared here. And Jared, tell me what the experience was like for you. Was it what your brother just said? Was it easier to get it started than it was to get it finished?
I'd say the whole thing wasn't really all that easy. It was very exhilarating, just going down. But it's kind of all around the same thing, up the top and the bottom.
Were you happy to get to watch your dad and brother go down first and go second? Was that by design?
No, actually. So the plan was for me and him to go first and then for them to go second. But, we just thought the experience should go first. But I did get to see him, wave to him as they're going down, so, yeah.
Is this going to be an annual thing?
For them, maybe, yeah. I might come again, but not soon.
I feel you. Hope to see you back soon.
Very fun, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you to the Tig family for everything they did for Special Olympics.
Ready to go. You can start to see them with a lean back mode as they get ready to roll. "17 stories, 222 feet. More than halfway through the day.
Hey, Matt, question for you. I know your time with the University of Delaware women's basketball and around, college athletics in general. How have you kind of seen college athletics and Special Olympics kind of coexist in the supports? And I know during my time, from 2011 to 2016, I know women's basketball had some Special Olympians around the program. Kind of talk a little bit about what you've seen about college athletes. Some of them, in our time at Delaware, at the highest level of college athletics, embracing Special Olympics.
Well, it's funny because, obviously the pandemic changed everything and limited what you could do for a while there. And one of the things when you talk to these college athletes that you heard them speak about over and over again was how much they were looking forward to getting back with some of their former friends and to see them and to just get that feeling back. And so many of the programs, when you talk to coaches, have implemented that as part of their systems and how they want to make sure that the kids are getting the full all-around experience of being a college athlete, and they make it part of it. And to a person, they all talk about how it is the most rewarding part of the experience. So, I think that it's something that when you talk to the student athletes, at first they're either hesitant or it's another piece of time that gets kind of added to their very busy schedule, and real quickly it becomes the highlight of their week.
Alrighty, coming down on the building on the blue rope is Jen Kirkpatrick. On the yellow rope is Colleen Stevens. Jen Kirkpatrick says she's done parasailing, but she says that's not very crazy. She's an employee at Edgewell Personnel. They've sponsored the bowling events in the past. Colleen Stevens is the parent of Davy, a track and swimming Special Olympics athlete. She was also a unified volunteer when she was in high school. So again, you can see the impact that being involved at the high school level, whether you're a Special Olympics athlete or a unified partner, can have on you in terms of volunteerism in the future. And her father was also a track coach. And so she's been zip lining, so a little bit crazy for some people, but they're making their way down very quickly and easily down the side of the building. Make sure you give them a big cheer as they make their way down. Alrighty, we have Steve Mons, who has been up on the roof, back down off the roof, and is now back up on the roof. Steve, take it away.
We're at home up here on the roof. This is nice. No, this is great. I've been able to see everything from different perspectives today, from the ground and up here on the roof, and it's really interesting. There's a lot of celebrations down below. Up here, everybody is very focused. And Steve, is it Kaysen? You are doing your sixth year? Fifth year. Okay, so you're a veteran at this. How do you feel right now?
Oh, I'm excited. This is a lot of fun.
Is it? You still get the butterflies that you had that first year?
Not really, but it's a gorgeous day and it's a good event, and I think we're doing a good thing for Special Olympics. So.
What motivates you to go over the edge? Is there someone or some part of this that really touches your heart?
Just the overall program. We've been volunteering at the Summer Games and plunging for probably 20 years, and so the athletes are what motivates us. So
no better reason than that right there. Well, enjoy your over the edge experience for time number 5, you said, right?
Thank you.
So Steve's ready to go. He's going to be getting set up he's in this whole gear. And for those of you who are watching at home, you can see a lot of the folks who are in their harnesses, and they're all already gone through a lot of training. And as they go through their training, they get more and more confident. And that's really the key to actually that moment where you lean back and literally go over the edge. It's the way the folks up here make you feel, and they get you prepared for what is to come. So Steve is in kind of the queue, I guess you could say, as we've got two folks already up. As you can see them from the ground, they are at that critical moment now where they lean back.
All right, we're going to go from the roof, where we're in the queue, to the ground, where we're in the landing zone. Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot. We're here with Colleen, who just made the rappel down, and you said you were still trying to catch your breath, get that heartbeat down. What was that experience like in your first time?
It's the most amazing thing I've ever done, I think. It was exhilarating and terrifying, and I'm really proud of myself for doing it. I did it for my son. He's a Special Olympics athlete, and wonderful organization. My dad was a coach. My family's been involved since we were teenagers, and I'm just happy that I was able to raise some money for Special Olympics. Our friends and family supported me, so it was awesome.
When you have that kind of family connection to something that means so much to so many people, has to make it a little bit easier to get over the fear, but you're still going down 220 feet. You've done some stuff before, but was there anything ever like that?
No, my husband and I went ziplining before. That was fun, but nowhere close to this. This was amazing. So.
What was the staff like upstairs?
They were wonderful. Everyone was helpful, calmed our fears. We were both kind of terrified, so they made us feel at ease.
All right, well, congratulations. Thank you for all that you do, and hope to see you back again next year.
I think it's my husband's turn next year.
Write that down. Back to you guys.
And back to the roof. Steve Ons.
Yes, we are on the roof, and we just talked to Steve, and now we're going to talk to his wife, Stacy. And Stacy, this is your 8th or 9th year?
It's my 8th year.
8th year. Now, who talked who into doing this?
Well, I actually signed up the first time without telling him I was doing it. And then a couple years later, he got tired of waiting for me on the ground, so he surprised me by signing up. And when I came up and walked around the corner, there he was.
Wow.
Yeah, so together ever since.
Now, you're no stranger to doing exciting things. I was reading here. I mean, you've hiked the Great Wall, Mount Kilimanjaro, scuba diving.
Yeah, well, it's a big world out there, and we'd like to see all of it. And so just want to get out there and see and do what we can.
And this is great. This is a local cause that's fantastic, and all for Special Olympics of Delaware. So I don't have to tell you, enjoy the moment.
Thanks. Yeah, we've been involved with Special Olympics for almost 30 years here in Delaware, and it's a wonderful organization. The staff is phenomenal, and the community is just fabulous. So we're really proud to be involved.
And you are so calm right now. We're 17 stories up, and you're no big deal. Let's go make some brownies, and then we're going to go over the edge.
I am very afraid of heights, but I figure if the athlete's motto is "Let me be brave," that's what I'm going to try to do.
All right. Well, enjoy. You're almost ready to go. You can join your husband, Steve, and go over the edge.
Well, you hear the confidence up top. You just told me, Jen Kirkpatrick, it was the scariest thing that you have ever done in your life, but yet you're smiling ear to ear. Explain that to me.
It is exhilarating. It's fun to do. It's something that you'd never think in your life be able to rappel down a building in downtown Wilmington, but here we are.
How did you get involved in this experience, and what was the process like?
Well, my company, Edgewell Personal Care, supports Special Olympics, and they asked for volunteers, and I said to the coordinator, if nobody else volunteers, I'll do it, and here I am. So it's me and two of my coworkers.
A reluctant volunteer, it sounded like, but it was worth it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Have you got the heartbeat slowed down yet?
Not yet.
Well, we'll let you work on that, and we'll send it back to John and Jimmy.
Thank you.
Chris Kroll and Arlen Lewis. Somebody just landed. Both going for the first time.
That was our first with a thud we've had today.
And so Arlen and Chris, employees of Edgewell, supporters of Special Olympics. Chris Kroll also has a son in Special Olympics down in the Kent Wildcats. And Arlen Lewis has landed, getting his medal. And then we will hear from Arlen in a second. And Chris Kroll about 6 stories behind. There you go, Matt. Take it away.
All right, thanks a lot. We are down here with Arlen, and you came down pretty fast. Did You want to get down back to earth? Is that the motivation?
No, it was just easier that way. I mean, it seemed that the faster you pulled, and it only locked on me twice, so I felt pretty good. So.
Everybody talks about, the emotional part of the experience. What's it like physically coming down?
When it first pulls on you at the top, it's a little, invigorating, but once you get going, the gravity just does its thing, and you go on down. So.
Now, were you hesitant at all before doing it?
When you're sitting on the ledge, I was hesitant. But once we started down, it was fine. So.
Well, the easiest part of the process, I'd imagine, is once you start down, it's easier to come down than go back up, right?
Once you get past the first 5 or 10 feet, it's easy. So.
Well, we sure do appreciate you doing it, raising all the money that you did, and hope we'll see you again.
Sure, thanks.
All right, thanks a lot to Arlen Lewis, and we're waiting on our next interview. Christopher Cromwell, you want to get your medal first there from Matt Montgomery?
Chris Kroll getting his souvenir from one of many Special Olympics Delaware athletes here. Matt, take it away.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. You were eager to talk. It looked like. What was the experience like for you?
Eager to talk? Maybe eager to get a hug from my wife.
Well, we won't take too much of your time before we let you go do that, but just walk us through that first couple of seconds after you went over the edge.
By the time I got there, they spend so much time telling you what to do, and they keep repeating it, and there's so many safety measures with this that you really feel pretty confident, especially if you don't look down.
What was the motivation for you, and was the experience what you thought it would be?
The experience was what I thought it would be. The motivation was that my son has been in Special Olympics for almost 30 years. And our whole family has been involved, and he faces challenges every day. And when a challenge like this comes up, whether you're jumping in the ocean or whether you're jumping off a building, you really have to step up because he's stepping up all the time. So we're here to support him and every other athlete that's in Special Olympics, and all the things that they go through is a small price.
It's as well said as we're going to get all day long. Congratulations. Go hug your wife.
Thank you.
All righty, Matt. Thank you. Chris Kroll, a member of the Special Olympics Board of Directors, a parent, a coach over the years, his family involved, knows the true meaning of where the money raised today will go to support more than 4,200 athletes. Take a look up on the blue rope, Steve Kaysen, and on the yellow rope, his wife, Stacy Dedinas. This is Stacy's 8th trip over the edge and Steve's 5th trip over the edge. As you heard, she had been doing it a few years, and one year he showed up on the roof, and he's been doing it. They've been doing it ever since. They are involved as volunteers in Special Olympics in so many different ways. If you ask them to do something, the answer is always yes, and they figure out a way to not only do it, but to come up with ways to try to make it better. They spent several years living overseas when they were transferred overseas, and every year they plunged somewhere over there, raised the money to do so, and sent us pictures. That's just the type of people they are. So Steve and Stacy, they're way up there high, and as I've said before, they can only hear you if you cheer real loud. 1, 2, 3. And if you're just tuning in, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. TD Bank, a sponsor, along with Brandywine Realty Trust and Newcastle Fire Services. Coming up within the next 15 or 20 minutes, Sherry Custon, Joe Hayes, Alden Grange, Christy Longo, Jennifer Harrison, and Sean Rowe, along with a couple other Appoquinimink School District board members who will join Sean here. Lots of schools represented, multiple members of districts, which is a great thing that we try to promote here. If you're watching this and you want to do it, sign up on the Special Olympics Delaware website. Just go there, click on the banner. It'll send you right to where you can sign up for next year. It's always the second Thursday in May. If you want to become part of Special Olympics, same website, but the blue button at the top. Find out ways that you can volunteer to give back to Special Olympics. If you want to know how your school can get involved, maybe not in this event, but in Special Olympics in general, in unified sports where peers with and without disabilities play on the same team, and you can imagine the lessons that are learned through that process. Reach out to your school, find out if they are, and if not, ask why, and they can contact Special Olympics and find out how. So Steve and Stacy coming down the side of the building. more than halfway, closer to 3/4 of the way through the 88 people that are going to rappel today, scheduled to wrap up right around 5 o'clock.
They're doing this as a true couple, too, right? Step for step. Are they wearing the same shoes, too?
They might be.
Neon.
Both
I see
veterans.
neon.
Stacy having gone 8 times now, Steve 5. Again, another family raising, in their case, more than $2,200 for Special Olympics. That's a minimum. I know both raised more money than the minimum there. All stays right here in the state of Delaware, every dollar to support the training, the competition, health-related activities that Special Olympics offers, athlete development and leadership programs. Only state in the country where you can participate in Special Olympics completely free, with no obligation to fundraise. But yet so many of our athletes and families do because they understand the importance of the program to them. Steve and Stacy making their final steps toward the landing zone. We're going to head to the roof. Steve Mons.
All right, Sherry, I know that they're anxiously awaiting you to buckle you in over there. This is your first time.
Yes, it's my first time.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, but I'm super excited.
I know. This is great, right? Now, tell us quickly who's on your back.
Journey. It's our internal mascot.
There you go. Okay. Get a shot of that on the camera.
Yep, he's going down with me today.
All right. Well, enjoy it, and thank you for being a part of this event.
Thank you.
All right. She's ready to roll.
One on the roof ready to go. 2 finishing up. 17 stories, 222 feet. Steve, what's the weather like up on the roof?
It's actually getting warm, although the sun's starting to go behind the top part of the building. But the breeze is still here, not terribly. I kind of thought it would be much cooler this afternoon. So all things considered, it's pretty nice up here. I should have had my sunglasses, however. I think everybody else does except me and and our cameraman.
and Nick Holliday didn't have them either. He had said the same thing.
Yeah, but beautiful day, though. I mean, it really is. Beautiful view of the skyline from here.
A lot windier up there than down on the ground, I assume?
Oh, absolutely! It's completely different from down on the ground in the spot where everyone finishes. Up here, it's weird. The wind will all of a sudden just gust and just take all the papers out of my hand. So we're managing, though. I mean, it could be much worse. We could have stronger winds, but right now, not too bad.
All right, Steve and Stacy have landed. Steve Mons talked to both of them before they took off. They're both veterans. Stacy finishing up her 8th rappel, and Steve his 5th rappel. Longtime supporters of Special Olympics, as you heard Stacy talk about. More than 30 years they've been part of it. And when you read some of the things that they have done over the years during their travels, rafting up the Arctic Circle, hiking the Great Wall of China and Mount Kilimanjaro, scuba diving with giant manta rays and whale sharks.
Nothing.
Just a small sampling
that's
of some of the crazy things that they have done, and adding now a combined 13 times that they have rappelled 17 stories down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. Matt Janis, take it away.
All right, you mentioned the resume of things that you have done. You do more things than I think I've ever considered doing. You've already accomplished. What does this feel like, though? You've done it a lot of times. Does it get easier?
Not really. I am very afraid of heights. So I just try and look forward and maybe look out, but not look down. But I just remember that it's for a really good cause.
That's unbelievable. So scared of heights, and yet you seem to chase heights out. What is that about?
Trying to keep up with him.
Well, as you've done it 8 years now, you feel like you got another 8 in you?
Absolutely.
All right, well, we appreciate all that you do for Special Olympics and certainly for conquering that fear for us here today. Let's bring in your husband, Steve. What was it like to do this as a couple? I know you've done it for a half decade together now, but it still has to be really special.
Absolutely. Well, it's a lot of fun, and I used to come out and watch her do it, and we decided we'd do it together after that. So.
Now, wait a minute. You're telling me that you're keeping up with him, but yet you did it first. So what was the original inspiration to get involved?
Well, Special Olympics is a wonderful cause. We've been involved for a really long time. This event always happens right around Mother's Day, and it was in honor of my mom.
That is very cool. What was it like coming down? Easier this year than in years past?
It was about the same. The weather's beautiful today. We've done it in good weather and bad, and so we really enjoyed the day and supporting the athletes.
Well, I definitely envy you guys. If I get to eat dinner with my wife, I'm happy on a day in, day out basis. That's a pretty cool experience. Congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Stacy and Steve, longtime volunteers, longtime edgers, thank you for your continued support of Special Olympics. On the blue rope, looking up, Sherry Custon. On the yellow rope, Joe Hayes getting ready to take that first step back and get going. 17 stories down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. If you're just tuning in, we are at about the 2:30 mark on the score sheet and 2:38 in real time, so we're only about 8 minutes behind. Coming up will be Alden Grange, Christy Longo, Jennifer Harrison, and Sean Rowe. Matt Burrows, Superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District, and Richard Forston coming up going over the edge, representing various groups and schools. And we're going to head back up to the roof. Steve Mons.
All right, we're staying on time, and we're going to have Alden come on over here. Alden Grange, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Great.
This is your first time here, right?
Yes, it is.
How you feeling?
Great.
You look very confident.
Very. Batman is always confident. You see the socks, right?
Oh, the Batman socks. Yeah. You're invincible. So what inspired you to do this today?
Just like volunteering.
Oh, yeah?
Christy gave me the link to check it out. I thought I was just volunteering for some work. I didn't know I was having fun.
Oh, you're definitely going to have some fun if you're not already.
I'm already having a ball.
All right, well, in just a couple of minutes, they're going to harness you in, and you're going to be able to go over the edge.
Thank you.
Enjoy. I was talking about this before. I feel like when I did this a couple of years ago, my knees were knocking together. I was like running scared hiding by the wall. They had to drag me over to the ropes. But everybody here is really enthusiastic. Alden is all set to go for his first year. He's fired up. He'll be heading over in just a couple of seconds, and then we're also going to talk to Christy, I believe, is getting her last bit of training, and then she'll be ready to go over the edge. So a lot of excitement up here, and as well there should be. This is I don't want to say once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it's a once-a-year opportunity where you get to do something that a good chance most of the people in your neighborhood have not done, and that's go rappelling down the side of a 17-story building in Wilmington, which is a unique experience called Over the Edge for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Over the Edge in North America has put together more than 1,000 nonprofit events on 360 buildings, 75,000 plus edgers, over $100,000 average raised per event. All in all, more than $100 million has been raised around North America to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. And Steve is going to have another guest up on the roof here. It's actually going to be a member of the board of directors. Steve, take it away.
That's right. Christy Longo, board member, M&T Bank. You are here plunging for the fourth time?
Fourth time.
And so what makes you come back every year?
Oh, I just love Special Olympics, and I'm afraid of heights, and every year I'm a little less afraid.
Okay.
And this time I brought a colleague of mine, and he's fearless. So
he is fearless. Look at him over there. It's his first time. He's ready to roll.
Fearless. So he's encouraging me. You'd think it was my first time and his fourth time, but we're looking forward to it, Alden, right?
Yes, we are.
It's going to be a great drop.
Well, I believe they're ready to get you into the next phase of this, so enjoy your over-the-edge experience.
Great. Thank you so much.
Here they go. Another I think we have to make sure we hook Alden up. He's like ready to just climb right over the side, I think.
Already, you got a couple coming down the side of the building. One person up there making their way. Christy and Arlen on the roof, getting ready to go next. And we're going to go to the landing area, Matt Janis.
All right, we're down here with Shari, who made it down. Sounded a little bit nervous before you came down, understandably, but you have a big smile on your face. Was it more fun than you thought?
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Definitely would do it again next year. And Jordy made it down with me, I'm pretty sure. So we're doing good.
That was going to be my next question. How'd Journey do? Was he nervous on the way down?
A little nervous. He wished he could have got a photo shoot on the, 10th floor we were on, too. But it's a little hard to turn around, so.
Well, you got a lot of camera time on the way down, that's for sure. What was the strategy for you when you were talking to the people upstairs? What was the biggest thought going through your head as you're descending down?
I was just trying not to get any Tom Cruise moves because I didn't want to get stuck.
Well, no Mission Impossible today. Congratulations. Hope to see you back next year.
Yes, definitely be back. Thank you so much.
Shari Custon, back to you guys.
All right, Shari, congratulations and thank you. And your assistant for going over the edge. If you're just joining us either live or here in person, this is the 11th Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than 4,200 athletes get to train and compete in 19 sports year-round completely for free. Only state in the country that does that. The money we raise today, whether you're coming down the side of the building or whether you contributed to the fundraising efforts of the person coming down the side of the building, all that money stays right here in the state of Delaware. Thank you to our sponsors, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle Fire Services. We appreciate all your support for this event. For the last 11 years, this event has been taking place. Don't forget, if you're shouting out to people on Twitter, make sure you tag Special Olympics Delaware. That's SO Delaware, so we can talk about it on the air, and they will hear you shouting out to them when they watch the tape of today's live stream, which will be available later on this week for those who want to either watch it again, or if you're here live, you'll get to see the different footage that we've been showing you. Don't forget.
It'll be live tonight.
Oh,
YouTube
live
just
tonight.
It makes it available.
No, that's true. That's
immediately.
right.
So, yeah,
that's right.
No more processing. 2022 technology. It's amazing.
And speaking of technology, don't forget we have a TV outside, right inside TD Bank. If you're in the bleachers, look to your right. What that does is it'll allow you, when we show the roof cam, it will allow you to see what's going on the roof. Not only when we do the interviews, but when we are showing you getting harnessed up, ready to go. Matt Janis, I think you've got somebody who just landed.
I do. I have Joe Hayes here, and I think you're a soccer referee, right? That's part of what you do?
Yes.
Was it nice getting people yelling at you and happy with you for a change?
Yeah, much better that they were cheering for me, not against.
How about the experience for you? You look pretty confident. It was smooth sailing coming down for you.
Yeah, fifth time, and it was fun coming down. I originally wasn't going to do it this year, but some guys at work to talk me into it. So, but yeah, it's a nice drive down here.
What was the pitch? How'd they talk you into it?
I guess they just kept asking me if I was going to do it again. So I was like, okay, I'll try one more time.
The secret to success with them. Hopefully they'll be able to talk you into it for one more year. Thank you so much for doing it again.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, back to you guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Joe. Alden Grange is on the yellow rope. His first experience going over the edge, talked into it by Christy Longo, who is on the blue rope, also from M&T Bank. She is a member of the board of directors, as you heard Steve Mons talk about up there on the roof. So here they are making their way down. And I'm told in my ear that Alden has his Batman socks on. And so Christy and Alden coming down. They were scheduled to come down at 2:40. It's 2:45, so we are pretty much back on time.
We're back, baby.
If you tuned in or you're here live to watch somebody, you haven't missed them, but they're coming up soon, so don't go anywhere. Jennifer Harrison, Sean Rowe, Matt Burrows, Richard Forston, Matthew Jenkins, and Ashley Sabo coming up next. Got Appos School District and the Red Clay School District represented in both of those. Alden Grange getting ready. He's already taken that squat back. Steve Mons, you remember that feeling, right? Over the edge, and they tell you to sit.
It's hard to explain that to people what that moment is like unless you've done it, because it's just not natural to be standing on the ledge of a building with your back to the street, okay? And then they're telling you, lean back, it'll be okay.
I don't think the back to the street part was necessary. I think the standing on top of the building part is unnatural.
But when they tell you to lean back, I mean, there is that split second where you're like, you've lost your mind. Why would I do that? But you trust in your equipment, you trust in the people at the top of the building, and I'll be darned, it held me. And then once you get that confidence, and that it's that literally that over the edge moment, that once you do that, the rest can be so much more enjoyable. So that's what they encourage you to do, is enjoy the moment and enjoy going over the edge.
Christy Longo went over the edge, came down the building, and she is in the landing area getting ready to get her souvenir from, looks like Matt Montgomery down there handing it out, one of the Wilmington Wizards. And Matt Janis, we will go to you.
All right, I got Christy down here. You're on the board. You had a lot of confidence up on top of the building, maybe as much confidence as I've heard from anybody before they made it down.
It takes 4 times.
Is the practice that makes it perfect? Is that what works?
You know, I am scared to death of heights, so the second time, a little less scared. Third time, a little less scared. Fourth time, still scared, but a little less. So, yeah, practice helps.
In my entire life, I've never heard somebody say when 220 feet above the ground that they're scared of heights as calmly as you did. So that was very impressive. Also impressive that you were able to talk your friend into doing this. Was that a hard sell?
Not at all. In fact, he was mad that I didn't invite him earlier, so he's definitely going to be back. He's taking his sweet old time, though, for some reason. I thought I'd wait for him, but, you know, he's hamming it up there. Batman himself, so.
And that's the question. When you're a little scared of heights, even though you've done it before, do you want to get down a little bit faster? Is that the key?
Oh, absolutely. Ask some others. You just want to kind of get down as fast as you can, but you definitely want to stop at some certain points so you can look around and enjoy the view.
Well, you certainly look like you enjoyed yourself. We enjoyed having you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you, too. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All righty, Christy's done, but her colleague is still up there. Let's put your hands together for Alden Grange so he knows we're anxious for him to get down. Appreciate all the supporters who came out live. If you're tuned in and you live within 20 minutes of Wilmington, Delaware, you want to come check it out live, we'll be here till at least 4:30, 4:45, and come see what it's all about. And again, if you're inspired right now, want to sign up, go to the Special Olympics website, click on the Over the Edge banner, and you can sign up today for next year's event, which is always on the second Thursday of May.
I think sometimes we lose the scale of what's going on here today. You know, we show a lot of shots of, you know, people against the building. We don't always... It's not always easy to shoot straight up into the sky, but this shot right here is scale. That shows just how big that Alden is against this 220-foot building, and then still what he has left to accomplish here. But this is a feat. This is not nothing, John Busby. This is something.
17 stories, perfect size according to a lot of people. Not too tall, not too short. An exhilarating experience, which is what people are looking for. – 222 feet. Alden is more than halfway down. And again, when he gets to that second story lip, they'll pull the rope away a little bit from the building, get him over that last step. And that's really when you feel that you have landed safely. Mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. The Summer Games for Special Olympics this year, a little bit later than usual, June 24th and 25th, because we have 29 athletes, several staff members, and a lot of volunteer coaches heading to Orlando for the USA Games. So if you're interested in volunteering at the Summer Games on the 24th and 25th, once again, go to the website and click on the volunteer button. Lots of different roles are needed, everything from people helping prepare lunches and grill dinner to keeping time on the track or in the pool, keeping score, different places, announcing at softball, lots of different fun activities you can do, ways to volunteer. If you've got high school kids, a great way to have volunteer hours taken care of as Alden has landed. Nice round of applause there for Alden. And in a couple seconds, we're going to head up to the roof. And then we'll come back and talk to Alden. He looks like he's got plenty of energy. Yeah, we'll stay here on the ground. We'll catch Alden before he sprints somewhere else. Matt, take it away.
Hey. You can hear the excitement in Alden's voice. He let out a primal scream when he landed back on the ground. What was that like?
I want to go back up.
Is that why you took so long to come down? Were you just enjoying it?
I was enjoying it. Got to do this more often. Somebody needed my help up there.
Is that the case? Batman socks.
Batman.
Was that for motivation?
No, I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
All right, well, we'll let you go back and be Bruce Wayne. How about that?
Nope. I'm going to stay Batman.
You deserved it after all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for him and back up to you guys.
I'm not going to put it out of the realm of possibility that if Alden comes back next year, he might have a mask and a cape on in addition to those Batman socks. I don't think we've ever had a Batman go over. We had Spider-Man earlier. We had Wonder Woman. Alden, next year, we need a Batman to go over the edge. Thank you, Alden. Thank you, Christy. All right, they're harnessing up the next two. One leaning over. That is Jennifer Harrison on the blue rope. Jen actually used to work in this building, and that's how she found out about it. It's her fourth time going over the edge. She was inspired originally because she grew up with an uncle who had Down syndrome and taught her more than she could ever learn in any other setting. We hear that often from different people. She wants to thank her husband and kids and all her donors. A special shout out to the athletes, the reason that she does this event. And finally, Scotty Bryan, this year is in your memory. She loves and misses you. We are going to go up to the roof. Steve Mons.
I want to let you know, it was funny. Sean was getting ready. She thought she was going to be interviewed, and at the last second, they're like, "No, we're ready for you. We need you now." And she was like, "Wait, no, I'm not ready yet." But she's actually leaning back and going over as we speak. Right now, Matt Burrows is here. Matt, you were all set to go over that. You've done this before.
Yes, I have.
And what inspires you to do such a crazy event?
My niece Alyssa, who participates in Special Olympics.
So you know how important it is and how important it is for folks to donate and do events like this to raise money.
Oh, absolutely. Without this, there's thousands of Special Olympic athletes that wouldn't get to participate, so it's a great cause.
It is, and so you're doing your part. You're going over the edge. This will be your second time. Any of those butterflies there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think there's more this time because I know what to expect, so I don't know.
Well, that's true, and they do say that the second time around, though, you're supposed to enjoy it more. You're supposed to be able to, because you know safety is the key here, and they always make sure that everything is secure.
Oh, absolutely.
That first time around, maybe you're doubting that a little bit.
Yep.
Well, enjoy the ride, and thank you so much for all you do for Special Olympics.
Thank you.
So Matt's getting ready to head over. He'll be in the queue, if you will.
Matt Burrows, the superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District. As I mentioned before, one of just two school districts that has every single school involved in the Unified Champion School program, where students with and without disabilities team up to be on the same team. And you can imagine the lessons learned. Matt Burrows has been a strong supporter of Special Olympics from the very beginning, way back when he was a teacher. And so, of course, it was great news when he became a superintendent of the Appoquinimink School District. And somebody convinced him to go over last year, and he's back. And he brought along with him two other board members, Sean Rowe and Richard Forston, who will be going down as well. So a good showing, again, by another school district. I know we've had the Cesar Rodney School District represented, the Milford School District represented, the Cape Henlopen School District represented, the Red Clay School District represented, Appaquiddick represented, and Indian River was here as well. So again, the goal is simple. All 19 school districts have at least one person going over the edge, not just to raise money for Special Olympics, but because of the awareness it creates in the schools about the importance of Special Olympics. And once it's in the schools, it carries over into the communities, into our area programs. We have Special Olympics programming in 5 areas: Wilmington, Newcastle, MOT, Kent, and Sussex counties. Each of those areas offers all the sports, all 19 of them, seasonally, year-round, completely free, no age limit. They can get involved at 2 years old, and there's no upper age limit. So if you know somebody who you think would benefit from Special Olympics, either as an athlete or a unified partner, reach out to them and have them reach out to Special Olympics. Alrighty, we're going to go up to the roof now. Steve Mons has somebody.
That's right. We're ready for Richard Forston. They call you Shark. Is that right?
Yes, they do. Shark.
And now, it says here you've done a lot of exciting, crazy things like hang gliding, parasailing, and being a school board member during the pandemic.
Yes, I'd say the last one was the hardest.
So you've done this before, so you know what's coming.
This is my second year, and I used to work in a building next to this and watched it for many years. It is really cool. Everybody should try it.
You know, you're right. At least give it a shot. Even though a lot of people have that fear of heights, just try it.
And it's all for a good cause, too.
An amazing cause, and we appreciate you being involved. Enjoy the ride.
Thank you very much.
So Richard's all set. He's going to get right up there. We're moving right along up here. If you want to step straight forward, they'll take you right in.
We are pretty much right on time. If you're looking and just tuned in to try to find out whether they've gone or not, Sean Rowe has not gone over yet, but is ready to go. Matt Burrows, Richard Forston, Matthew Jenkins, Ashley Sabo, Jen Brador, Casey O'Brien, and Jessica Harrison. So they are the groups that were scheduled to go between now and 3:30. So if you've tuned in to watch one of them, stay there because they're going to be going soon. We are back on time. We fell behind by about 20 minutes earlier in the day for a couple different reasons. Sometimes it's just people going down slower than the average, which is fine. There's no minimum time that you have to go down or maximum time, and so that happens. But we are back on schedule now, so if you were told a certain time and you tuned in to see that person, it's going to be right around that time that they will be going down. Again, this is the 11th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. More than $1.3 million has been raised over those 10 years. It's been a thrill for a lot of people, a first time, for many a second time, and for several 3, 4, 5, or 6 times. 2 people have done it all 11 times, Marianne Evans and Danny Hall. And so this continues to be a bucket list item for a lot of people, and it looks like Matt Janis has somebody who can check this off their bucket list.
We got Jennifer here and smiling ear to ear. What was the experience like? You look like you had a good time.
I loved it. I had a great time. I would definitely do it again. This was my 4th time doing it.
So 4 times, how much easier does it get each time?
I didn't think it was hard to start with. I'm a self-described adrenaline junkie, so it was right up my alley.
On the adrenaline scale, where does this one land?
It's pretty high up there. It's pretty high up there. It's a great view of the city, though.
Was that the part, you don't hear many people that take the time to enjoy the view. I think they're so amped up to do it. Does that come with a little bit of experience?
Yes, I definitely took my time a little bit more and enjoyed it more this time.
Well, we enjoyed having you. We enjoy having you every year, and we hope to see you again. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All righty, Matt. Thank you. One person on the side of the building getting ready to finish up her rappel. Not ready to finish up, about halfway, I should say. On the 10th floor when they go by, there's a lot of people that cheer you on from that point. And that's Sean Rowe, a member of the Appaquiddick School Board. Didn't talk to her up top because they were whisking her away to get harnessed up to head down, so we'll make sure we talk to her at the bottom. She's the parent of a Special Olympics athlete. And so very supportive of this cause for a lot of reasons. And so, again, we are right on schedule. Sean Rowe was scheduled to go over at 2:50, which is about when she started. We're at 3 o'clock right now. And so, again, if you just tuned in or if you're outside waiting for the person who you were told to be here at a certain time, you're right on time, as we are.
Guys, I got a question for you. You talk about the logistics behind this thing, being off schedule, getting back on schedule. How difficult is it to organize something like this? And how many people does it go behind the scenes to get this thing put together? Because it just seems like everything is so smooth down here from my perspective.
Well, it's one of those things, Matt. It's like any event. Every year you do it, you learn something from it, and you try to improve on it. And so when we're on year 11, just like the live stream is almost, I don't want to say it was like starting over, but in some ways it was because of the elements that we added. The same thing goes with preparing this event. It all starts with the pre-planning of taking what is learned after each event and keeping that going when it's a positive thing, and any glitches that might happen, changing them up and making it better. And the development staff of Special Olympics does an incredible job of not only figuring out how to raise money when they do events, but how to do it so people are happy and that they will come back. You see this, down on the ground floor, people can see the anywhere from 10 to 15 volunteers and staff members that are a part of it. There's that many people on the 10th floor. There's that many people up on the roof. And so it just is a matter of pulling good people together, including the people from over the edge who come from out of town. They came in yesterday. It started with a safety meeting at 7:30 and has resulted now in what's going to be the final 20 people who are going to end up going over the edge here before it's all said and done. And so it's a team effort like any good event, and it's learning and it's going forward, but you want people to leave with a good taste in their mouth about what they did so that not only they come back, or even if they don't, they encourage somebody else to do it. And that's been the common theme that you've heard at the bottom in the couple hours you've been here now, but we heard it all day, that even if somebody was scared or nervous, and a few people who said they weren't going to do it again, but they were glad that they did it. And so the amount of effort to coordinate the logistics of this, and again, how gracious the 300 Delaware Avenue building is in Brandywine Realty Trust, we can't emphasize that enough because they make it easy. If we have something we need fixed or changed or altered, they're there to make that happen. So what we're experiencing on the broadcast are the smiles and the excitement and the nervousness. But as you pointed out, and anybody who runs events knows, a lot of sweat and equity goes in it to getting to this point.
It really is amazing to watch how smooth this thing runs, and everybody has a smile on their face. And, that helps when you're working with such a good cause. But it's just been remarkable considering the circumstances that you're dealing with, rappelling down a building and going through everything. We've got Sean here. Sean, listen, I know last time they said they were going to interview you. You were forced to immediately rappel down a building. I promise we won't do that to you again this time. We'll just talk to you on the ground. What was it like your first time?
It was fabulous. I'm ready to go again.
Run it back, right?
Yeah.
What was the first thought when you went over the edge?
I was very excited to participate, and I just wanted to let go and free fall over.
Was that what you thought coming in? You were excited to do this right from the jump? There was no trepidation?
There was no hesitation whatsoever. No.
Wow. You are the first person I've spoke to that has that perspective. Where's that come from? Is that just something that's part of your personality?
I just constantly tell my kids to put brave in front of fear. So that was a classic example of how to do that.
Well, you mentioned your kids. I know Natalie has been a part of this, and you talk about what she's meant to you and what you've learned from her. Can you share that with the people here, that what kind of an inspiration she's been?
Natalie's been a huge inspiration. Both of my girls have been. They've taught me more than I could ever teach them as their mother. So, yeah.
That's what it's all about right there. Thank you so much for your time and for doing this.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Let's hear it for her.
One Appoquinimink board member down. 2 to go. Here's number 2, the superintendent of the Appoquinimink District, Matt Burrows.
All right, Matt. You came in a little hot there at the end. Were you ready to get moving and get back on the ground?
Oh, yeah. I was ready to hit the ground. Most definitely.
What is easier, coming down that building or a school board meeting?
Wow, that's going to be a tough one. School board meeting during COVID or coming down? I think coming down may be a little easier.
You work for an event like this and you raise the money. I'm sure it wasn't a hard sell to get people to get involved. Everybody loves Special Olympics. What was your motivation to be involved?
I have a niece, Alyssa, who participates in Special Olympics, so that's my motivation. And then all the kids in the district have an opportunity to participate in Special Olympics.
Well, we really appreciate your time and appreciate everything you did, and we hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear from Matt.
All right, Matt Burris, thank you for your support, not only today, but all year round in the Apo School District. From the ground to the roof, that's Richard Forston, another board member, third and final board member from Apo, getting ready to go over, but we're going to go to Steve Mons on the roof.
Yes, they're anxiously awaiting Matthew Jenkins. He is going to be going over in just a couple of seconds. Matthew, this is your second time going.
It is, correct.
And what motivates you to go over the edge?
My niece Anna Sabo is a Special Olympian and enjoys basketball.
Excellent. And anybody you want to give a shout out to? Anybody waiting for you at the bottom or watching?
My mom and my daughters and my nieces, Ashley, is behind me, and she is coming down with me as well.
All right. Well, without further ado, they are waiting for you. So let's get you set up and ready to go over the edge.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool.
Richard Forston making his way down there on the yellow rope. And they're going to be harnessing up the next person. All right, folks, those that are in the crowd, remember Richard Forston can't hear you unless you cheer really, really loud.
How you holding up? Thank you for doing this. I was excited to get mine down. I just looked straight ahead, kept moving. I'm not one to look around and look down. Got some people going side to side and waving, and maybe in future years. Let me say goodbye.
As you watch Richard come down the building, he has done some hang gliding and parasailing, as well as being a school board member during the pandemic when we asked him what are some of the crazy things that he has done. And certainly we appreciate any school board member that has served in the last few years. In a lot of ways, it's a thankless job, but a very important job as well, and very important to Special Olympics with the programming that we have in our schools. So it is 3:10, and we are right on schedule. Coming up is Matt Jenkins, Ashley Sabo, Jen Brador, Casey O'Brien, and Jessica Harrison, if you're keeping score at home. And they will be edgers 70 through 75 with a total of 88. So we are more than 3/4 of the way down the stretch here. It's been a great day. We hope you've enjoyed the live stream broadcast. We hope if you're here in person, we thank you for being here in person, and hope you have enjoyed the new mechanics we added to the live stream, where you can watch the TV that's in TD Bank to see the roof. And you can hear us live, whether we're interviewing up top or on the ground. And speaking of up top, we're going to go to Steve Mons.
All right, thanks, John. Right now we have Julia Sikora is here. You're a senior at University of Delaware.
Yes. Yep. I'm a senior graduating with a Health Behavior Science and Concentration Disabilities degree.
So you sound like you're a very intelligent person. So why would you go over the edge of a 17-story building?
Well, it's for a great organization. I'm here to support, and I love the adrenaline rush.
It's pretty cool, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So you've done this before. How many times?
This is my first year, actually. I've never done this before. Yeah.
Well, if you want adrenaline, you're about to get adrenaline.
Yes, I'm very excited. A little nervous, but I'm excited.
Anybody you want to give a shout out to, either down on the ground or at home?
Just my friends and family for supporting me and helping to donate and for being there down on the ground cheering me on.
Well, there you go. Enjoy the rush, and thank you for donating and helping out with Special Olympics.
Thank you so much.
So she's ready to go. One of the many smiles here on top of the building. Julia is ready to get into the queue, if you will.
Already, it looks like Richard has landed. Big round of applause for Richard. We'll send it down to Matt Janis in just a second. Matt Jenkins is on the blue rope. Ashley Sabo on the yellow rope looking up, as you will see them coming down. And Matt, take it away.
All right, thanks a lot. We are down here with Richard. They call you the Shark. Where'd that nickname come from?
It's a very, very long story. I'm not sure we have enough time.
I'll let you get away with that. You came down, though, like a shark. Came down pretty aggressive. What was it like coming down?
It was great. It's like a ride at Disney World. I'm ready to go back and get in line again.
If only it was that simple. You make your way out here and you raise the money for it. Was the experience everything you hoped it would be?
Oh, it was great. Everybody should do it. This is my second year. I'm ready to, as I said, I'm ready to go do it again, or I'll be back next year if that won't work.
If somebody's on the fence, what's the pitch for them to come back out and do this?
Nobody should be on the fence. Everybody should try it. You're very safe. You're harnessed in. Nothing can go wrong.
Well said. Congratulations. Thanks so much for doing this.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Richard, thank you for your service on the school board and for your support of Special Olympics and all the special education students in the Apo District. And thank you for being here today. Again, if you look up, blue rope is Matt Jenkins. Yellow rope is Ashley Sabo, who will be appearing here shortly. She's who we just heard from on the roof, so we know that they are harnessing her in. And they were both scheduled to go over at 3:10, so almost exactly on schedule. Coming up, Jen Brodeur, Casey O'Brien, Jessica Harrison, and Julia Sikora, all first-timers. So while Matt and Ashley, who are up there now, Matt has done it now 2 times, and Ashley, this will be her 3rd time. She's also a school district member for the Red Clay, board member for the Red Clay Consolidated School District, and Matt Jenkins is a Special Olympics family member. And again, if you haven't checked out the TV, if you're here live and you haven't checked out the TV in TBD Bank Building, go check it out. We got some roof shots you're going to see. You'll be able to see what goes on up there before they actually go over. It's pretty impressive what happens up there on that roof to make sure that this is a safe event. More than 1,000 events just for nonprofits Over the Edge has run over the years. 100% safety rating, no injuries or mishaps of any kind. As you see Ashley appear, Matt starts to make his way down. Again, these are 2 veterans. But as you've heard people say, it doesn't get any less nerve-wracking taking that first steps down where at that point there's no returning and you're at the will of the safety and the ropes and the volunteers and everybody who has done such a great job today to make this a successful event. The 11th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Thank you again to our sponsors, TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, Newcastle County Fire Service, and our supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites Wilmington, and the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear. If you're on social media and you're giving shout-outs to people, make sure to include SO Delaware so that we can share it on the air and they can see it when they go and look through their Twitter feed later on. So once again, benefits Special Olympics, more than 4,000 athletes interested in volunteering. Google Special Olympics Delaware, click on the blue volunteer button. We need coaches, we need event volunteers, always something for somebody to do who has an interest to give their time back to Special Olympics Delaware. The Summer Games are June 24th and 25th. You can register to volunteer for that event on the website. We hope to have as many people out there as possible to cheer on our athletes Special Olympics runs events year-round, every season, but Special Olympics is the anchor sports event for the organization. And for the first time since the COVID breakout, we'll be back at the University of Delaware with all the sports that we offer, and the athletes will have an opportunity to spend the night in the dorms if they choose to. It really is an incredible experience for everybody involved with that. And again, the USA Games are the first week in June. Delaware is sending 29 athletes in 7 different sports to compete at one of the highest levels they will in their athletic careers. So certainly keep an eye out in newsletters and on social media for that, so you can watch our athletes compete at the USA Games. So Matt Jenkins coming down, Ashley Sabo coming down as we're in the home stretch of the 11th annual Over the Edge event. Take it away, Matt Janis.
All right, we are here with Matt, and you're getting a couple of big hugs. This has to be pretty cool. Tell us who these people are.
This is my daughter Sarah and my shy daughter Jolie.
Boy, she did. She went ducking right underneath. Has to feel really good, though, to do something like that and get this kind of greeting.
It's fun. There's not many places you get to go down a side of a downtown building.
What was it like? What was the first thought? I know you've done it a couple times now. What was the first thought?
It's just fun. It doesn't bother me. You saw me hanging out there for a while waiting for my sister to get tethered up, so I just was catching some rays.
You think she'll have the same sort of reaction after she gets back down?
No. She doesn't like it as much as I do.
Well, you got a big round of applause from the kids that we're watching on. You got a big hug. It's a good day, huh?
It is a good day.
All right, back up to you guys.
All right, Matt is the uncle of Anna Sabo, who I assume was the girl who went up and hugged him, and Anna is a Special Olympics athlete. Her mom, Ashley Sabo, is the one making her way down, almost there. So, family affair. Also, understanding the importance and how valuable Special Olympics is to the Sabo family. So, thank you both for being involved. They are harnessing in the next couple that will be coming down, and there's a group being trained on the roof. And we're going to be going up to Steve Mons. Steve, a steady flow of people now as we've caught up back on time and may even finish early before it's all over.
Yeah, the training actually is going really well. You talk about why are things, why do you move slower or faster? There's a lot of different reasons for that. One is the amount of time it takes for someone to rappel down. So as you're seeing, some people are faster than others, and there's no rush. It's not a race, and everybody has to be comfortable with their ability level as far as how fast they're going to go down. And the training is really key. I don't know if you've seen over to my left. We've got the training that's been happening where everyone goes through this training before they even come close to going over the edge, where you learn how all the equipment actually works on the wall right in front of me. And that's exactly what Jen is doing right now, Jen Brador, finishing up her training. And then they do that with each person. Each person who's going to go over the edge goes through this training before they step on over to go over to the wall. So Jen is coming over here now. Jen, we were just talking about you going through your training. Did you get all that stuff?
I hope so.
This is your first time, right?
It is.
How do you feel?
It seems pretty simple. I think it's just going to be literally over the edge. That's
how it works, right?
Part, yes.
Now, the folk guys up here are great. They are really good at making you feel confident and comfortable that this is what you can do.
Yes, that's right. That's why I went first. So any questions through the training that I could answer, have him answer for me.
So let me ask you, why are you going over the edge?
Well, Special Olympics is a really great charity. I used to do polar plunge all the time. It's getting a little too cold for me. So this is the next thing for Special Olympics.
All right. Well, you are in the queue, as they say. You're going to get ready to get on over the edge. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Jen's ready to go. Yet one of the many smiles.
Jen is ready on the roof. Ashley is finished on the ground. Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot, John. We are down here with Ashley, who's still catching her breath a little bit, but big greeting from the family had to make life a little bit easier, huh?
Yeah.
What was that experience like? You could see you were a little nervous. Your brother said that you were a little nervous. Were you nervous?
Yeah, I think I only do this for the jackets.
Is it something that kind of what you anticipated it would be, or was it a different feeling?
I thought by now it'd be easier.
At what point do you psych yourself into doing it again each year?
I don't know.
She is speechless. Let's let her recover as she's back on the ground. Congratulations and thanks again for all you do.
Thank you.
All right, another happy edger there, family member who knows the importance of this organization to their family. That is Julia Sikora coming down the side of the building. She's a senior at the University of Delaware. She volunteered as a swim coach in high school. So again, the importance of getting these people involved in Special Olympics early in their formative years. Steve Mons, to you on the roof.
All right, we're keeping things moving up here. Casey O'Brien is with me, and she has gone through her training, and you are ready to go over the edge.
Ready to go.
This is your first time up here. How do you feel?
It is. I'm ready to go. I'm excited about it.
You are confident, aren't you?
I am. Gorgeous day up here.
Well, quick question for you. Why are you going over the edge?
It's important to, support the athletes and the programs that, this money and the awareness that is, developed from all of these events, and we just want to be a part of it.
Shout out to anybody who's waiting for you.
Yeah, my mom's down there. We have a lot of friends down. My business, TKO Hospitality, doubled all of our fundraising at the Lighthouse down in Dewey Beach, so thanks a lot.
Nice. All right, well, enjoy going over the edge.
Thank you very much. See you at the bottom.
Head on that way, and they'll take care of you and get you set up. Smiles, nonstop smiles up here on top of the building.
First timers getting ready to go over. Jen and Casey, and finishing up there down the side of the building. Another satisfied customer coming down, a little more than halfway. Still a nice crowd here outside. Again, appreciate all the volunteers that are in the landing area, have been most of the day, all the people up on the roof and in between who came out to support this great event. There'll be a lot of photos on the website, a lot of video. Online stream will be live as soon as we wrap things up so people can watch it. And we're going to go back up on the roof to Steve.
All right, we're back up out on the roof, and Jessica White Harrison is with us, and you are going over the edge for the first time.
Yes, I am. Very excited.
You have any idea what you're in for?
No, but I do love a little adrenaline seeking every now and then, so I'm excited.
Oh, there'll be plenty of adrenaline between now and you get to the bottom. Why is this important for you to go over the edge?
It's a great cause. I've done the polar bear plunge at the beach like 15 years in a row, so this was just like the next step, so I'm excited.
A lot of people have been making that comparison today. Is it the same, or how is it different? But the plunge is one thing because it's just a scream in 30 seconds. Yeah. This is a little bit different.
It's super quick. I'm excited for this because this is definitely more mental, so we'll see how it goes.
You have folks waiting for you at the bottom or watching?
Yeah, my husband's down there.
Okay. Well, enjoy going over the edge.
Thank you.
So, Jen, another one of our first-timers going over the edge. 17 stories up, all for a great cause for Special Olympics of Delaware.
Yeah, the next several people going over will be doing it for the first time, and then we'll have a third-timer, a second-timer, and a 10th-timer, and a 5th-timer that will wrap things up today. So a lot of span we talked about. If you've already heard this, we're going to repeat it because we know our audience changes a lot. 35% of the people that are here today and traditionally have been over the years are repeat edgers, and that's a very high number according to the Over the Edge group that talks about us. On the blue rope is going to be Casey O'Brien, and on the yellow rope is Jen Brador, who will be getting ready to come over the edge, both for the first times. And we're going to turn it back outside to Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot. We are standing by here with Julia. You're at the University of Delaware now, right?
Yes, correct.
What's easier, rappelling down a building or taking a final?
Probably rappelling down a building.
I like that answer. That means that you're studying a little bit. What is it about the idea of doing that that made you want to do it?
Well, Special Olympics is such a great organization. I volunteered when I was in high school, so I wanted to be able to support, and I love just the adrenaline rush. So it was an awesome opportunity. So
You could hear your family cheering you on. They were here to support you. At what point coming down the building did you pick them up in your ear?
it was like right on the 10th floor when they were taking my picture, and all I hear is, "Go, Julia!" And I was like, "Oh my God." I was like, "Wait a second." So it was really awesome to hear them cheer me on. So.
Well, I see your smile. It's pretty wide. You think you want to be doing this again in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, that's what it's all about. Thank you so much for taking the time and for helping raise the money.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Julia.
Thank you, Julia. All started for you when you were in high school and got involved in Special Olympics. And research has proven nationally that kids who get involved in Special Olympics at an early age as unified partners, as supporters, they accept people with disabilities in much greater ways than they would otherwise, as they should. So again, as we've said, if your school's not involved in Special Olympics, ask why. There are ways for them to be, whether they're private, public, or charter. And if you want to get your child involved in Special Olympics as a volunteer or you yourself, we have 5 area programs that participate in Special Olympics year-round. In every part of the state, there's a practice within 20 to 30 minutes of your house, often even closer, so you can get involved in Special Olympics and give back. And you'll probably admit, like so many do, that you get much more out of it than you ever give to it. So Special Olympics Delaware, more than 4,000 athletes. The money raised today stays right here in the state of Delaware to benefit those athletes, completely free for them to be part of Special Olympics Delaware. Once again, if you're just tuning in for the last segments here, the last hour or so of today's live stream, today's event, I'm John Busby along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team, who has broadcast this live stream from the beginning. 7 or 8 years ago we started this. He's got a camera crew that's been with us all day on the roof, on the ground. We have our roving reporters right now. It's Matt Janis and Steve Mon. Steve has been with us all day. Matt joined us this afternoon. He's going to get to see his sister go over the edge here within the next hour. Joe and Alan and Nancy Johnson from the Wake Up crew came right from their morning broadcast here to do some interviews for us. And we also had Nick Halliday join us from Delaware Sports Live. So we were very fortunate to have so many talented on-air personalities go on the air with us today. We hope you've enjoyed the live stream throughout the day. Let your friends know about it to check it out. It might convince them that maybe they'd be interested in going over the edge themselves next year. This event is always the second Thursday of May. And so you can mark your calendar and you can get signed up online. Just go to the Special Olympics website and click on the Over the Edge banner. Over the Edge 2022, the 11th annual event. About an hour left here. We appreciate you tuning in and staying tuned in if you are to the end to watch all these brave people rappel 17 stories, 222 feet down the side of the building. Hands together. They've landed. All right, Jen Brador getting her medal from Jean Giuliani. Matt, take it away.
A very happy Jen Brador who is getting greeted by a very happy youngster as well. Tell us who this is.
This is Hazel. She's my daughter. How old are you?
3.
3.
Wow, he's very outgoing. Your mom is smiling ear to ear. What was the experience like? First time ever doing it, right?
First time ever, yes. It was a little scary going over the edge, obviously, and it was more of an arm workout than I thought it was going to be, but we're good. I'm down safe, and I'm ready to support my friends up there.
Hey, the arms are still doing pretty good. You picked up the daughter with no problem whatsoever. Was there anything that surprised you other than the arm workout?
How easy it was once I got over. I just didn't look down.
Is that the biggest piece of advice you'd be giving to anybody else?
Just look in the windows and wave to the people that are watching you. There's a lot of people watching out the windows.
I was just about to say, how strange is that as you're going by the people in their office?
Yes, it is, and then you're just kind of, because you can't really wave, or I guess you could, but I didn't want to.
Probably smart that you held on to the rope. Thank you so much for doing this. We'll see you back next year.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, back to you, John.
All right, Jen Brador, the first of several first-timers. Casey O'Brien coming up, Jessica Harrison, Gino Gradkowski, if that name rings a bell, former NFL player. Gino Gradkowski played for the Baltimore Ravens, among other NFL teams, and the University of Delaware. He's a first-timer, so these next 6 or 7 are going to be first-timers. Casey O'Brien is up on the blue rope, and Jessica Harrison on the yellow rope. Casey O'Brien has done skydiving and bungee jumping, so she's jumped off the edge of things, but this will be the first time rappelling down the edge of something. And Jessica Harrison has participated in the polar bear plunge for 15-plus years and also been skydiving for 3 years, so both of them have done some daring things, and now they're rappelling 17 stories down the side of the building. Casey and Jessica were scheduled to come down at 3:30, so we are right on time. So if you're just tuning in to the live stream, or if you're here live to see something in particular, the 3:30 group and later is getting ready to go. Gino Gradkowski, Ryan Masterson, Katie Sweetman, and Jamie White all scheduled to rappel before 4 o'clock, and then we'll wrap it up with the final 9 rappellers. After that, last one scheduled to head down the side of the building at 4:40 p.m. We appreciate those of you tuning in on the live stream and those of you that made your way out here. Perfect weather to be in the bleachers or standing outside looking up today. Sporadic sun, not real windy, and in the mid-70s there. So a nice way to spend your day as up there Casey and Jessica get ready to head down. All right, Steve, we're going to come up to the roof to you here.
Gino Gradkowski, former Raven, University of Delaware. He's an athlete. This guy is ready to go, man. I'll tell you. He's just completing up his training, and he's going to come on over and join us, and we'll get his take on it. This is his first time going over the edge. And, even you see a lot of athletes, too. They're big, they're muscular, but they also have that same I'm sure he's got to have some butterflies going through him. That right now he's about to rappel down the side of a 17-story building. I'm not quite sure what profession could have you prepared for that first time going over the edge.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My only advice, Steve, is don't upset him because he looks like he could squash you with one swat.
There is no question about it. He's quite intimidating, but he's
he's a member of the nicest guy you'll ever meet. He's a member of the Special Olympics Delaware Board of Directors. He's been a big supporter of Special Olympics. The Ravens with Joe Flacco have always been big supporters of Special Olympics in Baltimore, so that's where it all started. And when he came back to Wilmington, back to Newark, and the university, one of the first things he did was reach out to Special Olympics and talk about how he wanted to get involved and stay involved here in Delaware. And so he's just been a tremendous asset. Wonderful board member. He shows up at events, and he's the kind of guy that you could have a conversation with him for 30 minutes and you would never know he played in the NFL, other than he looks like he played in the NFL.
Right.
So just the nicest guy you'll ever meet. So we appreciate his support.
He's coming over right now, so let's say hi to him. Gino, how are you? You ready to go over the edge?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, yes.
We were just talking about how you, being a professional athlete, are in the physical shape to do this, to go over the edge. But mentally, are you feeling butterflies?
I am, yes. I'm very nervous, much more nervous than I ever was before playing a football game. So this is a different kind of nervous here, but I'm excited for the opportunity, for the experience.
So you're a board member, and Special Olympics, obviously something that's near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, very much so, and I'm very proud to be a part of this organization. I love this organization. Been volunteering since I was a student athlete at Delaware, and I just think it's so important, the opportunities that they provide for individuals with intellectual disabilities. I think it's so important. The opportunities that this organization provides. So this is the only organization that I would ever do something like this for.
Well, it's a great cause, and you're going to have a lot of fun going over the edge. The staff up here is great. They're going to make you feel really comfortable, and we look forward to seeing you go over the edge.
All right, thank you.
Gino's up next. He's going to be getting hooked up and ready to come over the edge with you in just a few minutes.
Steve, I was waiting for you to ask him what he's more nervous about, going over the edge or when he had to used to play against our team, the New York Jets.
Was anybody really nervous about that, Joe?
Probably not.
No, he's ready to go. He's focused. I guess.
All right, we're going to go back on the ground now to Matt Janis.
All right, we are here with Casey, who just made her way down. First time rappelling, but in your satchel, you've skydived. You've also bungee cord jumped. Compare and contrast, if you don't mind.
A little bit of everything. It's different, I think, when you can see the ground. It's a little more daunting, so a little bit.
Really, this was more intimidating than those?
It was a little bit, yeah. You feel the wind up there. You can kind of see the ground. You can wave to people, but I'm happy to be here. It was awesome.
Well, we're certainly happy to have you back on the ground. Those are 3 things I'll never do in my entire life. What makes you want to do all those things?
Today especially is just supporting the athletes and, all the ventures to raise money and awareness for supporting everybody. Be here with my best friends, my family and stuff.
We heard them as you were coming down. Could you hear them, and what did that mean to you?
We could hear them, and my friend Jen went right before me, so I got to watch a little bit of her. Our friend Jess is on the wall now, so we're kind of staggered down, so it's great to be here as a group.
Well, we'll let you go cheer Jess on. Thanks so much for all you did for Special Olympics.
Awesome. Thank you so much. See you next year.
That's what we like to hear. She said, see you next year. Back to you and Jimmy.
All righty, Jessica Harrison coming down on the yellow rope. It's going to be Gino Gradkowski, former NFL player, who will be coming down on the blue rope, who you just heard from up on the roof.
I loved, so he was here during my time at the University of Delaware, and great guy. I hope he remembers me. I'll have to check and see if he remembers me. But no, in my role, I got to interact with a lot of student athletes, and obviously Gino's brother played in the NFL, and he was at a larger school, and he came to Delaware, and you couldn't tell any of those things. I know a lot of people, that means he's, he thinks he's better. Gino Gradkowski was one of the most down-to-earth people you'll ever come across, and then the way he's given back subsequently, whether it's his time at UD, when he came back, and now his time with Special Olympics on the board. I mean, this guy's legit salt-of-the-earth person.
Yeah, truly is a good guy, like so many of these people that have gone over the edge for different ways that they're giving back to the organization, whether it's going over the edge, whether it's as volunteers here today. A lot of our athletes are here today volunteering, handing out the souvenir medal at the end for the people who go over the edge, escorting them upstairs in the elevator to where they need to go. So lots of different things, lots of different ways that people are giving back to Special Olympics today.
You guys were talking about Gino and his brother playing FBS football. I still love the contrast in 2 brothers who both played in the NFL. One was an offensive lineman and one was a quarterback. I think the Gradkowski family has to be the only family in the history of the world that has that type of disparity, that type of athletic achievement, but in completely different ways. And by the way, Gino looks a lot more like his brother now than he did when he was an offensive lineman.
Does.
Yeah, he does not look like a former offensive lineman right now. Tight end, maybe. All right. They have landed outside. So if you're looking up, Gino is on the blue rope. Yellow rope is Ryan Masterson that you'll see come over here in a minute. Must be some Ryan Masterson fans out there.
All right, we got Jessica down here. You did this with your friends.
Yes.
How was that experience?
It was fantastic. It's definitely an experience. It's awesome.
So now you've done the polar bear plunge for what, 15 years?
Yeah, at least.
First time doing this. What made you make the plunge, so to speak, and come down the big building?
Well, we've all kind of done the polar bear plunge, and that kind of was like our thing down at the beach. So this was like the next step. We're super excited. It was a good time. Great cause.
What's the difference between going in the cold water and coming down from the heights? Which did you enjoy more, and which is more exhilarating?
This was definitely very exhilarating. I mean, jumping in, it's like 2 seconds and you're done. So this is definitely more mental for sure. It was the view up there is crazy.
Was it what you thought it would be, or was it different?
It was different. You have to push yourself over the edge. So it was very cool.
Did you psych yourself up? What was that process?
Yeah, it was cool because I thought I was going by myself and Jen ended up by herself. So it was nice to have Casey there too.
It's amazing how that ends up working out. You got a big smile on your face. You like it. We liked having you out here. Thanks so much for doing it.
Thank you.
All right, John and Jimmy, back to you.
All righty. Thank you very Matt. We are rolling along here right on time. Gino Grutkowski is on his way down. Ryan Masterson is getting harnessed up top there. Katie Sweetman is going to be coming up along with Jamie White. They are co-teachers together in the Indian River School District. And then it's going to be Holly and Sierra Fizzler, Kim Bergmuller, Louis Guertin, Jennifer Peterson, Bill Johnson, Ruth Lavelle, Kylie Lavelle, and Kenny Sheehan to wrap things up here. We are running right on time, so if you're tuned in from home or somewhere else or here live, you haven't missed the person you're waiting for. They'll be coming up pretty much right on schedule as we wind down today's coverage that started at 8:45 this morning, and will probably go till about 4:30 or so this afternoon. And so we've had more people today than we've had the last several years. When it's all said and done, 88 people will have gone over the edge, and that is the most we've had, as I've said, I think since the first year or two of this event. So we are very excited about that. And again, if you are interested in this event because you've seen it now, either live or on the internet, and you want to be part of it, you can sign up today for next year. Just go to the Special Olympics website. It is always the second Thursday in May that this event is held. So you can look at your calendar and check that off and cross it off and make this part of your bucket list and an item that you get out of the way here. Gino, you can see coming down the building, making his way as you would expect. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Gino joins some of the Blue Hen greats. I think, Kayla Miller did this. Did Scott Solheimer do this?
No, he always said he was going to do it.
Oh, he always said his wife did it.
His wife did it, yep.
Matt, you know who's next? Scott Klatskin. I think Scott Klatskin would look really great on the side of the building. What do you think?
I don't see Scott doing this.
I don't either. I thought maybe there was a peer pressure
I don't
thing.
think we can speak it into existence enough. He will do almost anything. I don't think he'll do this.
Well, you've spent enough time with him. You would know the answer to that question.
There are press boxes he won't go up into.
No, I know, right. Maybe you do it? Then?
I think there's a better chance we get Scott up there. I'm not going to lie.
So Gino Grutkowski has landed. And looking forward to hearing Matt Janis talk to him about his first experience. A man who has done a lot of things very physical, but nothing like going down over the edge. All right, Matt Janis.
All right, we are here with Gino. He's got his daughter coming up, and she is awful happy to see her dad back down on the ground. I'm guessing her dad's pretty happy to be back on the ground as well. You've done some stuff in life. Where does that rank?
It's up there. That was very scary, but it was a great experience. It was a lot of fun. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as I could have because I just kept my eyes straight and tried to get down here as quickly as possible. But it was a great experience, and this is for a great organization that means a lot to me. And I think this is an awesome thing that they're doing and raising money for a great organization.
More intimidating, 300-pound guy trying to end you, or coming down that building?
This is much more intimidating, yes.
Why Special Olympics? Why so much time? Why does it matter so much to you and your family?
I just started volunteering in college and fell in love with it, spending time with the athletes. It's contagious, and you get the bikes coming. But just once you start spending time with the athletes and once you get involved in this organization, you become obsessed. And it's a very easy organization to love.
I can't echo those words enough. Congratulations. Welcome back to the ground.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All righty. Thank you, Gino, for your continued support of Special Olympics Delaware, starting back when you played for the Ravens and the University of Delaware. And we appreciate you continuing to support the organization as a member of the board of directors, and often can be seen as an event volunteer at the several Special Olympic events that go on. And Ryan Masterson has landed, I believe. And so Ryan has landed, and he's with Matt Janis.
All right, we got Ryan here. First time, was it what you thought it would be?
Everything and all. Yep. Everything and more.
What did you think it would be? Were you worried? Were you calm about this? Walk us through it.
I was a little scared standing up there, but once you get going, it gets a little easier as you get a little closer to the ground.
Is the adrenaline as real and as intense as everybody talks about?
Oh, yeah. My palms were sweating when we were taking the elevator up.
You had a big cheering section. That had to mean a lot to you. Could you hear them? And really, did it help you get down a little quicker?
Yeah, the last 100 yards really helped me with the crew. I told them if they fundraised for me, I'd let them out of work early. So you never saw me hit a goal so fast.
Boss of the year right there. You're going to win brownie points for that for a long time. You're going to do it again?
Yes, sir.
Full day off maybe next year if you do it?
Maybe. We'll do the whole thing.
I'm trying for you guys. That's the best I can do. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Alrighty, thank you, Ryan Masterson and Matt Janis. We've got about a 10-minute break here as they've just brought the last group out to be trained. That's usually about a 10-minute process. So we're going to go to commercial live on the stream. Hang in there outside in the bleachers. We're going to be back to wrap up the 2022 Over the Edge event. Welcome to Over the Edge.
Being a teacher is like going over the edge every day, right? You never know what challenge is going to come your way. You're always up for something new and unexpected, and you never say you can't do something. So I'm hoping today to model that for all the kids back at OBL.
Over the Edge is the perfect activity to enable students, staff, and even families and friends to rally behind a member of the school community who dares to do something brave and extraordinary. And what a great lesson to teach the students of today who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Go out of your comfort zone, challenge yourself, and make a difference. You can do it.
We're so excited. This is the first year that we've actually had Special Olympics Delaware teams in our building, so we got involved that way. And then we got our children involved in Over the Edge to continue to support Special Olympics by having hat days, selling bracelets, and they have just, all of our fundraising was funded from our kids. And so we're streaming live for them to see it today, and that'll show them the fruit of their effort.
The kids have been excited, and we have a countdown outside my classroom door. So the kids yesterday they were like, "Oh my gosh, one day, it's really tomorrow." They like can't believe it. So now for the kids to be able to watch us go over the edge and do something a little crazy, but to support what our students have and what Special Olympics gives them is a great opportunity.
Some schools have one representative, while others create pairs or even teams. It's the thrill of adventure for the people going over, and the excitement it generates in the school that matters most.
We're excited to be here. This year it's been the 2 administrators going over, and I think that that's really helped that now the other teachers are willing to say, hey, I want to do that next year. So we'll hope to continue to send people here to Special Olympics Delaware to go over the edge.
So what's next? Find those in your building who are excited to experience an extreme adventure by going over the edge. It might be you, a colleague, a student, or a group of people in your school community who, together, can make an impact.
I must keep fighting. Don't give it up. I want to keep us compromising. Open your arms and pray to the truth that you're denying. Give in to the game, to the sense that you've been hiding. Is it desire? I must keep fighting. Don't give it up. I want to keep us compromising. Open your arms and pray to the truth that you're denying. Give in to the game, to the sense that you've been hiding. Is it desire?
Athletes from around the country, they are good, but nobody bites the dust with me. Jillian Lauren Matthews.
Jillian's she's been a joy from the time she's been born. The fact that we had a little girl was just very exciting. You know, and her 2 brothers were excited. Even when she was little, before we knew what was happening with her, she was just a happy kid. So that was one of the things that threw us when you hear autism, you hear they're not social, they don't interact. That was never really her.
She was about 3 and not talking. Everybody said she's got 2 older brothers. What does she have to say? They speak for her. But it was the pediatrician who suspected something wasn't quite right.
And then they came up basically with the speech problem. So she went for speech therapy. And then they also started to notice that she drooled a lot and had some other little mannerisms and things. And in further investigation found that she had some low muscle tone. So that's when they started also speech therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy right off the bat.
As difficult as that was to say, yes, you have a child with autism, it opened up the doors to help her.
One of the first things the autism kindergarten teacher said to me, which kind of made your stomach just sink. She said, I know it's hard. She's coming into this classroom and going with this diagnosis. You have to change all your thoughts and your dreams of what it could be having a little girl. Jillian came home, she was 14. With the paper, Special Olympics was doing something called Get in the Game. And a mom, she wanted to get something started for Special Olympics in our county and was disappointed nothing was. So she talked to the rec program there and they started a track program. So Jillian that's how she started in Special Olympics. From the time she was little, she could be playing and all of a sudden she'd get up and then run back. And finally, when she got verbal enough, the doctor asked her, he said, why do you do that? She said, it helps me think of things.
Running was always something that she seemed to like. And with Special Olympics, it took off.
It's given her confidence in herself. To see the growth and the independence, like I said, when she went to the USA Games, I didn't even think to apply because I thought she can't go on her own. She can't be without me. She can't she can't do that. And little by little, we worked on it once she found out she was going.
It was actually the first time I have ever gone on a plane without my family. And in fact, it has been the first time I have ever gone anywhere without them.
Once she came to see us, one of the first or second day, you're thinking, oh, is she going to be bursting into tears? I miss you and everything. It's like, no, hi, Mom, and bye, Mom, and see you later, Mom.
I was kind of nervous about it at first, but I had a fun time getting to know a lot of athletes that I've never met before.
When I think about that kindergarten teacher saying, just get yourself ready, things are going to be different, your lives are going to be different. Well, they are. They're different.
Look at us now. I'm somehow ended up the head of bowling. Cindy's on the committee that meets among athletes. We've become part of it as well as her.
I think her purpose is to show people that with someone with intellectual disabilities, you can do whatever you set your mind out to do. She can do it all, and that's because of Special Olympics, really.
I just love doing Special Olympics on my own terms, just as any athlete would need. It made me feel special and knowing that I can do anything.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Oh, the day David was born, it was a terrible storm, but he
Welcome back to the tail end of the 2022 Over the Edge event. That's Katie Sweetman up on the blue rope and Jamie White on the yellow rope. They are teachers. They teach together in the Indian River School District at Georgetown Elementary. Both rappelling for the first time here. So we've got Katie and Jamie, then we're followed by Holly and Sierra Fisler, Kim Bergmuller, Louis Guertin and Jennifer Peterson, Bill Johnson, Ruth Lavelle, Kylie Lavelle, and Kenny Sheehan to wrap things up. So we are back on and ready to go to wrap things up here. We appreciate those of you that have tuned in throughout the day, either off and on or consistently. Still a nice crowd outside to cheer on these last few people. And we're going to go up to the roof to Steve Mons.
All right, thanks, John. We're at the top with Holly and Sierra Fisler. And you guys have done this before. It is, Sierra, your second time?
Yep, second time.
And so the first time didn't scare you away?
No, I think it's fun.
Hey, that it is. And so this is your third time as well?
It is my third time, yeah.
So what inspired you to go over the edge together?
We have a team member, Mark, who did not come down with us this year, but that's okay. And he's been doing it for 7 years. This would have been his 8th, but we're still on team, Mark. We're Mark's hippie girls. And it's just an important cause for his family and our family. And and since I've done it, she's wanted to do it with me. So here we are.
And so it's so funny because I look at you, I'm like, aren't you scared at all? And you're like, no, not at all. Piece of cake.
I'm kind of like an adrenaline drunkie, so.
Well, there's plenty of adrenaline, that's for sure. So now you're the hippie team, is that what you said?
We're Mark's Hippie Girls.
Mark's Hippie Girls. Okay, well, you guys are next in line. Once the next bunch get to the bottom, you'll be ready to go over the edge. Thanks for helping out with Special Olympics.
Thank you.
Enjoy that adrenaline rush as we continue on. Coming down the home stretch, over the edge for Special Olympics.
Katie Sweetman and Jamie White heading down. Got some information about Katie. She has been skydiving, ran 3 half marathons, zip-lined over the forests of Mexico, and swam with sharks. She happens to be the sister of Matt Janis, who is on the ground. And Matt, if you can grab the live microphone and talk to me about, does this skydiving and all the marathons and zip-lining run in the family?
No. Sometimes I wonder whether Katie is technically part of the family or if she is the family. It's pretty much her and my father are one way, and then the rest of us are normal, and that's pretty much the way it works. But Katie has as much courage as anybody I know, I'll say that much.
Jamie has also done skydiving and zip-lining over the treetops in Mexico, so the two of them must do a lot of these daredevil-type things together, and they look like they're having no trouble getting down here toward the bottom as we are toward the end within the final 10 people or so who will be going over the edge today to benefit Special Olympics. So they are on the way down. Holly and Sierra, who you just heard from on the roof, are going to be harnessed in and ready to go. They'll be followed by Kim Bergmuller, Louis Guert, and Jennifer Peterson, Bill Johnson, the Lavells, and Kenny Sheehan. So if you tuned in to catch the end of the broadcast, you're right on time, and we are right on time as well. And look, wrapping up a great day. More than $100,000 has been raised from this event today, bringing that total to almost $1.5 million total in the event's 11-year history. So a thank you to everyone who went over the edge. A thank you to everyone who supported people going over the edge. Thank you to our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust. They own this building, gracious host of the event from the beginning. TD Bank, of course, the bank at the bottom of the building. Big supporters of ours, supported the cocktail parties in recent years, and allowed us quickly to move in and have the TV in there without any questions asked. Patty, the manager, has been great to us all these years. Also, thank you to Newcastle County Fire Service, the third sponsor of the event, and then the supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheraton Suites, Wilmington, Delaware, Rock Gym in Bear. And again, if you're just tuning in, my name is John Busby. I'm along with Jimmy Smith, who is the owner of the digital team and in charge of the video production, has been from the beginning of this 7 or 8 years ago. I want to give a shout out to Showworks, who put everything together for us so that when we arrived yesterday afternoon to do the test runs, all the computers were set up, the wires were run, the cameras were put in place, and made for a very easy process to get things going today. Of course, the student not all of them are students anymore, but the camera people who are here today on the roof and 2 of them out front, they've been here all day, working throughout the day, rotating shifts, but working throughout the entire time. And, of course, Matt Janis on the ground, Steve Mons up top, and then earlier today we had Nick Halliday, Nancy Johnson, and Joe Allen, who contributed to the broadcast as well. Appreciate everyone who has made this live stream a success and this event a success. Volunteers that have been outside, you've seen if you're here. People on the 10th floor getting folks checked in and checked out very efficiently and quickly. And, of course, a lot of people on the roof as well. And, of course, the over-the-edge crew that comes in from out of town ensures the safety of everything that's going on. One of the things everybody has noted that you've talked to or you've heard from is how comfortable they make you feel, whether you're scared of heights or not scared of heights, nervous or not nervous. By the time you are harnessed in and they're ready to have you back off the building and go down, they make you feel very comfortable. And so, Matt Janis, a special guest for you.
All right, thanks a lot, John. I am here with my sister, Katie, who just did something I could never dream of doing. What was that like, Katie?
The beginning was very hard, but once you got over the edge, it was so much fun. I'm still shaking from it, but a lot of fun for a great cause.
You've done skydiving. You've also gone over the treetops in Mexico. What was more intimidating?
Getting over that edge was hard, but worth it.
You've been talking about this for a couple of months now. You were psyching yourself up. You seemed so calm every time you talked about it. Then I saw you about maybe 45 minutes before you went over the edge. You did not seem nearly as calm. When did it kick in the mind that this is what you were going to do?
I think when we saw the building and saw how tall it really was in real life, not in pictures, it was a little intimidating, but whew, it's over. It's done. Check.
Had to be pretty cool to get a greeting from your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
All right, and then Jamie, you teach first grade with her. She just got down. She did a great job too, right?
Yes, absolutely. Go, Jamie. Woo!
All right, we're going to talk to Jamie in a minute. Let's go back to you guys.
All right, Matt. Uncle Matt and brother Matt gets to see his sister complete that. It always amazes me, and we've asked people this before, that I can't imagine skydiving. I've done the Over the Edge event, but when people say that this was scarier than skydiving, I just never get that, but we've had another one who have done that, so congratulations for going over the edge, Katie. We appreciate it, and now we're going to wait to hear from Jamie as well. Go ahead, Matt.
All right, standing by here with Jamie. You come down over the edge. You seemed calmer of the two, which surprised me a little bit. When I saw you about an hour ago, you were relatively calm, but yet I heard you were much more nervous about this. How'd they talk you into doing it?
This one over here talked me into doing it. I was good at the top, and then when you let go, it's pretty scary, and halfway down I got really scared, and then here I am.
How does teaching first graders help you get ready for an experience like this?
It's all crazy. I don't know. I got nothing.
Embrace the craziness.
Well, that's been my mantra since as long as I've known Katie, so it's good that you've embraced that.
Your whole life.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Congratulations. Thanks for everything you did for Special Olympics.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Katie, and thanks, Jamie. Up next is going to be Holly and Sierra. Holly Fizzler is on the blue rope, and Sierra is on the yellow rope as they're getting ready to come down. After they come down, we will be down to our final 7 people going over the edge, pretty much now right on time of when we should be going. So if you've tuned in to see somebody at a time that they told you to tune in, you haven't missed them. They're coming up here as Holly is going to get ready to go down with Sierra. And the final groups are being trained up on the roof, I'm being told, so things are probably going to keep moving right along at this point. We appreciate everybody sticking around to provide an audience for these last few people that are here and still yet to go down. Alrighty, if you're in the bleachers, I want you to cheer real loud for Holly and Sierra so they can hear you up there. We know they can. Look up, they're trying a high five. Or air five, as Steve Mons says in my ear. Might have been the first time we've ever seen that, Jimmy.
That's cool. I mean, I get it. You're kind of focused on what you're doing, but that's a comfort level, and, and they're related. So there's that. But it looks like it's not physically possible, so now we know that. So maybe you don't try it next time.
This is Holly's 3rd time and Sierra's 2nd time, so they have done this before. All right, Steve. I'm going to ask you. I can hear in your headset that it's a little bit windier up there than it's been.
Yeah, the wind has picked up. The sun has gone behind the clouds, and we've definitely felt some more gusts and the wind picking up. You know what's neat, and I didn't anticipate this? When the wind blows the right way, you can smell some of the restaurants in town, which is really nice up here.
Sure, there's a restaurant?
Smells pretty good. So, yeah, we're coming down the home stretch now, and our next stretch now, we have a bunch of first-timers. First of which, coming over is Kim Bergmuller. Kim, how are you? You just finished your training. How are you feeling?
I feel great.
Okay, so this is your first time going over the edge. Now, let me ask you an honest question. When you came around that corner of the top of the building and you saw all the apparatus here, what was your first thought?
It's like, okay, we can do this.
Okay, good. I like your confidence.
The training helped a lot. I got to sit in the harness, and it just felt great.
Yeah, the training is great, and the guys here are amazing. They just build up your confidence so you know you can do this.
Yep, I think I can.
You know you can. And why Special Olympics? What's the purpose behind it? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, for everybody at home.
Newcastle 100 Lions Club, and we do Special Olympics. Barbara Spence has been asking me for a couple years. Nobody can say no to Barbara Spence. So yeah, and my husband volunteers. We volunteer. He has a unified partner in golf. He does umpiring. So it's just a really great cause. We have a lot of friends involved, and it's just a no-brainer. I love to do the plunge, and this is just taking it up a notch.
It's taking it up a notch, and they're ready for you. I think they're going to get you all hooked in and enjoy going over the edge.
Happy birthday, Luann.
Enjoy.
All right, so Kim is getting set up there. Holly and Sierra, looks like they're probably about a third of the way down, 2/3 to go. Doesn't look nearly as windy on the side of the building as it does up on the roof. Anybody watching a live stream, and you've seen some of the roof photos that we've had. And so we're going to go back up on the roof to Steve, who's got Jennifer Peterson. She is from the High Road School here in Delaware.
She's just finishing up her training, and she's getting unhooked. For those who don't know, you actually go through some training before you actually go over the edge. They have kind of a mock set up against the wall here where you can actually experience what it's going to feel like to be rappelling and leaning back. And so everyone goes through that. And by the time you go through the training with Kevin there, one of the folks here with Over the Edge, you're feeling very confident about what you're doing. And it's amazing because the very first time you do it, you see all this equipment, you see all this gear and the rigging and all the, the different ropes. And oh my gosh, am I going to remember everything? But they make it so easy, and they really explain it to you that you're going to know what you're doing when the time comes. Especially, they give you training for situations that could come up, like if you go down too fast. There's safety measures in place that will actually stop you from moving if you go too fast. And she's coming over right now, so let's say hi to Jennifer. Jennifer, are you excited? This is your first time going over the edge.
Yes, it's my first time.
You're like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, I asked this of many other people before. When you came around the corner of that building and you saw the whole setup, what did you think?
That's it. There's not more.
Right, you would think we should be having like maybe 100 ropes that are holding you.
Yeah.
But actually, the staff here is great, and they do an amazing job of making you feel comfortable. Do you feel confident?
I do. I feel pretty confident.
Excellent. And anybody down at the bottom who's waiting for you?
My husband and my son are down there. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
You've got a cheering section.
I do.
All right. They're counting on you. We're counting on you. Enjoy going over the edge.
Thank you.
So you're next up.
From up on the roof down to the floor, Holly and Sierra have their over-the-edge medals, and we'll turn it over to Matt Janis.
All right, thanks a lot. We are here with Holly and Sierra. Big smiles on your face. What was that experience like? I know you've done it a couple times, but it has to be special every time.
Oh, absolutely. It was wonderful. It was so much fun, and my main goal was not to lock up because I did so many times last time, and I didn't. So.
When you're kind of thinking about that and you're going through the training, you're paying extra attention to that point. Is there a strategy to avoid locking up?
Yes, and the wonderful people upstairs told me if you kind of hold your rope out a little bit, it slows you down some, and the smoother you are, the less chance. So, yeah, it was good.
What gives you more confidence? The great training you get upstairs, the experience, a little bit of everything?
A little bit of everything, and experience, yeah. So it was great.
What was it like for you? What was the experience like? What was your mindset going in?
It's just really fun. I like to get up there and look at everything and see all the views, and everything looks so small down here.
You're only the second person that's talked about looking around when they get up there. I think a lot of people are scared to do it. what made you want to kind of look down? Because a lot of people, that's the last thing they want to do.
I think it's fun when you're up top to look straight down because you don't realize how far it actually is. Like, it's a far way down, but it's cool to see.
You are a personality that is built to do something like this. Thank you so much for both of you doing it. That had to be a great experience to share.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Holly and Sierra. Looking forward to seeing you back next year for your 4th and your 3rd years. And we're going to go up to the roof. Steve Mons.
All right, we are coming down the home stretch, and Louis Guertin is with us now from High Road School. This is your first time.
First time ever, yeah. So I found out about this from my coworker Scott Pollock years ago. We decided to try to do it. I bailed out for 2 years, and Miss Jen Peterson, who's over there, is my coworker. She convinced me to do it again. So this is for Scott, this is for all of High Road, and it's our first time.
Okay, so when you bailed out the first time, like what was the mindset there?
Oh, just scared. Yeah. Just completely scared. Still, nothing's really changed. It's windy, but why not? So, this year it's really just for all of our students out there. They're fearful of a lot. So to show them that, we're all fearful, but if you push through it, there's so much to gain. So.
Absolutely. And there is such a support staff here. The folks here are great and amazing, and they build up your confidence. And by doing this, you're building up the confidence of all the students and everyone watching and listening.
Hopefully. Yes.
Well, enjoy it and have fun going over the edge, and they'll talk to you at the bottom and get your reaction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Steve. We got 7 people left. Kim Bergmuller, Louis Guertin, Jennifer Peterson, Bill Johnson, Ruth Lavelle, Kylie Lavelle, and Kenny Sheehan all left to go here to wrap up 88 people going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware here at the 11th annual Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. That's Kim Bergmuller on the blue rope, and Jennifer Peterson is going to be on the yellow rope as they make their way down. Last groups are coming up to the roof for their training process. As we put the finishing touches on this year's very successful event. Once again, want to thank all the volunteers who helped make today possible. Many of them here yesterday going through the training processes. The Over the Edge staff who makes things so easy for everyone from start to finish. Volunteers on the ground, on the 10th floor, on the roof. As Kim and Jennifer get set to make their descent here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. More than 2,500 people have tuned in today. That's as many as we've ever had tuned into the live stream, so we're excited about that. We hope you've enjoyed it if you're watching, enjoyed listening if you're outside. And don't forget that if you haven't checked it out yet, there's that TV right inside the TD Bank there if you look to your right from the bleachers. And you'll be able to see some roof shots of what it looks like before they get to the point that you're seeing right now, where they're either going over the edge or they're leaning over, ready to take that first step back.
Guys, one of the things that I'm struck by with this event, obviously the coolest part is all the money that we're raising for Special Olympics Delaware, and then the experience that everybody has as they come down, and you can tell how much it means to each and every one of the rappellers. But I just love kind of watching people walk by in the city and look up. And for those that work here all the time and are pretty familiar with what's going on, you can kind of see the nod. But for the people that have no idea what is happening, the looks on their faces as they see people climb down these buildings is just unbelievably priceless. They have to think these people have lost their minds. As a matter of fact, I have heard some variants of people saying that as they've walked by no fewer than 10, 15 times. And there's always the hypothetical, would you do it if you're walking with somebody else? And it's amazing how often the answer is no. And yet we find so many people not only willing to do this, but excited to do it each and every year. It really is a remarkable thing.
Yeah, and as Jimmy just said, pay money to do it, to support a great cause. And as we've mentioned a few times on the air, but knowing our listening audience is constantly changing on the hour, 35% of the people here today have already done it once. And the fact that they're willing to raise the money, and it's not like $25 to be in a 5K. It's $1,100 to get the right to rappel 17 stories down the side of the building. And you're right, Matt, we see that even yesterday when we were setting up, and they were having people, test the ropes and come by, hey, what's going on? Well, people are going to be rappelling down tomorrow, and they were just in awe of the fact that anybody would do that. So when they actually see it happen, and I've told people, much like I do with the plunge, even if you don't ever want to plunge, come see it, because you have to see it to believe what it looks like to not only have 4,000 people running into the ocean, but to have 15,000 people watching them. And it's the exact same thing with this rappelling event. And, it doesn't matter who you are or what you've done. If you accomplish this, you have accomplished something. You have whether you've overcome a fear of heights or whether it's just something you decided you want to do. It is not an easy thing. And we've heard over and over when we've asked whether it's been up on the roof before they go or when they land, to the veteran over the edge people, they still get nervous. And so it's not something that ever gets easy.
I mean, you got an NFL veteran who said that he was more scared coming down the building than he was to face a 300-pound defensive lineman. I think that speaks volumes as to what this experience is like for some people and how intimidating this can be. And yet, how many people have we talked to that have come down and said, one of my biggest fears is heights, and yet they're smiling ear to ear. It really is remarkable what you can accomplish and what you can do when you put your mind to it.
Yeah, and I tell the story every year, and I do it with his permission. Danny Hall, who I went to college with and who is a captain in the state police, he is petrified of heights. And yet he decided this was something he was going to do. At first, it was to overcome his own fears, but he hasn't overcome those fears. And yet he continues. He arrived this morning having done this 10 times, and he looked like he was doing this for the first time. And for the fact that he is able to do it and overcome his fears, and he talks about it, it's the athletes who inspire him. And we hear that story again and again and again. And I'm always amazed talking to the people, and then this year hearing it from the people out there talking to them, the number of people who say, I'm afraid of heights, but it's something I felt I really wanted to do. And so I give those people a great amount of credit. I did this. I know a lot of other people have done it who aren't afraid of heights. It is still nerve-wracking, but I just can't imagine being afraid of heights and doing this, and yet people do. So, the message out there, and the one that Danny Hall tries to give, and I've heard other people try to give, is don't let your fear of heights keep you from trying to do this if it's something you always wanted to do. And again, we always talk about the 100% success rate, safety. More than 75,000 people have done this event, supervised by the Over the Edge USA company. And so it is just an incredible, safe way to do a thrill of a lifetime for a lot of people. As we see another one land, and waiting for their partner to come down as well.
Hey, John, you were talking about that, how you really don't get over that fear of heights. You know what I can equate it to? It's like going to see a scary movie. There's this adrenaline rush when you go to see a scary movie, and you know that everything is safe. Like you're in a safe environment, and at the end of the movie, you're going to be okay. That's exactly what this is. And people keep coming back because it's that rush. It's that adrenaline of doing something that you just didn't think you could ever do and wanting to prove that you can continue to do it. And I think there's just something about that, these adrenaline junkies.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. We're going to go to Matt Janis now, down with our latest edger who has accomplished her feat.
Kim Bergmuller is here with us now, and you can see the sense of accomplishment. You feel really good right now, don't you?
Yep, I do.
What was it like coming down? Was it what you thought it would be?
It was a lot easier than I thought it would be to go over the edge. It really was. It's a breeze. You could do it.
See, nobody has called it a breeze yet. You are the first person. How worried about it were you coming into the process, and at what point did you realize this isn't going to be quite what I thought it was going to be?
I was really worried about laying back. But when they train you, you do that, and it's like, this feels just like sitting in a chair. It's great.
It's amazing. We were just talking about that mind over matter, and a little bit of training can get you ready to do anything. Is that something you would want to do again?
You betcha. I'm signing up for next year.
We love to hear it. Thank you so much for everything you did and all the money you raised.
Thank you. Thanks to all my sponsors.
Absolutely, and that's a great point. Thank you to everybody that helped raise money for this all week.
Yeah, the people that are doing the Over the Edge themselves and the people who supported the people. You know, this event, much like the plunge, it's a lot of times it's, hey, I'm not willing to jump into cold water, but I'll support your plunge. And we get the same thing here for Over the Edge. You can still donate to somebody if you find out somebody who was here that you didn't know was going over and you want to donate to their page, you still can. Just go to the Special Olympics website and you can get there via that direction. And so, again, all the money raised here today, and it'll be well over $100,000, stays right here in the state of Delaware as Louis Guertin has landed. I think, no, Jennifer Peterson has landed. There she is. And Lewis is going over the edge now as we speak up top. And Matt will send it to you.
We are here with Jennifer Peterson, who said that there's never been a crazy challenge that you didn't rise to. Where'd that come from in your personality?
I love the thrill of trying to do crazy things, and this was definitely a crazy thing.
Where does it rank on the list of crazy things that you've done?
I would say number one. Yeah.
What was it like? Was it what you anticipated it being your first time?
Yes. I thought I was going to feel like more alone out there, but it actually wasn't bad at all. It was pretty fun.
What made you not feel alone? The training, just hearing the people cheering you on down here, the whole experience, what was it?
The people at the top are amazing. They make sure you're comfortable with everything. You get to do a little training demo before you come down, and they make it so simple and they make you laugh. So it was fun.
When did it transition from anxious to fun? How quick?
When you're moving away from the building and you kind of feel like you're just dangling there, that's when it got a little anxious, but it was still fun.
You hear experienced people talk about why they do it all the time, but this being your first time, if you're talking to a friend, what would you tell them about the experience and why they should do it?
They should definitely sign up. It's for a great cause. I mean, I signed up for this voluntarily, and we have athletes that, don't get to pick challenges that they face every day, so this was amazing that I could actually do this.
Unbelievable point. Let's hear it for Jennifer Peterson. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Jennifer. Louis Guertin making no time coming down here on the building. Making his way down after him, we're going to have Bill Johnson, Ruth Lavelle, Kylie Lavelle, and Kenny Sheehan, who will be coming down. So a family affair with Ruth and Kylie Lavelle coming down, mother-daughter, who've done it before. It'll be Ruth's 10th Over the Edge event. Bill Johnson, our last first-timer. Louis Guertin, a first-timer also. Certainly not coming down like one. You heard him mention to Steve Mons, who I think he backed out last time and decided he was coming this time, and he's coming down like a veteran.
Saved it up. That's 2 years' worth of experience right there.
He comes down with a big round of applause for Louis Guertin. First timer. Yeah. Louis getting unhooked there. Going to head over and get his Over the Edge medal from one of our Special Olympics athletes.
Great job. Thanks so much.
That was Matt Montgomery. Matt Janis, to you.
All right, thanks a lot. There's a lot of cool things about this experience, but near the top of the list had to be that greeting you got when you came down.
Yes, these are my loves right here. So they were excited, and they really did it for them, but did it for all the students. Shout out to High Road. Shout out to Carrie Spees for supporting. Shout out to all the students at High Road. Face your fears. Jump over the edge.
Who are these people that are here greeting you right now?
Here we go. My oldest son, Jeremiah. Middle son, Dylan. Little Princess Marley. Yeah.
That is as good a cheering section as we have seen all day long. You backed out once. Yeah. You faced your fear now. What was the pep talk like that got you over the edge?
Really, I owe it up to Jen Peterson, who's my admin, at the school, she really pushed me for it, and she said, owe up to it. I bailed out 3 years, figured I need to owe up, and showed really the students, face your fears, and just go for it.
What was it like? Was it as bad as you thought or feared?
So it's not as fearing, truly, because the staff do such a great job, but walking up the steps to the roof after the elevator, that's scary. Yeah, that was scary, yeah.
You did it so quickly. Was that to get it over with, or was it easier than you thought it would be?
It was easier than I thought it would be. It really was. I mean, if you just keep the pressure a little low and don't go too high, it's smooth sailing. So not too bad.
What do you think? You should do it again?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we like. All right, back to you guys.
Lewis, looks like you're coming back. If your kids have anything to say about it, thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. So we got 4 left to go. Are in training and almost ready to go. As we wind down the Over the Edge event, Bill Johnson, Ruth Lavelle, Kylie Lavelle, and Kenny Sheehan are left to go. If you haven't checked out the roof setup, go over to the TV at the TD Bank right now and check it out. We got a good angle there where you can see the tripods that are set up where they get harnessed in, and that's when they take that first step back. So do yourself a favor, go over and check that. We're going to keep that up until they get harnessed in there. Check it out on the TV that's over there in TD Bank so you can see exactly what goes on the roof.
I want to thank everybody for giving us access to their emotion. And I thank the guys, and I'll bring your mics up too if you want to jump in on this. You know, Steve and really everybody, Steve and Matt doing it currently, but getting the emotion out of everything today and seeing these moments, and this stuff is gold. You know, just getting this kind of access, and you know, Matt and Steve, you guys are talking to people who just did things that they never thought they could do. I mean, you're around so much energy. I don't know if you got a little bit out of it too. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you know, it's the watching people go through the emotions. Having done it myself, I know what they're going through. But to hear them actually express it it's almost kind of cathartic. I think it actually kind of helps them get through the process, because it doesn't seem normal that you need to be walking over to the edge of the building to do this. And they're very raw and they're very fresh in what's going on. And one of the things, and you know, as we talk about people who are trying to consider this for next year, one of the things that it'll do for you later on tonight, if you went over the edge today, when you get home, you're going to feel this confidence in you about everything in life, not just about what you did today, but it really does boost your mental state as to thinking that anything is possible. And I thought that was one of the coolest after effects of going over the edge. You know, it's one of those things that sticks with you. It's something that becomes a part of you now, and something you should experience next time we do this.
And as the resident wuss of the broadcast, I think the way I would describe it is I have been so moved by the way these people have faced their fears and have really just opened up right after such a raw experience that I'm still not ready to jump down the building. But if you guys will have me back next year, maybe I'll go to the top and interview some people up there. I never thought I'd even be willing to do that.
I was like, I said to John, where's Matt going?
I wanted to,
He's not going up top.
Baby steps.
Yeah, you know what? It's a process. John always tells me about the process and about how you get a little bit of progress each and every year, and maybe by 2055 I'll be ready to come down.
Yeah, we're in the same boat. You said resident wuss, and I said on our comms that's probably me. I have not been up since the first year. So for 7 straight years, I have not seen anything but the camera angle I'm showing right now of the top. I have no clue. I just know it looks pretty safe. And it was terrifying, and I have not gone up, and I will not, probably not do it again. So you're not the only wuss in the group here.
You know what has
but I'm probably the biggest one.
You know what has interested me, and this is the first time we've ever had interviews on the roof. So it's the first time we've ever talked to anybody before they went over the edge. We've talked to people after they've gone over the edge the last few years. But what surprised me was whoever was on the roof, and Steve, it's been you for the last 2 hours and was you the first hour this morning, people were calm. But those calm people, when they came down and we talked to them on the ground, they talked about how fast their heart was going and how, just the adrenaline, I guess. And my experience was the opposite. When I went, I wouldn't have wanted to talk to anybody up on the roof because I was nervous and I wouldn't have want that to come across. But then when I got down, it was like, oh, that was okay. That was good. No problem. And, so it was the opposite. So it goes back to capturing the emotion. And that's what's been great about having the mic on the roof, the mic on the ground, is just being able to get the emotion of the people. And as Jimmy started this conversation by saying, it's been hats off to the 88 people who gave us access to their emotions. Because let's remember, not everybody is comfortable talking on a microphone. Not everybody is comfortable talking on camera. And everybody we talk to,
comfortable rappelling down a building.
Right. And so you're taking somebody that's doing something they're really not completely comfortable with, rappelling the building, and you're sticking a microphone in front of them and a camera. And so it's unbelievable how well they came across as to what their emotions were either before or after, and the difference of that. And for those of you outside or on the live stream, if you're on the live stream, you can see they're getting things together up on the roof. For those of you here on the ground floor at the 300 Delaware Avenue building, we're probably just a few minutes away from wrapping this up with 4 more to go. Steve, we're going to go to you up on the roof.
Yes, I have Kylie Lavelle, who's ready to go for the 5th time.
Yep.
And you've got a big smile on your face.
Yes, I'm very excited to beat Kenny again.
Oh, okay. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Now, we were just talking about, amongst ourselves here on the broadcast, about how people are coming up here and their emotions are very different. And so you look very confident and you look very enthusiastic. Are the butterflies there?
Not as much this year because this is my first time doing it in the afternoon. I usually do it at 8 a.m. So then I'm more nervous because that's the start of my day. But now I feel better this year.
Okay, so you're more confident in the afternoon.
Yes, after work.
That's another angle that we haven't looked at, the early morning over the edgers as opposed to the afternoon edgers. But you must be very confident doing this for the 5th time. Why Special Olympics?
My brother's an athlete and I've been a coach for 7 years. So I've loved doing it. I coach track, soccer, basketball, and long distance running.
Wow, so you were all in, and today you're going to go all over the edge and enjoy it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Kylie's ready to go. She's going to get harnessed in, and then we have one final edger coming in just a minute.
Steve, who is that getting ready to go over right now on the edge with her arms back? Is that Bill or?
I believe that is Ruth.
Oh, that is Ruth. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. They took Ruth right to the edge.
Yep.
All right. So Ruth Lavelle, a member of the board of directors, she is getting ready to go to over the edge. This will be her 10th year going over the edge. And so you do the math real quick, and she has raised on her own, and I know she raises more than just the minimum, she has raised on her own $11,000. Let's give her a big cheer, make sure she can hear you folks down here at the bottom. And Ruth's son, Matthew, who is a Special Olympics athlete, is at the bottom, and he is usually the honorary rope holder for her. And Kylie, who you just heard Steve Mons talk to, that is Ruth's daughter, Matt's sister. She is a longtime coach in Special Olympics. She's coached basketball, long-distance running, and track and field. She was also a unified partner early on. She did tell us she's been whitewater rafting. This is Kylie I'm talking about, in Colorado. That was her one daring thing. And another person who says that the plunge is crazier than going over the edge, that was Ruth, is what said that. And so she's one of those ones that would plunge, that would do this event in a heartbeat over the polar bear plunge. So the Lavelle family, very generous in their support of Special Olympics in a lot of ways. They also, every year, they raise the money for someone else to go over the edge with them. So somebody who is able to get that experience without having to raise the money. And so that's, again, how important they know Special Olympics is to their family. Ruth is waving down to the crowd, probably waving to her son, Matthew. And now coming down here, we're going to go back on the roof to Steve.
Kenny Sheehan is here, a student of University of Delaware. You are the final over the edger.
Nice. That's good to know.
So you all prepped and ready to go?
Yeah, I guess I did my homework from last year. So.
Okay, so now this is your 2nd year doing this. So last year when you got to the bottom, what was that feeling like?
It was really excited, I guess, just to be down. And then I was mostly nervous the whole way down. And then once I got there, I was really excited. So.
And you said at that moment, you said, I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of chuckled when you said that, but there's still some butterflies, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think more nervous this year than I was last year.
See, a lot of people have said that with the second time, but I would think that you should feel more confident.
Yeah, hopefully once I get over that little gap in the beginning, the 10-inch little ledge or whatever, I'll be back in my comfort zone, I guess.
And there's something about the second one, you know what to expect, and you can enjoy it a little bit more. So have fun going over the edge.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So he is ready to go. Kenny's going to go over to one of the available ropes, and that will be our final over the edger for 2022.
All right, we're going to keep here. We'll be live on the internet here until the final person gets to the bottom. That will be Kenny, and Matt Janis will stay in place to talk to him. But, Steve, we're going to say goodbye to you up on the roof so that you can head out of there. You've been with us all day. Can't thank you enough. Longtime radio on-air talent. We are very fortunate to have your talents with us. You've been on the roof. You've been down at the bottom and everywhere in between. We can't thank you enough. Hope to have you back next year. Doing this, I think it's a valuable part of what we did today, and nobody was able to get the emotions out like our on-air talents we had all day today, and so we appreciate you being with us. For those of you still on the ground, how about a big round of applause, loud enough so Steve Mons can hear it up top.
Yeah, I heard it. Okay, I hear them. They're down there. Hey, thanks for having me, and I think this is a great addition to what's going on, so we can really show folks what's happening up at the top and at the bottom, and give people at home more of a sense of what this is all about and how they should be involved with it in years to come.
All righty. Well, thank you again. And what you see there is somebody landing. That's Ruth. Ruth Lavelle is on the ground. And Kylie is coming down right behind her. You heard her tell Steve Mons she wasn't as nervous, and she's coming down as if she was not.
All right, we are down here with Ruth, and I know this means so much to you and to your family. 10 years, that's a long time. What was it like getting to double digits?
It's like every other year. It's just awesome. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to 20.
I like that. You got to be always looking ahead. You had your son holding the ropes. That's a special tradition, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves doing that. So, my husband started this. He went the first year. Didn't tell me he was doing it. Came home, and I'm like, what do you mean you didn't? I didn't tell me that. So I've done it every year since. And he stopped. So now we have a proxy for Greg. We sponsor somebody else so they can experience it. So it's great fun for us.
That's unbelievably cool, and it's amazing how this can bring people together. And you know what Special Olympics can do. Can you put into words what it means to you to see so many people out here supporting it and doing this year in, year out the way you and your family do?
It's overwhelming. I mean, the mission of Special Olympics, the health aspect, the sport, and the community, and the inclusion, and the ability, the focus on ability, it's incredible. And everybody who supports Special Olympics supports that mission. So.
Can't say it any better than that. Thank you so much for not only doing this and talking to us, but everything you do.
And let me give a shout out to Christina Robinette, because your mom tells me you are glued to this live stream from the beginning to the end. Hi, Christina.
Hello, we echo that, and thank you so much.
All righty, thank you, Matt. Kylie Lavelle has landed, getting her medal, and over to talk to Matt Janis, keeping Matt busy here as we finish up.
It's a family affair here, obviously, for you guys. 5 years. That's a pretty long time in its own right. Do you still have butterflies when you're coming over? I know you said that they get a little bit better, it seems like, every year.
Yeah, still when I go over that edge at the top, it's a little nervous, but that's the only time.
What is your favorite part of this whole day?
My brother, he'll come every year and he'll hold my ropes at the bottom.
That's so cool. This is so meaningful to your family. And can you put it into words about why you love being a part of this?
I coach track and other sports too, and I love watching the athletes start from the beginning of the season to end of the season and the goals that they achieve over the season. It's great.
If somebody is thinking about doing this for the first time, as somebody who's done it for a while, was initially a little bit nervous and now is more comfortable, what would you say to them?
Get a good night's rest.
That's first time I've heard that piece of advice. Thank you so much for everything you and your family do.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Matt. 2 down, 2 to go. Bill Johnson still to come, along with Kenny Sheehan, as we wrap up this Over the Edge event for Special Olympics. More than $100,000 raised. Don't forget there'll be photos on the Special Olympics website as soon as the live stream ends in about 10 minutes when we interview the final person coming down. That will be live. You can watch it again when you get home. It's been a wonderful day, wonderful weather, wonderful support from a lot of different places. TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, Newcastle County Fire Service, the 3 primary sponsors of this event, and then the supporting sponsors, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym. Each participant raised $1,100 for this opportunity. For many, the opportunity of a lifetime to rappel down the side of a building. Only place in the state of Delaware you can do it. On the yellow rope, Bill Johnson. On the blue rope, Kenny Sheehan. Our final 2 participants making their way down. Kenny Sheehan, it's his second time. Bill, it's his first. Kenny's a student at the University of Delaware. He coaches soccer, basketball, and track and field for Special Olympics. The one crazy thing he's done when we asked him was he went on Superflip 360 at Funland. I assume that was down in Rehoboth Beach. And he said last year was his first year, and he knew he wanted to do it again. He wants to thank Team Lovell, everyone who donated to them to give him the opportunity to go over the edge right here. While we have a minute, I want to thank Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen, the 93.7 WSDW Wake Up crew. They were here with us from 10 to 12. Joe Allen was on the roof, Nancy in the landing area. I want to thank Nick Halliday, sportscaster and owner of 302 Sports, of Delaware Live Sports also, and Nick Halliday was with us from 12 to 2 up on the roof. And, of course, Matt Janis down here, UD announcer, Big East CAA TV announcer, thrilled that he was able to not only be with us to lend us his professional talent, but he got to see his sister do something that most people don't get to see their sisters do. And last but not least, as we talked about, Steve Mons, he was here at 8 o'clock this morning, helped us work through the process of how this was going to work, and we appreciate him spending all day with us. He's been a big-time supporter of Special Olympics for over a decade, making sure that Special Olympics had a huge presence on the DBC and now Forever Media radio stations downstate, so we appreciate him lending us his talents for today's event. Thank you to all of the volunteers who were here outside on the ground, on the 10th floor, checking people in, and up on the roof. Special Olympics couldn't do this without you. And last but not least, Jimmy, while we got a second, want to thank you coming in from Cleveland as you have for the last several years. We can't do this with the professionalism that we do without you and the talent that you bring in. I'll let you talk about your camera crew to make sure I don't miss any names.
Yeah, big thank you to Jack Roberts and Lauren and Tommy Tyree here today. The eyeballs for not just us here in the room, but for 2,486 people who've watched throughout the we're over 8 hours now that we've been on the air. So big thank you to those guys, because they've been on their feet for the entire day, focused and locked in the entire day, really not able to take a play off here to keep everybody engaged and seeing all the things they need to see, because every edger is very important to a lot of people. You can't take a single one off, and so I thank them so much for their efforts, and a big thank you to ShowWorks for bringing their top-of-the-line equipment to make this easy and possible, really. Really great stuff, and we're able to hold a really nice high definition broadcast for 8 hours on YouTube. That's not always the easiest thing to do. So
it's been a fun day. When we start out 8 hours ago, we wonder how we're going to get through it, but we always do. And what gets us through it is the unique personalities of each person that goes over the edge. It was a lot of fun to talk to the people before they went over, and a lot of fun to talk to them after they went over. And that's something that we will continue to do moving forward because we think that really did add an element to it. And so for the more than 2,500 people who tuned in. And those are the unique people. As we've talked about, there were school buildings tuned into this broadcast. And so when you do the numbers, I'm confident we were well over 4,000 people that probably tuned into this broadcast, with the number of schools and districts we had represented, knowing they were watching their teachers go over the edge. Thank you to every person who went over the edge, raised $1,100. And so 88 people raising $1,100. You can do the math as to how much that brings in, plus the support, the financial support of our sponsors, as Billy and Kenny make the final descent, the final two edgers of the 2022 Over the Edge broadcast. We're going to make sure that we talk to them before we sign off, but just wanted to make sure everybody knew how much we appreciated the people that went over the edge, the people that supported those going over the edge. Remember, every dollar stays right here in the state of Delaware. So when you make a donation to Special Olympics Delaware, do it with the confidence that it stays in Delaware. And again, Delaware is the only state that enables its athletes to participate at zero cost to them, regardless of what their financial situation is in their family. No money is paid for any of them to be part of Special Olympics. So you can see some of the final medals going around the necks of the edgers. A hug there from Matt Montgomery, one of our athletes. And Matt Janis, 2 interviews left. We'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks a lot, John. We're here with Bill Johnson, second to last guy to go. You had to wait all day long. Did that add to the excitement?
Oh, of course. That's all I can say.
First time doing it, what was it like? Was it everything you thought it would be?
Just the views of the city, and it was everything I thought it would be and more.
Easier or harder?
Definitely easier.
Love to hear that.
I'll be back for sure next year.
That's what we want to hear. Thank you so much for the time.
All righty, thank you, Bill, very much. 1 to go. Kenny Sheehan, last but not least, and you made it.
You waited all day long. We were talking amongst ourselves. Would you rather go first or would you rather go last? First, you haven't seen anybody do it successfully yet. Last, you got to wait all day to get keyed up. How'd you like that process?
I think last year we did in the beginning. I think I like the morning better just because everyone's out. It's exciting. Not that it's not exciting now, but it's, we're the last one. So
Still get the big round of applause. And like people were saying, you get to go celebrate. You've done it before, but what did you think this year? What was it like for you?
So I was more nervous at the top this year. Last year I wasn't nervous at all until I got over that 10-inch instep, and then all the nerves hit me. But this year I was just a little bit nervous in the beginning, and then once I got down, once I stopped to look around, I was having a lot of fun. So
it's funny, you're not the first person to say that. Why do you think that is? So you would think second time around you'd be less nervous, but it does seem like maybe you get more amped up.
Yeah, maybe that. And then I kind of, the first time it scared me because I was like, oh, I guess I'm scared of heights. Now I'm up here. But the second time I knew I was going to be up here. So, but I don't know, it was a lot of fun. So I had a good time.
You closed it out. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Kenny Sheehan and all the jumpers. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Kenny. Matt Janis, thank you for lending us your professional talents. We appreciate it very much. Hope to have you back again next year, along with Steve Mond, Nancy Johnson, Joe Allen, Matt Janis, Nick Halliday. Jimmy, great job as always. Appreciate your talents here, and look forward to next year already.
Honor as always. You brought out some of Delaware's finest, and this was squeaky clean, looked amazing. I think thank you everybody for your professionalism. I know this is not Big East basketball, Matt Janis, but I hope it was just as fun.
It was way more fun. I'll say that. This was something that I will cherish, and if you'll have me back, I'll definitely be here. I've already put it down on the calendar.
Excellent.
All right, the 11th annual Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware is a wrap. Thank you to everybody, part of the production, part of the event. Thank you to the 88 edgers who raised more than $100,000 for the 4,200 athletes who proudly call themselves Special Olympians. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Have a great rest of the night, and thank you for supporting Special Olympics Delaware.